Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 239, Chapter 237, Beneath the Broken Throne. Chapter 237, Beneath the Broken Throne. The men smiled calmly. Behind him, the warp tear widened further. Then reality itself began to fail. The comforting warmth inside the throne room vanished, replaced by a cold that spread through the chamber unnaturally fast. Whispers followed. Thousands of voices filled the air at once. Some cried. Some laughed. Some begged softly for salvation. Naruto frowned immediately. What the hell is that? Even hearing it made their skin crawl. Inside the chamber, civilians reacted almost at once. A woman near the broken staircase screamed and grabbed her head as blood poured from her ears. Nearby, a man collapsed beside a pillar, twitching violently while whispering prayers toward the throne. Others began changing. One civilian's fingers stretched unnaturally as bone pushed through skin. Another's eyes turned completely gold while cracks spread across their face like fractures in glass. The chamber shook violently. Gravity shifted for a moment. Several civilians lifted slightly from the floor before crashing back down hard enough to break bones. Children screamed. Order collapsed completely. People ran toward exits in blind panic while others curled against the walls crying as reality twisted around them. The Ultramarines reacted immediately. Move the survivors. Seal the eastern corridor. Purge the corrupted. Bolter fire thundered across the throne room. A mutated civilian lunged toward fleeing workers. 3 bolter rounds tore it apart instantly. Another worshipper rushed an ultramarine screaming prayers. A bolt shell exploded through his chest. No hesitation remained now. The Space Marines already understood the truth. The palace spire was on the verge of becoming a full warp breach. One ultramarine carried terrified civilians beneath one arm while firing one-handed into charging corrupted bodies. Another kicked aside fallen debris to clear evacuation routes through the collapsing hall. Within minutes, the throne room had become a disaster zone. At the center of it all, Gaius stood still for one brief moment. Observation hockey spread outward silently. Beyond the throne room. Beyond the palace spire. Across Varric Prime itself. And what he sensed hardened his expression slightly. The corruption was spreading. Not only inside the palace. Across the Hive City. Riots had already begun deeper in the lower districts. Civilians collapsed in the streets while whispers spread through entire sectors. Some claimed shadows were moving inside walls. Others were killing each other out of blind terror. Reality itself was weakening. The man was no longer simply a corrupted psyker. He was becoming a doorway. If this continued, Varric Prime would die. And it would not end there. Nearby systems could follow. Billions would be lost, and another Eye of Terror could be born in this region of space. The battle could no longer continue slowly. Gaius began walking forward again. Steady. Certain. The men watched him carefully. Then his smile slowly faded. Golden cracks spread across his skin as light leaked from beneath his flesh. His eyes had become completely gold now, no pupils remaining. When he spoke again, several voices echoed beneath his own. You still refuse to understand. Warp energy poured from his body like smoke. The Imperium abandoned these people. His voice spread through the collapsing hall. They starved while Terra demanded obedience. The men pointed toward the terrified civilians fleeing around the chamber. I gave them hope. Naruto stayed silent. Tanya's eyes narrowed. Tony was quiet, watching. Saeko didn't move. Mindy looked uneasy. Diana's expression hardened. A massive crack spread across the ceiling overhead. Gaius calmly reached toward his helmet. Then removed it. The members of the Multiversal Chat fell silent. For the first time, they saw his face during battle. Naruto blinked. He looks normal. Mindy nodded, agreeing with Naruto. Tanya didn't speak. Tony stayed quiet, watching. Saeko and Diana remained calm. They knew Gaius' personality better than the rest. Just calm. Rational. Focused. Gaius lowered the helmet to his side and continued walking forward through the collapsing throne room. Then the iron halo activated fully. Golden light erupted outward behind him. Layer after layer of radiant energy formed around his body. The effect was immediate. Warp lightning struck the halo. And shattered apart harmlessly. Psychic pressure slammed into the shield and dispersed into the air. Even the distortion around him weakened. Golden light surrounded Gaius while red corruption spread across the throne room around him. The contrast was impossible to ignore. For the first time, the men showed uncertainty. Then Gaius raised one arm. Golden energy gathered around the gauntlet slowly. The air became heavy. Even the whispers weakened briefly. Then the Emperor's claw manifested around his arm. Massive golden talons formed from radiant psychic force. The reaction was immediate. The warp tier behind the throne convulsed violently. The men stopped smiling entirely. Several civilians collapsed instinctively to their knees. Naruto felt it too, even though he is a mere projection. The pressure coming from the weapon felt completely different from the man's psychic influence. Cleaner. Heavier. Real. The men attacked. This time without restraint. Psychic force exploded across the chamber like a storm as he crossed the distance instantly. Warp lightning screamed through the throne room. Gaius met him head-on. Boom. The collision shattered the remaining staircase completely. Debris crashed across the chamber. Several fleeing civilians disappeared beneath falling stone instantly. Even an Ultramarine was struck, ragdolling to the side of the throne room. The others immediately moved in to retrieve him. The men attacked again and again with desperate force now. Psychic blasts ripped through pillars. Warp distortions tore chunks from the walls. The throne chamber collapsed further with every exchange. And through all of it, Gaius kept moving forward. The men slammed psychic-enhanced fists into him repeatedly. Cracks spread across Gaius' armor. Warp lightning burned across his body. One blast tore part of his shoulder armor apart completely. Yet he did not slow. Flesh repaired itself beneath the damaged ceramite. Broken tissue regenerated rapidly even as the battle continued. Slowly, the men realized something horrifying. Nothing was working. Fear no longer worked. Pressure no longer worked. For the first time since the battle began, he retreated. Panic flickered visibly across his face. Then he unleashed everything at once. Psychic force exploded outward violently. Invisible pressure crushed inward from every direction. The floor beneath Gaius' boots cracked deeply as the force pinned him in place. The men breathed heavily now. Finally strained. You cannot resist forever. Warp energy flooded the chamber. The remaining civilians screamed as the pressure distorted the air itself. The Multiversal Chat's members tensed immediately. Naruto's eyes widened. He can't move. Mindy stiffened. Gaius. Tony leaned forward slightly, focus sharpened. Saeko's calm broke for the first time, eyes narrowing. Diana's expression tightened. Tanya's face was solemn, watching closely. The men walked toward Gaius while maintaining the immense psychic force crushing him from every direction, pinning him completely in place. The pressure cracked the floor beneath Gaius' boots even further. The men stopped directly in front of him. Why can't you just give up? He asked quietly. Why become my enemy? His voice lowered. We could save humanity together. He raised a hand toward Gaius, intending to finish it. Then Gaius suddenly spat acid directly into the man's face. The attack hit instantly. The men screamed. A real scream. The acid burned through psychic barriers immediately. One side of his face melted rapidly as warp energy destabilized around the wound. Terror filled his voice. You. He was not the only one shocked. The Multiversal Chat's members froze for a second. Tony blinked. Gaius can spit acid. Naruto stared in disbelief. Mindy looked just as shocked beside him. Even Tanya's eyes widened slightly. Saeko blinked once, clearly caught off guard. Diana stared silently for a moment. Gaius broke free instantly. The Emperor's claw ignited brighter. Golden light erupted outward from the weapon. The men lashed out desperately. Psychic storms tore through the collapsing chamber. Pillars shattered. The ceiling caved inward. Ultramarines dragged civilians toward evacuation routes while shooting corrupted worshippers charging blindly through the chaos. One fleeing civilian exploded from psychic overload, covering nearby survivors in blood. Another mutation crawled from beneath rubble before being blown apart by bolter fire. Everything had become madness. And through all of it, Gaius moved straight through the psychic storm. Warp lightning crashed against the iron halo and shattered apart harmlessly. The men screamed desperately. Humanity needed me. Gaius answered calmly. No. He crossed the final distance instantly. They didn't need you. Then the Emperor's claw struck. Golden talons tore directly through the man's body. Not only flesh. Something deeper shattered with him. The warp presence connected to him screamed. The entire throne room shook hard enough to throw civilians and Ultramarines from their feet. The men stared downward silently for one brief moment. Golden cracks spread across his entire body. Then he began breaking apart. Light burst from the wounds across him. Warp energy exploded outward uncontrollably. Then the warp tear began collapsing inward. Fast. Very fast. Move, an Ultramarine roared. The palace spire began collapsing immediately. Without the men sustaining the illusion, the chamber's true appearance revealed itself completely. The golden walls vanished. Rotting flesh covered the stone beneath. The throne itself pulsed weakly like dying meat. The beautiful chamber had always been a corpse hidden beneath lies. Surviving civilians stared around themselves in horror. Some collapsed crying. Others vomited where they stood. And still, a few whispered prayers toward the dying remains of the men. Because even now, they still wanted someone to save them. Warp energy imploded inward violently. Debris rained from above. Ultramarines forced civilians through collapsing evacuation corridors while carrying the wounded across falling rubble. Then, silence. The warp tear closed completely. The whispers vanished. The pressure disappeared. The throne chamber finally fell still. Only destruction remained. Broken marble. Blood. Warp ash. Bodies scattered across the ruined hall. At the center of the devastation stood Gaius alone. The Emperor's claw slowly faded from around his arm. His armor was heavily damaged now. Blood ran from the exposed gaps where ceramite had broken apart. But he remained standing. Behind him, Varric Prime still lived. Barely. But it survived. The Multiversal Chat members watched in silence as Gaius stood victorious. It was also the first time they had seen him injured this badly. Enjoying the story? Want to support future chapters and help this world grow? Every bit of support keeps me writing, thank you. Chapter 240, Chapter 238, is the PDF in Rebellion. Chapter 238, is the PDF in Rebellion. Silence finally returned to the throne chamber. Not complete silence. Pieces of broken marble still shifted occasionally. Small sections of the damaged ceiling continued collapsing somewhere deeper in the palace spire. Fires crackled quietly among ruined debris. But the whispers were gone. The pressure inside everyone's minds had vanished. The warp tear was closed. The false emperor was dead. And for the first time since entering the throne chamber, the surviving civilians could breathe normally again. The ruined hall looked completely different now that the illusion had disappeared. The beautiful golden chamber no longer existed. The walls were rotten beneath the false light that had hidden them. Veins of black flesh still clung to the cracked stone in places. The massive throne at the center of the chamber looked less like a seat now and more like the remains of some dead creature fused into marble. Warp ash drifted slowly through the air. Bodies covered the floor. Some were civilians. Some were corrupted worshippers. Others were so twisted by the warp that it was difficult to tell what they had once been. The surviving civilians huddled together near one side of the ruined chamber. Some held injured family members. Others simply stared blankly at the destruction around them. No one knew what to say anymore. A little girl quietly cried into her mother's shoulder. An old worker sat against a cracked pillar staring at the ruined throne with hollow eyes. A few civilians still whispered prayers under their breath. Not because they trusted the false emperor anymore, but because he truly had fed them, protected them, given them warmth when the rest of the hive abandoned them. Now they knew what he really was. But emotions were not simple enough to disappear instantly. Mindy watched quietly through the multiversal chat. They don't even know how to feel. No, Diana said softly. They don't. Naruto remained silent while looking at the civilians. Even he understood the situation was complicated. The false emperor had become a monster. But before that, he had also helped people the Imperium ignored. That truth made everything harder. At the center of the ruined hall, Gaius stood silently while dust drifted around him. His armor was badly damaged now. Several sections were cracked open from the battle. Blood remained visible beneath broken armor plates around his shoulder and ribs, though the wounds themselves were already healing slowly. The Emperor's claw had vanished. Only the damaged gauntlet remained. Gaius activated the Vox calmly. To the oath of rectitude. Static answered briefly before the ship's communication officer responded. We hear you, Lord Gaius. Gaius spoke without hesitation. Begin full planetary scans for remaining warp corruption. His eyes moved across the ruined chamber while he continued. Deploy Ultramarines into key districts immediately. Secure all spaceports, communication towers, government centers, and military command structures. He paused briefly. Lock down all orbital traffic until further notice. Understood. Monitor for psychic disturbances across the system. The response came instantly. Yes, Lord Gaius. The Vox channel closed. Far above Varric Prime, the Oath of Rectitude immediately came alive with activity. Warning signals spread through command decks. Servitors relayed orders between stations while tech marines began scanning the planet below for signs of lingering warp corruption. In one of the deployment bays, Matoris looked up as the order arrived through the Vox system. Beside him, Titus was already standing from his position near the Thunderhawk ramp. Both Ultramarines immediately understood the situation. The battle below was over. Now came the harder part. Restoring order. Prepare deployment, Matoris ordered. Around them, dozens of Ultramarines began moving immediately. Thunderhawk engines roared to life across the launch bay. Servitors loaded ammunition crates while tech marines performed rapid checks on weapon systems and engines. One by one, the Thunderhawks launched from the battle barge. Massive gunships descended through the darkness of space toward the burning world below. Inside the transports, Ultramarines checked bolters and monitored incoming reports from the surface. Riots. Fires. Civilian panic. PDF units no longer responding consistently. The corruption had damaged the planet deeply even after the warp tear closed. In some districts, gunfire still echoed through the streets as frightened civilians fought over supplies or attacked anyone suspected of corruption. Some citizens fled in panic whenever Thunderhawks passed overhead, unable to tell whether the Space Marines had come as saviors or executioners. Across Varric Prime, Thunderhawks streaked through the clouds toward key districts. Some moved toward military headquarters. Others descended toward hive transportation sectors. Others targeted communication towers and government centers. Chaos rarely ended cleanly. If order was not restored immediately, the planet could still collapse into anarchy. Back inside the ruined throne chamber, Gaius looked toward the 4 remaining Ultramarines nearby. Secure this spire, he ordered calmly. The Space Marines immediately turned toward him. Contact a nearby PDF force. We will place the military under Imperial control. Understood, Praetor. The 4 Ultramarines split apart immediately. 2 left the throne chamber through the shattered corridor beyond the staircase. The remaining 2 stayed behind and began securing the area. The surviving civilians flinched every time the giant warriors moved nearby. Not because the Ultramarines threatened them directly, but because they had just watched these same warriors execute corrupted civilians without hesitation minutes earlier. And honestly, many of them still did not know whether those killings had been mercy or murder. The 2 Ultramarines began searching the ruined chamber carefully. Any corpse showing signs of movement was immediately destroyed. The civilians quickly realized the Ultramarines alone decided what counted as corruption. One corrupted worshipper suddenly twitched near a collapsed pillar. Before anyone could react, a bolter round exploded through its skull. The civilians nearby screamed quietly and backed away. Another body near the ruined staircase began mutating again. Flesh twisted unnaturally while gold light leaked from beneath split skin. A second bolter shot ended it instantly. The Ultramarines continued their work without emotion. They did not waste time comforting the civilians. The planet was still unstable. To them, hesitation only allowed corruption to spread further. The surviving civilians were eventually gathered together near one side of the chamber away from unstable debris. Even then, the civilians remained tense. One man looked toward the shattered throne and whispered quietly. He fed us. Another survivor looked down at the floor. But he became that thing. No one truly knew what to think anymore. Some still could not decide whether the Ultramarines had saved them, or destroyed the only ruler who had ever cared if they survived another winter. Time passed slowly inside the ruined palace spire. Eventually, heavy footsteps echoed through the corridor again. The 2 Ultramarines sent outside returned. Between them walked a human officer in dark PDF armor. Captain Vale. The men tried to remain composed, but nervousness still showed clearly on his face. It was impossible not to feel small walking beside 2 Ultramarines. And now he was about to stand before another one. A Praetor. The PDF had ignored an Imperial command earlier. Captain Vale knew that under normal Imperial law, that failure alone could justify immediate execution. Still, he forced himself to stay calm. If they wanted him dead, he would already be dead. The fact that he was still here meant he still had value. Captain Vale knew that failing to answer an angel of the Emperor's command could end with an execution order before the conversation even began. The Ultramarines stopped in front of Gaius. Captain Vale straightened immediately. Gaius looked down at him calmly. What is your rank, soldier? The men swallowed once before answering. I am Captain Vale of the Planetary Defense Force, sir. Gaius stepped closer slightly. Even standing still, the size difference was overwhelming. Is the PDF in rebellion? The question was direct. Simple. Enjoying the story? Want to support future chapters and help this world grow? Every bit of support keeps me writing, thank you. Chapter 241, Chapter 239, King. Chapter 239, King. The question was direct. Simple. Captain Vale hesitated briefly. No, sir. Gaius continued staring at him. Then why did you not respond to my orders? Captain Vale immediately understood what he meant. Earlier, when Gaius broadcast his authority across the planet, the PDF command structure never answered. Vale spoke carefully. We were ordered not to respond. Gaius understood immediately. The corruption had reached higher command levels already. Then your superior officers have betrayed the Imperium. His tone remained calm. Matter of fact. They will be executed for rebellion. Captain Vale paused. Not because he disagreed. But because those officers had once been people he respected. Commanders he served under for years. Still. After today, after seeing what the false emperor truly was, denying reality would solve nothing. Slowly, Vale raised his hand and made the Aquila across his chest. Understood. Gaius nodded once. Command your soldiers to stabilize your assigned sectors. Vale listened carefully. Suppress riots. Restore communications where possible. Spread my orders throughout the hive. Yes, sir. Any officer refusing imperial authority is to be detained. Captain Vale nodded again. This time more firmly. He understood the situation now. The Ultramarines were taking control of the planet. And honestly, that was probably the only reason Varric Prime still existed. Vale bowed his head slightly before turning to leave. The Ultramarines allowed him to pass without interference. After he disappeared into the corridor, one of the nearby Ultramarines spoke. Praetor. Gaius looked toward him. Are we allowing him to leave freely? A short pause followed. Will he obey? Gaius answered immediately. It does not matter. The Ultramarine waited silently. Gaius continued. He understands the consequences if he refuses. His black eyes shifted briefly toward the ruined chamber around them. If the military structure of this world remains compromised, we will cleanse it thoroughly. The meaning was clear. If the PDF refused compliance, the Ultramarines were fully prepared to purge the entire command structure by force. The questioning Ultramarine nodded once. No further discussion was needed. Gaius looked around the ruined throne chamber one final time. The civilians remained gathered together under guard nearby. Terrified. Exhausted. Confused. But alive. Prepare the Thunderhawk, Gaius ordered. We will return to the Oath of Rectitude and report the situation. Then he looked toward two of the Ultramarines. You will remain here. The two immediately acknowledged the order. Secure the spire and protect the surviving civilians. Understood, Praetor. The civilians visibly stiffened hearing that. Some seemed relieved. Others looked even more nervous knowing the giant armored warriors would remain nearby. But none argued. At this point, most of them were too exhausted to resist anything. Gaius turned and left the throne chamber with the remaining two Ultramarines. The surviving civilians watched silently as he disappeared down the shattered corridor. The group watched quietly as Gaius and the Ultramarines descended through the damaged palace spire. The lower sections of the structure were still unstable. Fires burned in several corridors. Dead worshippers and corrupted bodies littered the halls. Outside the palace, the hive city remained chaotic. Smoke rose from distant districts. Sirens echoed constantly. Thunderhawks crossed the sky overhead while new Ultramarine deployments descended toward different sectors. But compared to earlier, the planet was stabilizing. Slowly. Eventually, Gaius reached the Thunderhawk where they had first landed. The gunship remained parked among rubble and destroyed defensive structures. Inside sat the pilot serf, Marcus. The moment Gaius entered, Marcus straightened immediately. Lord Gaius. Return to the Oath of Rectitude. Understood. The Thunderhawk engines roared to life. Dust and ash scattered across the ruined landing zone as the gunship slowly lifted into the air. From above, the scale of the damage became even clearer. Several sections of the upper hive were still burning. Emergency vehicles moved through lower streets while PDF units attempted to restore order below. Farther away, additional Thunderhawks descended toward major sectors across the planet. The Ultramarines were taking control quickly. Inside the transport, Gaius remained silent during the ascent. The members of the Multiversal Chat also stayed mostly quiet. Everyone understood the battle was over. But the consequences would remain for a long time. Eventually, the Thunderhawk entered the launch bay of the Oath of Rectitude. Servitors moved quickly around the landing zone as the transport settled into place. Gaius exited immediately and began heading toward the command center. He intended to report directly to the chapter master Marnius Calgar. But before he could reach the command deck, a ship surf approached quickly. The young man knelt slightly. Lord Gaius. Gaius stopped. A transmission from Terra has arrived. The serf carefully handed over a data slate. Gaius accepted it silently. Then looked at the message. The moment he saw the sender identification, even the nearby Ultramarines became slightly more attentive. The Emperor. Gaius read the message quietly at first. Then aloud for the members of the Multiversal Chat still watching. You were correct to eliminate the Psyker blessed by the ruinous powers. The message continued. The system remains unstable. Imperial authority across nearby worlds is weakening. Gaius continued reading calmly. You are ordered to remain stationed within the system and assume direct control over Varric Prime and nearby sectors if necessary. Naruto blinked. Wait. Then came the next line. You may rule them as you see fit. Tony immediately laughed softly. Well damn. The message ended with one final sentence. You will need it. Silence followed briefly. Even Gaius paused slightly at those words. The statement felt important. Not simply an order. Almost a warning. Or preparation. Because Ultramarines were never meant to be only warriors. Guilliman himself had wanted his sons to become rulers, scholars, and leaders once humanity finally found peace. Gaius understood that history well. Still, being given authority over entire systems was another matter entirely. Tony crossed his arms. So you're basically becoming a king now, huh? Naruto immediately grinned slightly. You're gonna be like a Hokage, but for multiple worlds. Saeko smiled faintly. Honestly, you are suited for it. Mindy nodded in agreement. You stayed calm through all of that. Diana also nodded quietly. You think ahead. Most people don't. Even Tanya gave a small approving nod. Among all Space Marine chapters, Ultramarines were perhaps the most capable rulers. Organization. Discipline. Administration. Those things mattered just as much as strength in the Imperium. Gaius looked toward them. For a brief moment, no one spoke. Then Gaius finally said. I will end the broadcast here. The members of the Multiversal Chat nodded. This had become normal already. After major battles, Gaius always disconnected afterward. Naruto stretched slightly before grinning. Try not to become too boring as a ruler. Tony smirked. Yeah. Don't start acting like an old politician. Even Saeko smiled a little at that. Gaius gave no visible reaction to the teasing. But his tone remained calm as always. We will speak again later. Then the broadcast ended. The screens disappeared one by one. Enjoying the story? Want to support future chapters and help this world grow? Every bit of support keeps me writing, thank you. Chapter 242, Chapter 240, The Weight of Rule. Chapter 240, The Weight of Rule. Time passed since the death of the false emperor. Varric Prime still carried scars from the disaster. Entire sections of the upper hive remained damaged from the battle inside the palace spire. Burned districts still existed across parts of the world. Some lower hive sectors had become nearly abandoned after riots, warp corruption, and military purges swept through them. But the planet was no longer in chaos. It was stabilizing. Thunderhawks constantly crossed the skies above the hive cities now. Ultramarines patrolled major districts day and night alongside reorganized PDF units. Military checkpoints stood at nearly every important transit route. Every civilian understood the truth clearly now. The Ultramarines ruled Varric Prime. And they ruled it without hesitation. Any signs of rebellion were crushed immediately. Any signs of warp corruption were destroyed completely. No second chance was given. Inside one lower hive district, workers silently stood against a wall while PDF soldiers searched their homes for hidden cult objects. A frightened old woman watched as soldiers carried away forbidden symbols and burned them in the middle of the street. Elsewhere, a group of civilians knelt in fear while Ultramarines inspected a small shrine discovered beneath a manufactorum. The moment traces of warp corruption were confirmed, the entire chamber was purged with promethium fire. Across the world, similar scenes repeated constantly. The cleansing never truly stopped. The old military command structure had been destroyed almost entirely. Every officer above captain rank had been investigated. Many were executed publicly for treason after the Ultramarines judged them connected to the false emperor's regime. Sometimes there was very little evidence, but even suspicion was often enough. This was the warp. Better safe than sorry. Others disappeared during interrogations. Some had willingly supported the corruption. Others simply failed to stand against it. To the Ultramarines, the difference no longer mattered. Fear spread quickly after the executions. And because of that, resistance faded just as quickly. At first, there had been protests. Workers marched through several hive sectors carrying symbols connected to the false emperor. Some civilians openly cursed the Ultramarines, calling them invaders who killed the only ruler that had ever fed them properly. But those protests ended fast. PDF soldiers opened fire during several riots. Protest leaders were publicly executed. Entire groups disappeared after being arrested. Now the streets remained mostly silent. People still remembered the false emperor. Some even missed him. But fear kept those thoughts hidden. The civilians no longer knew what to believe anymore. The men they worshipped had become a monster. Yet he had also fed them. Protected them. Given them hope when the Imperium abandoned them. The confusion remained inside many people even now. But Gaius did not focus on their feelings. The planet needed order first. Everything else could come later. Far above the hive streets, inside the governor's palace of the upper hive, Gaius stood within a large command chamber overlooking the city below. The palace had once belonged to the planetary governor before the false emperor killed him and his family during his rise to power. Now it served as Ultramarine headquarters. The enormous room remained quiet except for the sound of hololithic displays humming softly across tactical tables. Several Ultramarines stood guard nearby while serfs moved carefully through the halls carrying reports and data slates. Outside the massive windows, smoke still rose from distant sections of the hive. Repair crews worked constantly below. Military vehicles moved through the streets. Thunderhawks flew overhead like dark shadows crossing the polluted sky. Captain Vale stood in front of Gaius, reporting calmly despite the pressure of standing before a space marine. Most nobles and planetary lords have been executed for treason, Lord Praetor. Gaius listened silently. Vale continued. We have stabilized the majority of the hive sectors, but administrative problems are beginning to appear. A hololithic map shifted beside him, displaying several hive districts marked in yellow. We lack experienced staff to properly govern the hive cities efficiently. That was one of the largest problems facing the world now. Most experienced officials were dead. Some had joined the false emperor willingly. Others were corrupted. And many had simply been removed during the Ultramarine purges to prevent future instability. The result was simple. The planet no longer had enough trustworthy leaders. Vale spoke again. The food situation is also becoming serious. Another display appeared beside the first one. Supply routes. Food reserves. Manufacturum outputs. Everything showed decline. The rebel leader centralized food production under his own authority before his death, Vale explained carefully. Trade across nearby systems also collapsed due to the rebellion. Many supply routes remain inactive. He paused briefly. The hive reserves are shrinking. Gaius understood immediately. The false emperor had controlled the population through food as much as psychic influence. Now that structure was gone. And starvation could easily begin again if nothing replaced it. Vale lowered his head slightly. If nothing changes soon, shortages may begin spreading through lower hive sectors within months. The chamber became quiet again. Gaius remained still for several moments. Thinking. Unlike many other space marines, Ultramarines were trained for more than war. They were taught how to govern. How to organize worlds. How to build civilizations. Guilliman had never intended for his sons to remain only warriors forever. And Gaius understood why. War alone could not save humanity. Someone still needed to rebuild afterward. Gaius thought through the situation carefully. He already possessed several advantages. First, the Ultramarines themselves. Even ordinary battle brothers understood logistics, administration, engineering, and strategy far better than most human officials. They could temporarily govern sectors while training normal civilians beneath them. Second, the Magnus structure aboard the Oath of Rectitude. A massive machine capable of constructing infrastructure with impossible speed and precision. As long as raw materials were available, it could continuously produce parts, machines, tools, and supplies. Then there was the multiversal chat. Knowledge from other worlds. Resources and technologies beyond anything a normal imperial ruler could access. The chamber doors opened. Titus and Matoris entered together before saluting. Praetor. Gaius nodded once. Titus immediately began his report. 80 to 90% of the hive cities are now fully secured. The operation had progressed smoothly. Most major districts already obeyed imperial authority completely. Gaius spoke calmly. And the remaining sectors? Titus answered immediately. There is little value in securing the final hive. A map shifted to display a distant hive settlement far from the main population centers. The location is remote, Titus explained. Most of its population had already been transferred away by the rebel leader before our arrival. He continued. The hive possesses little strategic or industrial value. Occupying it would waste manpower and resources unnecessarily. Gaius understood the reasoning. The false emperor had likely concentrated the population into fewer hive cities to strengthen control over them. Unlike the true emperor, his psychic influence could not spread across an entire world. Concentrating civilians solved that weakness. And honestly, that arrangement also benefited the Ultramarines now. Concentrated populations were easier to protect, easier to govern, and it prevented their forces from spreading too thin across the planet. Matoris stepped forward next. We have cleansed all identified traitors. His tone remained calm and professional. All discovered warp cults, corrupted officials, and hidden worshippers have been eliminated. He paused briefly before continuing. Remaining warp artifacts and corruption sites have also been destroyed. Gaius nodded once. Good work. Both Ultramarines bowed their heads slightly. It is our duty. Silence returned briefly. Then Gaius finally spoke. We will begin large-scale distribution of Sea King meat to the hive populations. The room became quiet. Even Captain Vale looked slightly surprised. He had expected them to distribute corpse starch at best, not actual meat. The Oath of Rectitude possessed enormous stockpiles of preserved Sea King meat gathered during On Terra. The meat was extremely nutritious, far beyond normal Imperial food quality. Distributing it to the civilians would solve the immediate food crisis. But it would also consume massive reserves. Matoris hesitated slightly. Not out of disobedience. Only confusion. Praetor, he said carefully, the Sea King reserves are extremely valuable. He continued respectfully. If distributed to the civilian population, our current supplies may only last 1 or 2 months. Especially if the Ultramarines themselves continued consuming the reserves as well, the time would be reduced to 1 month. Matoris simply wanted to understand the reasoning behind the order. Gaius looked toward him calmly. The room became still again. Vale looked shocked. The Emperor decreed. His mind struggled to reconcile it. The Emperor was a god, seated upon the golden throne on Terra. How could he issue a decree here? Was Gaius his champion? He couldn't hold his gaze any longer. He lowered his head. But something in his eyes burned hotter now. His loyalty deepened. Gaius continued. If I am their ruler, then my citizens must be healthy and strong. Matoris understood immediately. This was no longer only military thinking. Strong civilians meant stable industry. Stable recruitment. Stable production. Stable worlds. Feeding them properly was an investment in the future. Gaius continued speaking. We will construct vat-grown Sea King production facilities. Captain Vale blinked slightly hearing that. Even he understood how enormous that plan sounded. With the Magnus Structor and Mechanica support, Gaius said calmly, this world will become self-sufficient. He looked toward the hololithic displays showing the hive cities. The people of Varic Prime will not starve again. Matoris lowered his head slightly. I understand now, Praetor. Then he added quietly. My apologies. But Gaius shook his head once. There is no need. His black eyes remained calm. I prefer my men to question orders they do not understand. A brief pause followed. Blind obedience without thought creates weakness. Matoris saluted firmly after hearing that. As expected of an Ultramarine, Praetor. Gaius ignored the praise and continued immediately. Contact the Oath of Rectitude. Matoris straightened. Deploy the Magnus Structor and accompanying tech priests to the surface. The reconstruction would begin immediately. Factories. Food systems. Infrastructure. Everything needed to stabilize the planet long-term. It will be done, Matoris answered. The Ultramarines quickly departed to carry out the order. Captain Vale also saluted before leaving to continue overseeing the PDF restructuring operations. Soon the command chamber became quiet again. Gaius slowly walked toward the massive window overlooking the hive city below. From this height, the scale of the world became clearer. Billions of people lived beneath him. Factories stretched endlessly across the horizon. Smoke and lights filled the polluted skies. Even after everything that happened, life continued moving forward. Below, civilians hurried through damaged streets while military patrols watched over intersections. Repair crews worked beside shattered structures. Transport vehicles carried supplies between sectors. Thunderhawks crossed the skies overhead constantly. The world remained wounded, but alive. The governor's palace itself felt strange to Gaius. The former ruler and his family had died here during the rebellion. Then the false emperor ruled from above the planet. Now Gaius stood in the same position. Not as conqueror alone, but as ruler. That responsibility carried far more weight than battle ever had. War was simple compared to rebuilding afterward. Gaius watched the hive silently for a long moment. Then quietly spoke to himself. I will raise this world higher. Enjoying the story? Want to support future chapters and help this world grow? Every bit of support keeps me writing, thank you. Chapter 243, Chapter 241, A Better Tomorrow. Chapter 241, A Better Tomorrow. More than 2 months had passed since the fall of the false emperor. Varic Prime had changed completely. The chaos that once consumed the planet had slowly disappeared beneath strict military control, endless reconstruction efforts, and constant ultramarine supervision. The riots were gone. Warp cults had vanished. Public executions had ended weeks ago after the final waves of purges finished across the hive cities. Now the world moved with order. Not freedom. Order. The massive destruction left behind by the battle inside the palace spire had already been repaired across most important sectors. Burned transit routes had been rebuilt. Manufactorums restarted production lines. Communication towers rose once again above the polluted skyline. And most importantly, people were eating again. The Sea King meat distribution changed the hive cities faster than anyone expected. At first, civilians feared it was temporary. Another false promise. Another short moment of relief before starvation returned. But day after day, food continued arriving. Large distribution stations were established across every major district. PDF soldiers maintained order while Ultramarines supervised the operation personally. Long food lines stretched across streets daily, yet unlike before, people no longer fought desperately for scraps. There was enough. Inside one lower hive district, a large food distribution center operated beneath heavy guard. Several PDF soldiers stood watch near metal barricades while tired civilians slowly moved through organized lines. At the center of the area stood Captain Vale himself, helping distribute food alongside volunteers and workers. One Ultramarine stood nearby silently guarding the station. Just his presence alone kept the entire crowd disciplined. No one wanted trouble near an Ultramarine. Vale handed out another large lunchbox filled with cooked Sea King meat alongside small side dishes packed carefully beside it. The smell alone made people hungry instantly. A man stepped forward with his wife and daughter beside him. Vale recognized him immediately. Before the Ultramarines arrived, the men had looked half dead from starvation. His ribs used to show clearly beneath torn clothes full of holes. His daughter had been even worse. Now all three looked healthier. Not rich. Not comfortable. But healthy. The man's cheeks no longer looked hollow. His wife had regained some color in her face. Even the little girl standing beside them looked energetic now. Vale handed over 3 lunchboxes. One for each of them. Each container held enough food for an entire day if eaten normally. Maybe 2 days if rationed carefully. Compared to the old days, it felt almost unbelievable. Vale handed the final box to the little girl before lightly patting her head. Then he looked toward the men. John, Vale said calmly. How is the new job? John's eyes immediately brightened. It's good, he answered honestly. The work is hard physically, but not cruel. That alone already meant everything. Before, workers constantly lived under overseers carrying shock batons or whips. Punishments came easily for slowing down, making mistakes, or simply collapsing from exhaustion. And after all that, the pay barely kept people alive. Even during the false emperor's rule, although food improved somewhat, abuse and corruption still existed beneath the surface. Now things were different. The Ultramarines executed almost every corrupt official they discovered. Overseers. Nobles. Managers. PDF officers. Anyone judged corrupt, abusive, or connected to the old regime vanished quickly. So many bodies piled up during the early purges that entire cremation zones were established far outside the hive cities where promethium fires burned for days. People feared the Ultramarines deeply. But they also knew something else now. The abuse had stopped. Vale gave a small nod. That's good to hear. John looked genuinely grateful. Not fake gratitude. Real relief. Vale glanced briefly toward the lunch boxes. You understand these free distributions will not continue forever. The little girl froze slightly hearing that. So did the mother. John's expression immediately tightened with worry. For a brief second, old fear returned to their faces. They remembered starvation too well. Vale noticed immediately. He gave a faint smile. Relax. The Sea King meat isn't disappearing. The family visibly calmed slightly. It just won't remain free after next week, Vale explained. The new production facilities are almost ready. After that, the food will simply be sold normally. John swallowed nervously. We can afford it. Vale nodded once. It will be cheap. Not cheap for nobles. Cheap for workers. Cheap enough that ordinary families could eat properly every day. John visibly relaxed after hearing that. Thank you, Captain Vale. The wife lowered her head gratefully as well. Thank you. Even the little girl quietly bowed. Then the family stepped aside carrying their food carefully while the next civilians in line moved forward. And the distribution continued. Across the hive cities, reconstruction efforts never stopped. Construction crews worked constantly through day and night shifts. Damaged transit rails were rebuilt. Collapsed districts were cleared away. Entire streets were repaired beneath heavy military supervision. New communication towers rose across the upper hive. Supply depots expanded. Security checkpoints became permanent structures. But some of the biggest changes were not military. They were educational. Schools. That order came directly from Gaius himself. The war against the false emperor revealed one dangerous truth clearly. Ignorant populations were easy to control. Easy to manipulate. Easy to corrupt. If Varric Prime was going to survive long-term, its people needed education and discipline. Children between 5 and 10 years old received simple foundational education first. Reading. Writing. Basic mathematics. Imperial history. Hygiene. Discipline. The goal was not freedom of thought. The Imperium did not work that way. The goal was creating citizens capable of understanding instructions, records, maintenance duties, and responsibilities inside the hive system. For children between 10 and 15, education became far more specialized. Engineering basics. Mechanical repair. Industrial operations. Agriculture systems. Medical fundamentals. Management training. Logistics. Students showing talent were identified early. Some moved toward technical academies connected to forge facilities. Others entered administrative training programs. The best students would eventually help govern the very world they lived on. The schools themselves remained strict. Uniforms were mandatory. Daily inspections happened constantly. Physical exercise was included beside academic lessons. Discipline failures brought punishment immediately. Yet despite the strictness, life slowly improved across many districts. Food became stable. Crime rates dropped. Workers received consistent labor schedules. Military patrols prevented gangs from reforming. For the first time in many years, many civilians finally felt something unfamiliar. Predictability. Not happiness. Not hope. But stability. And inside the Imperium. That alone already meant a better life. Far above the hive streets, Gaius stood upon an enormous empty stretch of land. Once, the palace spire stood there. Now nothing remained. After the battle against the false emperor, traces of warp corruption remained embedded deep within the structure itself. The Ultramarines judged it too dangerous to preserve. So Gaius ordered its complete destruction. Entire sections were collapsed deliberately. The ruins were burned, purified, and buried. Now only flattened ground remained where the false throne once stood. Yet despite everything, the location itself still held great value. The false emperor chose this place carefully. The spire once stood at the center point between the largest hive cities across the planet. It allowed easier communication, easier transportation, and faster military response times. Strategically, it was perfect. Which was why Gaius intended to build something new there. Not another palace. Not another false sanctuary. A command fortress. A place where Ultramarines stationed on the planet could remain permanently. A center of military authority. Administrative control. Logistics. Defense. The future heart of Varric Prime. Construction had not started fully yet. The old spire had only been completely destroyed last week. But the plans already existed. And with the Magnus structure involved, construction speed would become terrifyingly fast. The machine could mass-produce complex parts endlessly as long as it possessed materials and blueprints. Entire buildings could rise within days instead of years. The project would not take long. Cold wind moved through the empty construction zone while workers and servitors prepared surrounding areas nearby. Gaius stood silently overlooking the land. Then he opened the multiversal chat. Messages immediately appeared. Saeko, time passes fast. We're getting close to another one. Naruto, yeah. I'm excited for the rite of crossing. I wonder what kind of world it'll be this time. Mindy, I hope it's similar to the last one. Naruto, same. I want another adventure like the pirate world. Diana, I'm itching for a proper fight again. Tony, hopefully it's a technological world this time. Then Tanya finally sent her own message. Tanya, I hope it's peaceful. Naruto immediately replied. Naruto, that sounds boring. Tanya, peace is good. Tony, that might be the most Tanya answer possible. After spending time with Tanya, Tony had learned that despite her cold and rational personality, she actually preferred peace and quiet more than anyone expected. Ever since she started living in his house, she had spent most of her time enjoying the most relaxed lifestyle possible. So Tony understood her personality a little better now. Naruto laughed through the chat while Diana sent a small amused response afterward. Gaius silently read the messages. The rite of crossing was approaching again. Another world. Another unknown situation. His eyes slowly shifted back toward the massive construction grounds ahead. Workers moved like ants below. Servitors transported metal beams. Thunderhawks crossed the polluted skies overhead. Varric Prime was changing rapidly beneath his rule. And honestly, so was he. 2 months ago, he only came to destroy a corrupted psyker. Now he ruled an entire system. And according to the Emperor's decree. Perhaps even more in the future. Naruto sent another message. Naruto, hey Gaius, what kind of world do you want? The chat quieted afterward. Everyone waited. Gaius remained silent for a moment before answering. Gaius, something with worth. The chat became quiet for several seconds. Then Tony sighed dramatically. Tony, damn. That sounded way cooler than anything I was gonna say. Even Saeko smiled faintly reading it. Below, construction crews continued preparing the future center of Ultramarine Authority on Varric Prime. Enjoying the story? Want to support future chapters and help this world grow? Every bit of support keeps me writing, thank you. Chapter 244, Chapter 242, Rite of Crossing, 2. Chapter 242, Rite of Crossing, 2. The new command center of Varric Prime stood where the palace spire once existed. The difference between the two structures was obvious immediately. The old spire had been built to inspire worship. Massive golden towers stretched toward the sky. Giant statues lined its walls. Everything about it screamed authority and divinity. The new fortress did not. The command center looked practical. Efficient. Strong. Its walls were dark reinforced metal layered with defensive plating and void shielding systems. Watchtowers stood at key positions around the outer perimeter. Anti-air batteries rested along the upper sections while communication arrays continuously rotated above the structure. There were no giant statues. No shrines. No decorations meant to impress civilians. Only function. The building existed for one purpose. Control. Deep inside the upper command floor, Gaius sat behind a massive metal desk reviewing reports. Hololithic displays floated across the room while servitors quietly moved from one side of the chamber to another carrying data slates and documents. The low hum of machines filled the background constantly. Outside the massive reinforced windows, Varric Prime continued rebuilding itself. Thunderhawks crossed the skies. Construction cranes moved endlessly. Smoke still rose from distant manufactorums. Life continued. Gaius picked up another report and read through it carefully. Food production progress. Hive reconstruction percentages. Military recruitment numbers. Educational development reports. He approved some requests immediately. Denied others. Every decision was direct and efficient. One report requested additional military spending for decorative monuments dedicated to the Ultramarines. Denied. Resources wasted on symbols held little value right now. Another requested expanded transportation routes between lower hive sectors. Approved. That would improve logistics and labor movement. Beside him, another stack of documents waited. The amount of responsibility had become enormous. But Gaius handled it calmly. Ultramarines were built not only for battle but also for leadership, administration, and control. Then a soft sound echoed quietly, heard only by him. Ping. A glowing notification appeared in front of him. Feature unlocked, Rite of Crossing. Can now be used. Gaius paused slightly. Then opened the multiversal chat. Messages were already flooding the screen. Naruto, it's open. Tony, finally. Mindy, took long enough. Saeko, it seems everyone was waiting. Tanya, ready. Diana, about time. Even through the messages alone, Gaius could tell everyone had been waiting for this. Tony sent another message quickly. Tony, so. Everybody ready? Naruto, I'm ready. Mindy, born ready. Tanya, ready. Saeko, I am prepared as well. Diana, me too. Nothing important is happening on my side right now. Then Tony asked. Tony, what about you, Gaius? Will you be able to come? Gaius answered immediately. Gaius, I will come. Naruto immediately replied. Naruto, nice. He genuinely sounded relieved. The others felt similarly. Gaius had become one of the strongest and most dependable members of the group. Whenever dangerous situations happened, everyone felt safer with him present. Tony sent another message. Tony, then say your farewells first. A moment later he added. Tony, no time dilation means we could disappear for days, months, or maybe longer from our own worlds. Better handle your responsibilities first. The others agreed quickly. Saeko, that would be wise. Tanya, agreed. Diana, I'll return shortly. Naruto, same here. One by one, the members temporarily went offline. Gaius closed the chat slowly. Then activated the room Vox system. Summon Titus and Matoris. The command echoed through the fortress immediately. Far below the command center, Thunderhawks launched from nearby military sectors. Not long afterward, the command chamber doors opened. Titus and Matoris entered together. Both immediately saluted. Praetor. Gaius looked toward them calmly. I will be leaving Varric Prime temporarily to visit other worlds. Neither Ultramarine looked surprised. They already understood what that meant. They had followed Gaius into other worlds before. Gaius continued. If necessary, I may bring both of you with me. Titus nodded once. Understood. Matoris remained silent, listening carefully. Gaius stood from his throne-like seat and slowly walked toward the large tactical display in the center of the chamber. If we disappear without preparation, instability may return. That was the important part. The people of Varric Prime obeyed largely because the Ultramarines maintained constant authority. More specifically, because Gaius himself ruled. If he suddenly vanished without explanation, rumors could spread quickly. Fear. Confusion. Possibly rebellion. So preparations needed to happen first. Relay orders to lower-ranking Ultramarines, Gaius said calmly. All stationed officers are authorized to make operational decisions through their own judgment during our absence. Titus understood immediately. Decentralized authority. Even without direct leadership, the Ultramarines could maintain order themselves. Matoris spoke next. We will ensure the chain of command remains stable. Gaius nodded once. Good. The two Ultramarines saluted again before leaving to carry out the orders immediately. Once the chamber became quiet again, Gaius sat back down. Then opened his parcel system. Large rows of stored items appeared before him. Enormous quantities of preserved Sea King meat. Weapons. Lost guns. Bolters. Chains words. Heavy bolters. Flammers. Countless magazines and ammunition crates. Frag grenades. Croc grenades. Melt-a-bombs. Medical supplies. Armor components. Everything carefully stored and organized. Enough supplies to support prolonged combat if necessary. The crossings were unpredictable. Every world carried unknown dangers. Preparation mattered. Gaius closed the inventory. Then leaned back slightly in his seat. The large metal chair behind him resembled a throne. Cold. Heavy. Practical. His red cape rested behind him while the auramite iron halo remained mounted behind his head, casting a faint golden light across the chamber. Combined with his massive armored form, the image looked almost divine. But Gaius himself remained calm. Focused. His massive power fist slowly clenched once. Strength capable of fighting Primarch-level beings rested inside that gauntlet now. And still. He relaxed slightly in his seat. The chamber became silent again. Relay Station Aegis 9 existed in the middle of a war that never truly stopped. The station itself was massive. Cold steel corridors stretched endlessly through the structure while docking bays continuously received military ships, supply convoys, and refugee transports from nearby sectors. No one there lived comfortably. Comfort no longer mattered. Humanity was losing ground against the Covenant more and more each year. Inside Operations Deck 3, Lieutenant Marcus Hale stood watching holographic displays rotate slowly across the tactical table. Convoy routes. Supply movements. Fleet reports. Casualty numbers. Always casualty numbers. A logistics officer nearby spoke while typing quickly across a terminal. Refugee intake from Cygnus sector confirmed. Marcus barely looked up. Route them toward secondary intake. We already are, sir. Marcus nodded quietly. Everyone looked exhausted. UNSC personnel moved constantly around the operations room, carrying reports or monitoring communications traffic. A Marine standing near the wall adjusted his rifle sling. If the Covenant finds the station, he muttered quietly, we're dead before warning arrives. Another Marine answered immediately. We are the warning. No one laughed. People stopped joking much during the war. A soft alert suddenly echoed through the room. One analyst frowned while staring at his console. Strange slip-space fluctuation detected. Even he was not fully sure it was truly slip-space. It resembled it, but at the same time felt different. The fluctuations did not fully match normal slip-space readings. Marcus turned slightly. Source. The analyst paused for a moment before answering. Not clear. Another analyst leaned closer to the console, studying the readings. It doesn't match normal UNSC signals. Marcus stepped closer to the tactical display. The holographic marker flickered in and out, like it couldn't stay stable. Unstable. Incomplete. Wrong, but still there. Maybe it's leftover interference from recent fleet movement, someone suggested. Marcus narrowed his eyes. There haven't been any fleet jumps in this area recently. The second analyst nodded slowly, as if that made things worse instead of better. That's exactly the problem. Marcus crossed his arms, still watching the display. Run full diagnostics. They already are, the analyst replied. Fingers moved quickly over the console, pulling up deeper scans. Every time we try to lock onto the signal, it breaks apart, the analyst added. Marcus didn't look away from the hologram. Something about it didn't feel right. It wasn't Covenant. It wasn't UNSC either. It didn't fit anything they normally dealt with. It just felt wrong. 30 seconds passed in silence. Then another alarm went off. This one was sharper. More urgent. Lieutenant, the analyst said quietly, tension rising in his voice. The fluctuation moved. Marcus frowned. Where? The analyst swallowed slightly. It's no longer outside the station perimeter, it's inside. Silence filled the room instantly. Marcus stared at him. That's impossible. Confirmed, the analyst answered. The room shifted immediately. No panic. Only training. Security alert, Marcus ordered immediately. Lock down nearby corridors. Marines moved instantly. Weapons were checked. Communications officers activated emergency protocols. Marcus stepped closer to the tactical display. The anomaly marker flickered. Then it stabilized. Inside Hangar Bay 3. The lights flickered once. A deep vibration rolled through the floor. Motion detected, an analyst reported. Marcus drew his sidearm. How many? A pause. It's not movement. It's a breach. The alarms triggered. Red lights filled the station. Inside Hangar Bay 3, workers backed away as Marines formed a defensive line. Then space tore open. Not slip space. A vertical tear opened in the air, hanging like a wound in space. Its edges burned with faint, unstable golden light, as if reality itself was being pulled apart. Warm radiance spilled through the opening. Then figures stepped out. The first was impossibly massive, an 11-foot-tall warrior in layered auramite armor that shone like solid gold under sunlight. A halo-like structure of the same metal floated and locked into place behind his head, steady and unmoving. A deep red cape fell from his shoulders, trailing slightly as he moved. He looked less like a man and more like a living legend given form. Behind him came a teenage boy in an orange outfit, his expression focused but controlled. Beneath the loose outer clothing, a tight combat suit designed for mobility and protection could be seen, clearly engineered for him rather than standard wear. Next was a woman with purple hair, stepping lightly but confidently. She wore a fitted black combat suit, built for agility. A blade was secured behind her back, and twin firearms rested at her hips, positioned for quick draw. Her posture was calm, but alert. Beside her emerged a man in advanced armor formed from shifting nanotechnology, constantly adjusting and flowing like liquid metal. It resembled designs from a far more advanced future, compact, efficient, and heavily reinforced. A woman followed, wearing armor with a more practical, worn look. A blade was strapped to her side, and a coiled rope sat secured to her gear, suggesting experience in close-quarters combat and mobility. Another woman stepped through next, also with purple hair, striking in presence and composed in movement. She wore a tight black suit similar in design to the others made by the same advanced craftsmanship, with a katana resting at her hip. Last came a child in a soldier's uniform, noticeably smaller than the rest. The outfit was clean but clearly military issued, oversized in some places, giving the impression of someone placed into conflict far too early. The portal behind them snapped shut with a sharp crack, as if reality had sealed itself immediately after their arrival. The Marines froze. Marcus stopped at the entrance. Everyone did. The entire hangar went still. The Marines held their defensive line, weapons raised, but none of them fired immediately. Some hesitated. Because despite the impossible arrival, several of the figures still looked human. All eyes shifted toward Gaius. Tony glanced at the armed formation and sighed. Not exactly a welcoming committee, huh? Marcus stepped forward, rifle steady but voice sharp. Who are you? Image here. Enjoying the story? Want to support future chapters and help this world grow? Every bit of support keeps me writing, thank you. Chapter 245, Chapter 243, Who are you? Chapter 243, Who are you? Inside Hangar Bay 3, nobody moved carelessly. The air itself felt tense. Marines kept their rifles raised while station workers slowly backed away from the center of the hangar. Red emergency lights continued flashing across the metal walls and floor, painting everything in dim crimson light. The newly arrived group stood together near the center of the bay. And every person reacted differently. Gaius did not look at the weapons first. He looked at structure. Formation. Spacing. Positioning. The soldiers were spread carefully across the hangar entrance while others held elevated positions near cover points. Even the way they aimed their rifles showed discipline and training. This was not a militia. Not pirates. Not undisciplined guards. A professional military force. His conclusion came immediately. A highly advanced human civilization. Interstellar level. Possibly engaged in large-scale warfare judging from the station's military layout and alert response speed. Gaius remained still. Not passive. Not relaxed. Deliberate. Beside him, Tanya's blue eyes moved constantly across the room. Angles. Distances. Kill zones. Cover positions. She immediately understood one important fact. They were standing inside a confined metal corridor system connected to the hangar. If fighting began, movement would become limited. But that did not concern her much. Her stance shifted slightly, reducing her exposed profile instinctively. No fear crossed her face. Only calculation. Ready to act the moment things went wrong. Tony observed the station differently from the others. Unlike Tanya, who focused on the soldiers and possible threats, his attention immediately went toward the technology around them. He studied the walls and how they were reinforced. His eyes tracked the lighting systems across the ceiling, then shifted toward the energy flow running beneath the station floor. Even the weapons carried by the nearby soldiers caught his attention. They were compact. Advanced. Clearly human-made. The design philosophy was different from anything he knew, but the engineering behind it was real and practical, not alien. After only a few seconds of observation, Tony arrived at the same conclusion as Gaius. This was a high-technological human world. And the station itself was military. Naruto reacted differently from the rest of the group. His attention immediately went to the soldiers. Not their weapons. Their fear. The Marines looked tense, their rifles held tightly as they watched the newcomers. Several of them stood ready to fire the moment anything felt wrong. And strangely enough, Naruto understood that feeling better than most people would expect. Slowly, he moved his hands slightly away from his sides. Not as surrender. Not out of fear. Just enough to show he was not preparing to attack. He stayed quiet for a moment, instinctively glancing toward the others while waiting to see how they wanted to handle the situation. Diana stepped forward slightly beside him. She understood the atmosphere almost immediately. Not just the tactical side of it, but the people themselves. The fear. The pressure. The hesitation spreading through the room. The soldiers were trained professionals, but they were nervous, and everyone there understood how dangerous nervous soldiers could become. One wrong move from either side could start a fight nobody truly wanted. Diana kept her posture calm and steady. "We are not your enemy," she said evenly. Diana's words were not demanding or threatening. She was simply trying to keep the situation from breaking apart. The Marines still did not lower their weapons. However, a few of them hesitated after hearing her calm tone. Saeko stayed silent beside the group. Her focus was on movement alone. Who was nervous? Who was steady? Who might fire first if something went wrong? Her posture shifted slightly, subtle and controlled. Not aggressive, just ready. If violence started, she would react immediately. At the front of the Marine formation, Lieutenant Marcus Hale kept his rifle steady as he studied them. Everything about the situation told him this was dangerous. The giant armored warrior alone was enough to trigger every defense alarm in his mind. On top of that, the way they had appeared, through a portal that ignored normal slip-space travel, should not have been possible at all. Nothing about this made sense. Marcus finally spoke again, addressing Diana directly. "Then why did you intrude into our station?" His voice was controlled, but tight with tension. Tony answered before anyone else could. "We can't control where we appear." Marcus frowned immediately. "What does that mean?" For a moment, no one responded. Then Gaius stepped forward. Not aggressively. Not dramatically. His steps made a heavy thud against the metal floor due to his sheer weight. Only enough to show he intended to speak. Under the red emergency lights, the massive armored figure seemed even larger as he approached. The auramite armor reflected the light in heavy golden tones, and the halo-like construct behind his head remained perfectly still, as if unaffected by gravity or motion. His black eyes stayed calm. Cold. Focused. Put down your weapons first, Gaius said evenly. A brief pause followed. Otherwise, I will retaliate. The words were simple. Not emotional. Not angry. Just direct. And that made them feel heavier than any shout. The atmosphere in the hangar changed immediately. Tanya reacted first, her stance tightening slightly as her attention sharpened on the soldiers ahead. Not fear, calculation. Readiness. Mindy's hand subtly shifted closer to one of her pistols, her posture controlled but clearly prepared for sudden escalation. Saeko adjusted her footing as well, quiet and precise. Her eyes tracked the Marines carefully, reading their reactions. She wasn't looking for a fight, but she was no longer ignoring the possibility of one. None of them wanted violence. But they were still surrounded by armed soldiers with rifles aimed in their direction. And Marcus noticed the shift instantly. The entire room felt like it was one wrong breath away from collapsing. Especially with the massive armored figure standing at the front. Gaius didn't move much, but his presence alone made the space feel smaller, heavier, more dangerous. Even without knowing who or what Gaius truly was, Marcus understood something clearly. If fighting broke out here, it would not end cleanly. It would be fast, chaotic, and it would cost his people their lives. He could already see it in his mind, his Marines caught in a fight against something they didn't understand, dying before they even had a chance to adapt. That was something he could not allow. He slowly raised one hand toward his Marines. Lower weapons. For a moment, there was hesitation. Fingers tightened on grips. Eyes stayed locked on the strangers. Then the order took hold. One by one, rifles began to lower. Not fully relaxed. Not safe. But no longer aimed directly at the group. The tension inside the hangar eased slightly, like pressure being released from a sealed chamber. Tony quietly let out a breath. Good. Nobody died. That alone counted as a successful outcome. He already knew Gaius well enough to understand something important. Gaius was not built for long explanations or negotiations. When decisions mattered, Gaius acted. When details mattered, Tony usually stepped in. So Tony stepped forward slightly. Okay, he said in a casual tone, trying to keep the atmosphere from tightening again. Now that things are calmer, maybe we can actually talk properly. Marcus didn't relax. His eyes stayed locked on Tony, measuring him. Who are you? Marcus asked. A short pause. And why are you here? Enjoying the story? Want to support future chapters and help this world grow? Every bit of support keeps me writing, thank you. Chapter 246, Chapter 244, The Covenant. Chapter 244, The Covenant. Tony let out a small sigh before answering. Not frustrated, just aware that there was no simple way to explain any of this. Before he could continue, something changed. The armor on his body began to move. A soft metallic shift echoed faintly as the nanotechnology responded. The surface of the suit flowed backward across his body like liquid metal returning toward a central point at his chest, where the arc reactor glowed steadily beneath. Within seconds, the armor collapsed inward completely, vanishing as if it had never been there. Tony now stood in simple clothing, far less intimidating than moments before. The reaction inside the hangar was immediate. A wave of shock spread through the Marines and station personnel. Even the soldiers who had kept their composure earlier couldn't hide their surprise. But it was the technical staff behind them who reacted most strongly. One of them stepped forward slightly, eyes fixed on Tony. Nanotechnology, he blurted out, disbelief clear in his voice. Another worker stared openly, unable to hide his reaction. The station personnel understood enough technology to recognize how impossible what they had just seen truly was. Humanity already had nanotechnology. But it was limited in scope and control. Fuel system regulation. Medical applications. Armor reinforcement fibers. Industrial fabrication. Nothing even close to what they had just witnessed. Tony's armor hadn't just been advanced. It had behaved like a controlled liquid system with perfect coordination, forming and dissolving instantly while still functioning as full combat-grade protection. It wasn't just equipment. It looked almost alive in how it moved. Marcus himself had basic military-level knowledge of nanotech systems. Enough to understand performance limits, deployment methods, and failure risks. And that was exactly why his conclusion came quickly. That armor should not exist. At least not within any known UNSC capability. Not even close. Marcus's eyes stayed locked on Tony now, studying him more carefully than before. Not as a threat, but as something he was trying to understand without any reference point for comparison. Tony extended one hand casually. I'm Tony Stark. Then he gestured slightly toward the others behind him. And these are my friends. Marcus did not shake the hand. But he also did not step backward. His eyes narrowed slightly. Where are you from? That question mattered. Because if these people truly possess technology capable of opening portals directly into secured military stations, humanity should already know about them. Tony looked at Marcus for a moment. The men clearly seemed to be trying to place them into a familiar category, an unknown human faction, maybe a hidden colony, or some classified military program operating outside normal oversight. Honestly, that interpretation was far easier to accept than the truth. Tony gave a brief glance toward Gaius. The massive armored figure remained silent. Still. Observing. Measuring everything in the room without interruption. So Tony chose his words carefully. It's complicated, he said. Marcus did not look amused. That's not an answer. Tony rubbed the side of his head slightly. Fair enough. It's not exactly easy to explain either, he admitted. Behind Marcus, several station workers quietly whispered among themselves. The giant armored figure still drew most of their attention. Especially the halo-like construct floating behind Gaius' head. Combined with the golden armor and enormous size, he looked less like a soldier and more like some mythological being standing inside the hangar. Naruto noticed the civilians staring nervously. Especially some of the younger workers farther back. He scratched his cheek awkwardly. We're really not here to hurt anybody. Marcus glanced toward Naruto briefly. Unlike the others, the blonde teenager looked strangely normal. At least compared to the giant golden armored warrior. Still dangerous probably. But less terrifying. Diana spoke again calmly. We understand why you're cautious. Her voice remained steady. You detected something entering your station unexpectedly. Any military force would react the same way. Marcus did not deny it. Because she was right. If unknown entities breached a secured station, protocol demanded immediate response without hesitation. Especially during wartime. Tony studied Marcus for a moment, then decided to test the waters carefully. You guys at war or something? The question made the room subtly quieter. Even the soldiers seemed to wait for Marcus's answer. Marcus held their gaze for a long moment. Yes. Simple. Direct. No hesitation. Tony nodded slowly. That alone explained a lot. The tension in the air. The constant alertness. The exhaustion written into the posture of the soldiers and station personnel. The constant military presence. Even the station design itself. Everything looked built around survival first. Comfort second. Gaius finally spoke again. Against who? His voice was steady, but direct. There was no confusion in the question, only focus. In his mind, it was still simple. This was humanity. Different world, different government, different technology, but still human. So the real question wasn't what they were fighting, but who they were fighting. Marcus hesitated slightly this time. As if unsure how much information should be shared. Then one of the Marines behind him answered quietly. The Covenant. Naruto blinked. The what? Marcus didn't respond immediately. For a moment, even he looked genuinely caught off guard, not just confused, but disbelieving that the question even needed to be asked. Around him, several Marines shifted slightly, their attention sharpening. They had been listening closely the entire time, and now the tension changed direction. Not toward hostility. Toward confusion. Because to them, the Covenant was not some obscure detail. It was the enemy. The enemy. The one every human colony, every station, every soldier knew about. One of the Marines finally spoke up, unable to hold it back. The Covenant. He repeated it like he was making sure he heard the question correctly. You don't know the Covenant. His grip on his rifle loosened slightly, not in relaxation, but in disbelief. Then his voice hardened with curiosity and suspicion. Where are you from? Naruto hesitated immediately. He glanced around quickly, clearly caught off guard by the question. His eyes flicked toward Tony, then Gaius, looking for guidance. He had spoken without thinking, and now he realized he might have said something that could expose too much about them. After all, they weren't from here, and he didn't know what they wanted revealed. Tony glanced at Naruto and gave a small cough, then shifted his eyes toward Gaius. Gaius understood immediately and gave a slight nod. Seeing that, Tony turned back to Marcus. If we want to talk, he said casually, shouldn't it be in a more comfortable place? Or do you want to continue this here? Marcus paused. His gaze moved briefly across the hangar, the armed marines, the workers, the emergency lighting, the tense atmosphere hanging over everyone, and the unknown group standing at the center of it all. They weren't confirmed as allies. But they also weren't confirmed as enemies. Not yet. After a moment, he made his decision. Then let's talk somewhere more appropriate. Enjoying the story? Want to support future chapters and help this world grow? Every bit of support keeps me writing, thank you. Chapter 247, Chapter 245, ONI. Chapter 245, ONI. Marcus led them through the station without lowering the tension completely. The Marines around the group had relaxed only enough to walk without firing. Their rifles remained firmly in their hands. Some held them across their chests. Others pointed them downward, but only slightly. No one forgot what had just happened in Hangar Bay 3. The new arrivals had appeared inside a locked military station without warning. That alone was bad enough. But the bigger problem was that they did not look like Covenant. And they did not look like any group the UNSC recognized either. So the escort continued in silence. Heavy blast doors opened one at a time ahead of them with deep mechanical sounds, then shut again behind them after they passed through. Security checkpoints lined the halls. Automated turrets followed the group with quiet mechanical tracking movements. Their targeting lights slid over Gaius again and again. Then over Tony. Naruto. Diana. Tanya. Saeko. Mindy. And finally back to Gaius. Station personnel stopped what they were doing to watch them pass. Techs at terminals stared openly. Workers carrying crates paused near the walls. Medical staff turned their heads and kept watching even after the group had already moved on. The station itself felt worn down by war. Every corridor seemed full of tired faces, damaged equipment, and people trying to keep moving despite how long the war had already gone on. Naruto kept looking around as they walked. Not because he was scared. Because he was curious. He noticed the civilians first. People with blankets wrapped around their shoulders. Families carrying small bags. Injured men and women sitting near corridor walls while medics changed bandages. Children leaning against their parents with tired eyes. Then he saw the soldiers. Exhausted. Not weak. Just worn down. The kind of tired that came from seeing too much. Nearby, a small group of refugees sat near a supply wall. Their clothes were worn thin. Several of them looked like they had not slept properly in days. Naruto slowed slightly. Mindy noticed them too. She glanced at the nearby Marine before quietly asking. Those people, where are they from? The Marine looked at her briefly before answering. Refugees. Mindy waited, thinking there was more. The Marine continued in the same plain voice, like it was something everybody on the station already knew. From worlds the Covenant glassed. The word made Saeko turn her head slightly. Glassed. The term sounded strangely familiar. In a bad way. The Marine answered while they kept walking. Orbital plasma bombardment. The Covenant burn a planet from space until the surface turns into glass. The corridor seemed quieter after that. Even the sounds of boots on metal felt smaller for a moment. Naruto looked toward Gaius. Then Mindy. Then Saeko. Soon the others did too. Because the explanation had landed too closely to something they already knew. Something Gaius had done before. P.S. referred to Chapter 69. Not the same in purpose. Not the same in scale. But close enough that the memory hung in the air between them. The looks directed at Gaius carried a faint sense of discomfort. Not fear. Just the strange realization that the horrifying thing they had just heard about was not entirely unfamiliar to them anymore. Gaius noticed the looks. He said nothing. His face did not change. He simply kept walking as if the conversation had not touched him at all. The Marine never noticed the tension. Ahead of the group, Marcus remained alert, though he did not stop them from looking around. He had already decided they were going somewhere safer. That did not mean he trusted them. It only meant he was willing to learn before jumping to conclusions. What he did not know was that they were already being studied from somewhere else. Far from the corridor, deep inside the station's intelligence systems, ONI analysts were watching live feeds from multiple angles. One display showed the hangar. Another showed the escort route. Another zoomed in on Gaius, with measurements and movement tracking running beside the image. The room remained quiet except for low voices and the soft sounds of data systems. The armored one again, one analyst said. His screen displayed Gaius standing almost motionless in the hangar while armed Marines aimed at him. The analyst zoomed the image further. The armor isn't the main issue, he muttered. The body underneath matters more. Another analyst leaned closer. Estimated height. The first analyst checked the values again before answering. Just under 10 feet without the armor. That caused movement across the room. Several analysts looked up at once. That is beyond standard human size. Beyond most augmentation ranges too. One of them brought up Spartan records beside the image. Spartans are considered the peak, he said. This one still looks larger. Another analyst responded immediately. That does not automatically mean stronger. But he sounded uncertain even as he said it. They all knew what Spartans represented in the UNSC. Humanity's greatest soldiers. And now a giant golden armored stranger from nowhere was being compared directly to them. Another analyst enlarged footage of Gaius walking. The way the floor subtly responded under his weight. The way he moved without hesitation. There was no wasted motion. No sign of strain. No uncertainty. That is not normal, one analyst said quietly. Someone else pointed toward the footage. Biological augmentation. Armor support. Both. Another analyst folded his arms. Could just be the armor doing most of the work. But even if the armor is that advanced, another replied, the person inside may still not be normal. Some believed the armor explained everything. Others did not. Most of them had already reached the same conclusion. Whatever Gaius was, he was not human in the ordinary sense. Not unlike Spartans. Just far beyond anything they had records for. Nearby, another screen showed Tony Stark. His armor folded and retracted in smooth metallic waves toward the glowing reactor in his chest. The analyst stared. Nanotechnology, one whispered. Humanity already possessed limited forms of nanotechnology. Nothing remotely close to this. Tony's armor had behaved almost like liquid metal under direct control. It's not just advanced, one analyst said. It's responsive. Meaning it did not function like ordinary equipment. It reacted almost like a living system. The room stayed focused on the footage for several more seconds. Then one analyst finally voiced the question sitting in everyone's mind. Where are they from? Silence lingered briefly. Another analyst answered first. A hidden human colony. That far ahead technologically. How would that even be possible without UNSC contact? No known colony can support this level of advancement. And if they aren't human? That possibility quieted the room. Behind them, two holographic figures continued watching the discussion. Margaret Parangoski. And Dr. Catherine Halsey. Parangoski stood with the calm, sharp look of someone who had already decided this situation mattered. Halsey said very little. Her attention remained mostly on Gaius. His size. His armor. His movement. The halo behind his head. The older woman watched him like someone trying to measure a weapon simply by looking at its shadow. At the same time, Marcus finally brought the group to a secured conference room. The room was controlled. But not like a prison. No chains. No bars. No restraints. Still, security was obvious. The walls were armored. Hidden cameras sat in the corners and behind dark panels. Signal jammers hummed quietly. Outside, Marines stood guard near the doors. Marcus remained inside with them. Thankfully the ceiling was high enough that Gaius could enter comfortably without lowering his head. A large metal table occupied the center of the room. It was built for command work. Not comfort. Nobody sat down. There were no chairs capable of fitting Gaius properly. And after the way the station had already reacted to their arrival, sitting down felt too relaxed for the moment anyway. Marcus moved toward the opposite side of the table. He was about to begin questioning them when the room speakers clicked softly. A logo appeared above the table. Oni. Marcus froze for a split second. He recognized it instantly. So did everyone else. It seems Oni had been watching everything. Marcus instinctively stepped back slightly before straightening again, silently giving authority over to whoever was about to appear. The hologram flickered once. Then an older woman appeared. Calm. Sharp-eyed. Controlled. Authority was obvious before she even spoke. This conversation is now classified under ONI authority. Marcus immediately snapped to attention and saluted. Yes, Admiral Margaret Parangoski. Even in the middle of all this, a thin layer of sweat had appeared across his forehead. Not because he was weak. Because he understood exactly who now stood before them. Parangoski was not someone people ignored. Her holographic gaze moved slowly across the room. First Marcus. Then the Marines outside. Then the newcomers. Even through the hologram, her stare felt sharp and scrutinizing. Naruto shifted slightly. Mindy looked a little uncomfortable under the attention. But Diana remained calm. So did Tony, Tanya, and Gaius. Parangoski did not ask who they were. That would have been the wrong first question. Instead, she went directly to the point. Was the incursion intentional? She was clearly referring to the portal opening inside the station. Tony answered before anyone else could. No. His tone was matter-of-fact rather than defensive. We were transported randomly. We do not control where we appear. For a moment, the room remained still. The answer sounded almost nonsensical. But Parangoski did not interrupt. She simply studied him for several seconds. Then asked the next question. Do you represent a government or military authority? The room became quiet. Not because the question was strange. Because it mattered. The others immediately understood that. Naruto glanced toward Tony. Then toward Gaius. Mindy did the same. Diana's expression stayed calm, though her attention sharpened. Saeko remained silent. Her eyes shifted toward Gaius as well. Because among all of them, only one truly fit the question. Tony was a genius engineer in powerful armor. Naruto was a ninja. Diana was powerful, but not a ruler in this context. Saeko held influence and leadership in her city, but not through an organized military structure. Much of the infected population in her world had already been cleared, and many people listened to her because of who she was and her connection to Gaius, but that was still far from commanding a true government or military force. Tanya was a soldier. A dangerous one. But still a soldier serving under another nation rather than ruling one herself. Mindy was simply Mindy. A teenage girl with special abilities. But Gaius was different. He ruled worlds. Not metaphorically. Literally. The authority he carried went far beyond anything the others possessed here. He belonged to a galaxy-wide human imperium. If necessary, he could command armies numbering in the billions. Entire star systems. Entire populations. And everyone standing beside him understood exactly what kind of authority Gaius possessed. They had seen the scale of the imperium with their own eyes. They knew how vast it truly was, and how much power rested behind a single command from someone like him. Parangoski waited patiently. Nobody answered immediately. Marcus remained perfectly still near the opposite side of the table. Even the Marines outside the room had gone quiet. The atmosphere inside the chamber felt tense in a different way now. Finally, Gaius moved. Slowly and calmly, he turned his helm toward the hologram of Margaret Parangoski. His expression did not change, though it remained hidden behind the golden helm. There was no intimidation in his posture. No arrogance. No deliberate attempt to dominate the room. But his mere presence already did. The halo behind his head glowed faintly in the dim conference room. For a brief moment, nobody spoke. Then Gaius finally answered. Yes. The single word settled heavily across the room. Parangoski's eyes narrowed slightly. Not surprised. Interested. Around the room, the reactions were far more visible. Naruto blinked. Mindy instinctively straightened. Saeko quietly crossed her arms. Tony glanced sideways toward Gaius but said nothing. Tanya simply observed the room carefully, watching how the UNSC personnel reacted to the answer. Marcus felt the pressure in the room increase immediately. Because that response changed everything. This was no longer first contact with a group of unusual strangers. This was now potential first contact with another human military power. One powerful enough that ONI itself had already taken control of the situation. Parangoski remained silent for several seconds before asking the next question. State the size of your controlled territory. Enjoying the story? Want to support future chapters and help this world grow? Every bit of support keeps me writing, thank you. Chapter 248, Chapter 246, Proof. Chapter 246, Proof. Parangoski did not look surprised by Gaius' earlier answer. Yes. She only looked thoughtful. Her hologram stood over the table with the same calm, steady posture, as if she had already started putting the pieces together in her mind. The simplest explanation was that these strangers came from some hidden human colony far outside UNSC reach. From her perspective, it fit. Their technology was too advanced to dismiss as tricks or empty claims. Their armor was unfamiliar. Their arrival through a portal directly into a secured military station should not have been possible at all. If they were an isolated human faction from somewhere beyond known space, that would explain many things. It would also explain why they matched no existing UNSC records. That was the conclusion forming in Parangoski's mind as she watched them carefully, waiting for Gaius to answer her question. But Tony Stark was already getting tired of being questioned. He rolled his eyes, not in anger, but in the way someone does when a conversation is going in circles and he already knows it is going to get worse before it gets better. He looked toward Tanya for a moment. Tanya looked back at him. They had spent enough time together to understand each other's mood without speaking much. Tony gave a small cough, then stepped in before Gaius could respond to Margaret Parangoski's question. "We are not here to be interrogated." The room went still for a second. Parangoski did not react sharply. She only shifted her attention to him. Her expression remained calm, but now there was a sharper edge under it. "Then what are you here for?" she asked. That question landed heavily. It was a fair one. The group was silent for a moment because the answer was not simple. Some of them were here for adventure. Some wanted to see new worlds beyond their own. Tony wanted new technology and ideas to study. And Diana wanted to fight. Tony glanced toward Gaius again, then back to Parangoski. He understood what she was really asking. Not just why they had appeared. She was asking what they wanted. What their purpose was. Tony answered. "We are from other worlds." Parangoski's eyes narrowed slightly. She clearly took that to mean something different from what Tony intended. To her, other worlds sounded like other planets. Maybe colonies. Maybe hidden human worlds. She did not reject the idea, because it was also the same conclusion she had reached herself. The others noticed the misunderstanding almost immediately. Tony noticed it too. That was not what he meant. He exhaled once and corrected himself. "Not other planets," he said. "Other universes. Each of us comes from a different universe. We are not from this one." The room changed at once. Marcus, who had been standing near the side of the table, visibly froze. For a second he looked like he was trying to decide whether he had heard Tony correctly. Other universes. Multiple universes. It sounded impossible. Like something from a bad joke. Like something no soldier should ever hear in a real military station. His mouth opened slightly, then closed again. He looked toward the others, then back to Tony, then finally to Parangoski as if silently hoping someone would tell him this was all nonsense. But Parangoski did not laugh. She did not dismiss him. Instead, she studied Tony with the same calm focus she had used since the conversation began. "How could you prove that?" she asked. The question was direct. It was not hostile. It was practical. If someone claimed to come from another universe, proof would be needed. Tony looked at her for a moment, then turned his head slightly. Naruto noticed the shift immediately. He stepped forward before anyone else could. "I can prove it," he said. Parangoski's eyes moved to him. Naruto did not look nervous. He looked serious in the simple, honest way he often did when he wanted to help. He raised one hand. Then formed a shadow clone. The clone appeared beside him in a cloud of smoke. The two Narutos looked at each other. Then both said the same thing at the same time, with the clone repeating the same calm confidence. "This is my clone." The original Naruto nodded once as if to confirm it. Then he released the technique. The clone disappeared into smoke right there in the middle of the room. Marcus stared. He had no idea how to react at first. He had seen advanced technology before. He had seen Spartans. He had seen Covenant technology. But he had never seen someone create a duplicate of himself out of nowhere, only for it to disappear again like smoke. To him, that was a clear proof that Naruto was not ordinary. It was not something that could be explained by standard science. Parangoski, however, remained quiet. She did not accept the proof fully yet. But she also did not reject it. Tony understood that look. He had expected it. Naruto's shadow clone was impressive, but it still might not be enough for someone like her. So Tony sighed again, then reached into his pocket and pulled out a small USB drive. "This is proof," he said. He looked toward Parangoski. "Gaius Universe." Parangoski watched carefully. There was a small opening in the table in front of her now, almost as if the room itself had been made to accept data devices. Tony did not comment on it. He only stepped forward and inserted the USB. It fit snugly. A moment later, a projection appeared beside Parangoski. The display lit up the room with new light. Marcus looked toward it quickly. Everyone else did too. What appeared on the screen was Gaius. But not the Gaius standing here in the station. This was Gaius in another place. A battlefield. His golden auramite armor was visible, though it looked less imposing than it had in person. Around him, large armies moved and clashed. The enemies were alien. Massive. Strange. They looked familiar in some ways, but not enough to be mistaken for anything in this universe. Then the projection shifted. Gaius turned toward the battlefield and shouted. His voice came through the recording with a deep metallic tone under the helm. Ultramarines. The room seemed to tighten around that voice. Even through a recording, the words carried weight. Then Gaius spoke again. The speech rolled across the battlefield like thunder. We are the Emperor's fury made manifest. We are his wrath given form. We are the shield that guards humanity, and the sword that rends its enemies. No fear. No mercy. No retreat. Bring death to the enemies of mankind. Marcus felt something in him shift as he listened. The words were hard, but not cruel. Strong, but not empty. He looked toward Gaius in the room, then back at the projection, and for the first time his suspicion began to give way to something else. Respect. This was a soldier speaking to soldiers. Not a liar. Not a showman. Someone who truly believed in the duty he carried. Parangoski did not show any reaction on her face. But inside, the image confirmed more than Tony's explanation had. This was not a normal human group. They were from somewhere else entirely. And Gaius clearly belonged to a force that took humanity's survival seriously. The projection continued. Then something even more striking happened. Gaius' aura seemed to burst outward from his body. The ground around him fractured under the force of it. No punch. No strike. No visible attack. Just raw pressure. Across the battlefield, alien soldiers stiffened. Then collapsed. Rows of them dropped all at once. Some passed out. Some fell to the ground without even being touched. The effect was so sudden that for a moment nobody in the room spoke. Parangoski's calm expression finally changed. Not much. Just enough to show shock. Then she got control of herself again almost immediately. Marcus did not hide his reaction at all. His mouth tightened slightly as he stared at the screen. That kind of pressure had not looked like a weapon. It had looked like force itself becoming real. The projection moved again. The battlefield became more chaotic. Gaius looked over the fight and noticed Titus and the Ultramarines starting to be surrounded. He turned his head and gave an order to a massive war machine nearby. Brother Valerius, you are needed there. Marcus and Parangoski both noticed the dreadnought clearly now. The machine was huge. It looked like something between a walking tank and a sealed coffin for a warrior. The footage kept moving. A massive alien brute charged straight at Gaius with a heavy chain hammer. Gaius moved aside with almost no effort at all. The attack missed. Then Gaius grabbed the brute by the neck with one massive power fist and lifted him into the air. He slammed him into the dirt with brutal force. The impact shattered the ground. Blood flew from the alien's mouth. Then Gaius stepped on him. His foot was coated in black armament hockey, making the strike even more severe. He stomped down again and again. No pause. No hesitation. No mercy. The brute's arms broke. His defenses collapsed. Gaius finished him like someone crushing something that had no chance of surviving from the start. Marcus stared at the screen, then at Gaius in the room. His earlier suspicion was almost gone now. Not because he was less cautious. Because the footage had made the answer obvious. Whatever Gaius was, he was far beyond a Spartan in raw strength. The projection ended. The room returned to its normal lighting. For a few seconds, nobody spoke. Then Naruto turned to Tony with a confused look. Tony, how did you even have a video of Gaius? He didn't live broadcast that, right? Tony gave a small smirk. My future self seems to know what I wanted, he said. He sent a recording of what he saw. Naruto blinked once. Oh. That was all he said. He accepted it quickly enough. At this point, he had already seen enough strange things that a future Tony Stark sending a video did not feel like the weirdest thing in the room. Parangoski looked at them again. Her focus returned to Gaius, because Gaius was still the one who mattered most in the room. Then she asked the question that sat at the center of everything. What is it that you are after in this world? Tony answered before Gaius could. His tone was sharp enough to make his point, but not openly hostile. Calm down, old lady. A small pause followed that line. Marcus looked surprised he had said it like that. Tony did not care. He went on. We are from other worlds. We cannot control where we go. We do not even know what kind of world this is yet. Parangoski heard the phrase, old lady, and clearly took note of it. Her eyes shifted slightly toward Tony. She did not react with anger. But she remembered it. Then the room became quiet again. Because Tony's answer had left the real question hanging in the air. What were they after? The answer, honestly, was different for each of them. Adventure. Fights. Technology. Curiosity. Something new. Something worth seeing. Gaius stood at the center of that silence, calm and unreadable. He understood now why this world had drawn attention so quickly. It was a human world in danger. One fighting for survival against an enemy stronger than itself. That was enough to make things important. Parangoski finally spoke again. This time her tone had shifted. She no longer treated them like random intruders. Not fully. Then I will have Marcus introduce you to our humanity. She paused briefly. Humanity that is endangered by extinction. The words settled heavily across the room. Marcus straightened slightly. Even he understood the weight behind that statement. Not just a nation. Not just a world. Humanity itself was in danger. Enjoying the story? Want to support future chapters and help this world grow? Every bit of support keeps me writing, thank you. Chapter 249, Chapter 247, Humanity. Chapter 247, Humanity. The hologram of Margaret Parangoski disappeared without another word. The blue light above the table faded slowly until only the normal room lighting remained. Silence followed. Not the tense silence from before. A heavier one. The words she left behind still lingered inside the room. Humanity that is endangered by extinction. Naruto looked down slightly. Mindy stayed unusually quiet beside Saeko. Even Tony had stopped. The atmosphere inside the conference room had changed completely. Before, this had felt like first contact with another military force. Now it felt like they had stepped into a human civilization in another world, one that was slowly losing a war. Gaius stood silently near the table. Behind the golden helm, his expression hardened slightly. Humanity. Not the Imperium. Not his own universe. But humanity nonetheless. He had seen civilizations collapse before. Entire worlds burning. Refugees fleeing dying systems. Endless war consuming population after population. And now this universe faced the same thing. Different enemy. Different history. Same suffering. His massive armored form remained completely still, but his thoughts sharpened. If humanity in this universe truly stood on the edge of extinction, then this matter could no longer be treated lightly. Across from them, Marcus Hale finally released a slow breath. Only now, after Parangoski vanished, did he fully realize how tense his body had become during the conversation. He lifted one hand and wiped the thin layer of sweat from his forehead. He respected Admiral Parangoski. Every UNSC officer did. But with ONI, respect and fear usually existed together. Especially with someone like Margaret Parangoski. Marcus lowered his hand slowly and looked toward the group again. This time there was no suspicion left in his eyes. Caution still remained. But now it mixed with something else. Respect. Especially when he looked at Gaius. The video alone had changed everything. The battlefield. The speech. The sheer overwhelming strength. Marcus had spent years around military personnel, Marines, officers, even Spartans from a distance. He knew what real soldiers looked like. And Gaius had carried that same presence. Just far heavier. Marcus straightened slightly. Since Admiral Parangoski ordered me to introduce you, he said calmly, I'll start there. He stepped toward the center of the conference room. Immediately, the large holographic table flickered back to life. Blue light spread across its surface. First Earth appeared above the table. Then the moon. Then the rest of the solar system. The projection continued expanding outward rapidly. Planet after planet appeared. Then entire systems. Then even more. The hologram kept growing until a massive three-dimensional star map floated above the center of the room. Dozens of systems glowed across the projection. Lines connected them through trade routes, military routes, and slip-space travel lanes. Some systems glowed blue. Others glowed red. Many red. Naruto stared upward slightly. There's that many human worlds. Even though he already knew the Imperium and Gaius universe ruled countless human worlds, seeing so many displayed clearly in front of him still felt strange. And compared to the Imperium, this civilization was still much smaller. Marcus nodded once. Yes. His voice remained calm. Tired. Or there used to be. The room quieted again. Marcus raised one hand slightly. Several systems dimmed. Others vanished completely from the map. Humanity expanded beyond Earth centuries ago, Marcus explained. Inner colonies. Outer colonies. Industrial worlds. Agricultural worlds. Military worlds. Another section of the map turned red. Then the Covenant found us. The moment he said the word Covenant, hatred appeared clearly in Marcus' eyes. Not loud hatred. Not emotional rage. The colder kind. The kind built slowly over years of war. Tony narrowed his eyes while studying the hologram carefully. The pattern was obvious. Human territory was shrinking. Systematically. Marcus continued. They destroy colonies one by one. Sometimes fleets survive long enough to evacuate civilians. His gaze shifted briefly toward the walls of the station around them. Most of the people on this station came from worlds that no longer exist. Saeko slowly crossed her arms. Is it conquered? Her tone remained calm, though part of her was hoping the answer was not what she thought it was. Marcus looked toward her. And with a single word, destroyed what she had been hoping for. No. He enlarged one of the destroyed systems. A holographic image appeared above the map. A planet. Burning. Massive glowing cracks stretched across continents. The oceans boiled away. Entire cities vanished beneath firestorms. Then the image shifted again. The planet's surface had become dark and smooth like melted stone. The Covenant glasses planets, Marcus said quietly. They bombard worlds from orbit until everything burns. Nobody interrupted him. Marcus continued speaking in the same controlled military tone. Billions dead across multiple colonies. The number settled heavily inside the room. Billions. Not millions. Entire populations erased. Another section of the map turned red. Some worlds lasted days. Another. Some lasted hours. Naruto stared at the burning holographic planets. The earlier refugees suddenly made far more sense now. Families fleeing entire destroyed worlds. Children losing homes. People surviving only because evacuation ships escaped before the Covenant arrived. Mindy had gone unusually quiet. Even she looked disturbed now. Saeko kept staring at the destroyed colonies silently. Tanya watched the map carefully with narrowed eyes. Unlike the others, her thoughts immediately focused on military analysis. Interstellar war. Religious extermination. Superior enemy fleets. Planetary destruction. The scale alone was horrifying. Diana finally spoke. And humanity is losing. Marcus gave a humorless smile. Yes. No dramatic denial. Just honesty. We survive battles sometimes. Another system dimmed red. But every year the Covenant pushes deeper. The room grew quieter again. Gaius remained completely silent beside the table. Red holographic light reflected across the gold of his armor. Burning worlds. Refugees. Humanity collapsing slowly under an enemy with superior technology. Under the helm, his expression hardened further. Then Marcus continued. Fortunately, he said, although humanity is on the verge of extinction due to Covenant technological superiority, they still sometimes choose ground combat. Tony raised an eyebrow immediately. So does Gaius. Marcus noticed their reaction. That's where our advantage begins, he continued. The Spartans. Tony frowned slightly. Superior technology, and they still land troops. From Tony's perspective, that made little sense. If the Covenant truly dominated space warfare, then orbital superiority alone should already decide most conflicts. Why risk ground battles? Why create opportunities for resistance? Marcus nodded. Yes. Covenant space technology is far superior to ours. The holographic map shifted again. Now Covenant ships appeared above human fleets. Large. Heavily armed. Their weapon systems tore through UNSC formations repeatedly across multiple battle simulations. Marcus continued. We still don't fully understand why they commit to ground combat so often. Tony touched his chin thoughtfully. That bothered him. Strategically, it made no sense unless the Covenant had specific objectives planetside. Religion maybe. Artifacts. Resources. Or arrogance. Mindy finally spoke. What about the Spartans? Marcus looked toward her. The moment Spartans were mentioned, something changed in his expression. Respect. Awe. They are humanity's ultimate super soldiers, Marcus said. They can turn ground battles around almost by themselves. Then his gaze shifted briefly toward Gaius. And they're big. He added. Compared to normal people. Naruto blinked. Wait, how big? Marcus adjusted the projection again. Beside the hologram of a standard UNSC Marine, another figure appeared. The difference was immediate and hard to ignore. The second figure, a Spartan, stood significantly taller and wider. Its entire body was covered in heavy green armor, designed more for protection and function than appearance. Even standing still, it carried a sense of weight and pressure, like the air around it had become heavier. Marcus studied the comparison for a moment before speaking. Special forces, he said. Heavily augmented soldiers. That was all he could say with certainty. Most details about Spartans were still classified. Stronger. Faster. More durable than normal humans, he added after a short pause. Tony's eyes stayed on the projection, carefully scanning the armor's structure. Powered armor. Military-grade design. Built for function, not appearance. No unnecessary details. No wasted space. Just clean engineering meant to enhance performance and survival on the battlefield. Even from a glance, the design was already something he wanted to understand further. Marcus continued. They're faster, stronger, tougher than ordinary humans. Then he glanced toward Gaius again unconsciously. But. He stopped himself there. Naruto noticed. But what? Marcus hesitated for a moment. Then answered honestly. Compared to him. He looked directly at Gaius now. I don't think Spartans are on the same level. The room went quiet again. Marcus was not insulting Spartans. Far from it. To UNSC personnel, Spartans were legends. Humanity's greatest warriors. But the footage they had seen earlier had already made the difference obvious. The sheer physical strength alone was absurd. Tanya folded her arms. How many Spartans exist? Marcus answered immediately. Not enough. That answer alone said plenty. Enjoying the story? Want to support future chapters and help this world grow? Every bit of support keeps me writing, thank you. Chapter 250, Chapter 248, Decision. Chapter 248, Decision. The conference room remained quiet after Marcus finished explaining the Spartans. The holographic star map still floated above the table, glowing softly in blue and red light. Burning colonies. Shrinking human territory. Covenant fleets pushing deeper into human space. Nobody spoke immediately. Naruto stared at the map silently. Mindy looked disturbed. Saeko remained calm on the surface, but her arms stayed folded tightly. The atmosphere had changed completely compared to when they first arrived inside the station. Marcus stood near the holographic controls, waiting quietly. He had already explained far more than normal protocol allowed, but Admiral Parangoski herself had ordered him to introduce humanity's situation to them. So he did. The room stayed silent for several more seconds. Then Tony suddenly glanced toward the others. The movement itself looked normal. But the group immediately understood. A moment later, the Multiversal Chat Group opened silently before their eyes. Invisible to Marcus. Invisible to the station. Invisible to ONI. Tony Stark, first off, we have arrived in a world of humans with very advanced technology. They reached interstellar travel and colonized planets outside their solar system. Saeko's eyes remained on the holographic map while she answered through the chat. Saeko Busujima, second, they have an enemy called the Covenant that seems determined to wipe humanity out completely. Tanya narrowed her eyes slightly while studying the military routes across the projection. Tanya von de Gurchaf, and third, even though the Covenant has overwhelming superiority in space, they still choose to fight ground battles on some planets. Strategically, that is strange. Diana quietly observed the hologram of the Spartan again before speaking inside the chat. Diana, and fourth, they seem to have soldiers somewhat similar to the Space Marines from Gaius World. Naruto read the messages quietly. Mindy did too. Neither of them added much. Naruto was still processing the scale of everything they had learned. Entire planets destroyed. Billions dead. A war across space itself. Even for him, it was difficult to fully imagine. Gaius remained silent the longest. His massive armored form stood motionless beside the table while red holographic light reflected across the gold of his armor. Then his message finally appeared. Gaius, no matter. They are humans. And humans standing on the edge of extinction. I will help them. The answer appeared without hesitation. Without uncertainty. Simple. Direct. Tony looked at the message for a second before replying. Tony Stark, agreed. Saeko Busujima, agreed. Diana, agreed. Tanya von de Gurchaf, agreed. Naruto grinned slightly before answering too. Naruto Uzumaki, yeah. Mindy quickly followed after him. Mindy McCready, same here. The decision settled naturally between them. No arguments. No debate. Humanity in this universe was suffering. That alone was enough. The chat slowly closed. Their attention returned fully to the real world again. And all at once, the group looked toward Marcus. Marcus stiffened slightly without meaning to. The sudden attention from the entire group made the room feel tense again for a moment. He already believed they were from another universe now. The proof had been too overwhelming. But even so, they were still strangers. Powerful strangers. And Marcus still did not fully know what kind of people they truly were. If they really came from different universes. Then what did they think about the humans of this world? Would they ignore them? Exploit them? Leave them behind? Or something worse? Marcus kept his posture steady despite those thoughts. Then Tony finally spoke. Then Marcus, was it? Marcus straightened immediately. Yes. Lieutenant Marcus Hale. Tony nodded once. Then, Lieutenant Marcus, he said calmly, I want you to contact your superiors. Or whoever represents your government. Marcus listened carefully now. Tony continued. We'll help humanity. The room seemed to pause. Even Marcus froze slightly at the words. Then Tony added calmly. In exchange. Marcus narrowed his eyes slightly. Not suspicious. Just cautious. What kind of exchange? Tony shrugged lightly. Technology. Information. Resources. Maybe cooperation later. We'll discuss that part with your higher-ups. Marcus stayed quiet for a moment. That answer honestly made sense. Nothing about this situation was normal anymore. Another universe. Advanced technology. Of course negotiations would happen eventually. Still, Marcus understood immediately that this decision had already gone beyond him. Far beyond him. This is above my authority, Marcus admitted honestly. Please wait here while I contact ONI. He did not mention UNSC command. Only ONI. Because at this point, there was no question anymore. Alternate universes. Unknown military powers. Technology beyond current human capability. Everything about this situation belonged directly under ONI jurisdiction now. Tony nodded casually. Fair enough. Marcus turned toward the exit. Then paused slightly before reaching the door. There's one problem. Tony raised an eyebrow. Marcus looked faintly embarrassed now. The station is overcrowded at the moment. Refugees. Evacuation personnel. Soldiers. Most available rooms are already full. The earlier images of refugees flashed briefly through Naruto's mind again. Marcus continued. So, you may need to stay here while ONI responds. Tony waved one hand dismissively. That's fine. Marcus looked relieved. Then he asked carefully. Do you need anything? Tony almost laughed at the question. Food. Supplies. Equipment. The parcel storage system inside the Multiversal Chat Group probably carried enough supplies to survive for years. We're good, Tony answered. Marcus nodded once. Understood. Then he left the conference room. The heavy door closed behind him with a metallic sound. The Marines outside remained standing guard. Silence returned briefly after Marcus left. Then Tony suddenly stretched slightly. Well, he said casually, might as well relax while humanity decides what to do with us. Naruto immediately brightened. Food. Tony smirked. Food. That was all Naruto needed to hear. Tony opened the parcel storage system first. A moment later, containers, bags, and boxes started appearing one after another on top of the large metal table. Different foods from different worlds. Packaged snacks. Drinks. Prepared meals. Even fruits. Naruto's eyes widened immediately. Whoa. Mindy leaned forward slightly. Okay, now this looks better. Saeko shook her head faintly while watching them. Tanya quietly took a seat first. Meanwhile Gaius looked toward the normal conference room chairs for a second. None of them were even remotely large enough. Without saying anything, he opened the parcel system himself. A massive metal chair appeared beside him with a heavy metallic thud that echoed across the room. The floor vibrated slightly from the weight. Naruto blinked. You seriously brought your own chair? Gaius calmly grabbed the giant metal seat using one hand. Effortlessly. Then carried it toward the table and placed it down before sitting. The chair creaked heavily beneath his weight but held. Mindy stared. I keep forgetting how ridiculously strong you are. Gaius ignored the comment completely. Tony laughed quietly while continuing to place food across the table. Well, at least we won't starve waiting for ONI. Naruto had already grabbed food before Tony even finished speaking. Finally, Naruto muttered happily. Saeko sat down nearby more calmly. Diana followed after her. Tanya remained observant even while relaxing slightly. Only then did Gaius finally reach up toward his helmet. With a soft mechanical sound, the golden helm released. He removed it slowly and placed it beside him on the table. His face appeared beneath the armor at last. Calm. Sharp-featured. Stern but not cold. The group showed almost no reaction. They already knew what Gaius looked like. Naruto kept eating. Mindy grabbed a drink. Tony leaned back slightly. Outside the room, however, the Marine standing guard nearly froze. Even through the small observation panel near the door, they caught sight of Gaius removing the helmet. One Marine blinked slowly. That's a human. The other Marine stared silently. Because despite the impossible size and overwhelming presence, Gaius truly looked human beneath the armor. Just far beyond normal. Inside the room, the atmosphere slowly relaxed for the first time since arriving in this universe. Naruto leaned back slightly in his chair while eating. You know, he said between bites, I really forget sometimes that we're actually pretty special. Not everyone can just travel to other worlds. Tony let out a quiet snort. Honestly, that says more about the kind of lives we've been living. Mindy looked toward the holographic map still floating faintly above the table. The red systems remained there. Burning worlds. Destroyed colonies. Her expression became quieter again. So, billions really died. Tony followed her gaze. Looks like it. The room grew calmer again after that. Even the food and casual conversation could not completely erase what they had learned. Enjoying the story? Want to support future chapters and help this world grow? Every bit of support keeps me writing, thank you. Chapter 251, Chapter 249, Waiting Room. Chapter 249, Waiting Room. The conference room stayed quiet for a while after Marcus left. The heavy door had closed behind him with a metallic sound, and the Marines outside remained in place, standing guard with the same careful posture as before. Nothing about the station felt calm exactly, but the room itself had at least become less tense now that the questioning had stopped for a moment. Tony had already taken more food out of the parcel system. So had Gaius. The large table in the center of the room was now covered with food from several different worlds. Naruto was eating sea king meat. Gaius had brought it to the table for anyone else who wanted some. He took another bite, chewed for a moment, and swallowed before speaking. I really want to try food from this world. He said it with honest curiosity, not as a joke. He had been looking around at everything since arriving here, and the food was no different. To him, this whole place was new, strange, and interesting. If they were staying in a human station from another universe, then of course he wanted to know what their food tasted like too. Mindy immediately ruined the dream for him. Then unfortunately they might not have good food in this place. She said it while taking a bite of bread. Naruto blinked at her. What? Why? Saeko, sitting calmly with a cup of tea in her hand, gave a small chuckle. That is understandable, she said. This is a military station. They are in a bad situation. There is no reason for the food to be luxurious. Diana nodded beside her. Saeko is correct, Naruto. Naruto lowered his gaze a little, and his shoulders drooped just a bit. I was just saying. He did not sound truly upset. More disappointed than anything else. He had simply hoped he might get to try something new and good from this world. But the way they all spoke made it clear that this station probably would not have a proper meal to show off. Tony, Gaius, and Tanya kept eating normally. Tony leaned back slightly with a drink in one hand, then paused. He tapped the side of his ear once, his eyes shifting subtly as if listening to something none of the others could hear. After a second, he spoke. There are 3 extra cameras on us right now. Tanya, who was sipping coffee and eating a slice of chocolate cake at the same time, did not even look surprised. It is expected. Tony smirked and glanced her way. No additional one. I meant beyond the obvious ones. Tanya took another sip, completely calm. Gaius only looked at them for a second before continuing to eat as if the surveillance did not matter at all. He did not show any hint of what he thought. For a while, the group kept eating and talking lightly. Naruto tried another piece of food and still looked unconvinced that his earlier wish had been crushed so quickly. Mindy laughed at him a little. Saeko drank her tea with quiet calm. Diana watched the room from time to time, still aware of the cameras and the station outside. Tanya remained composed as always. Tony mostly relaxed while checking things on the laptop he had pulled from the parcel system. Time passed. Marcus still had not come back. After some time, the group started to get bored. Naruto was the first one to stand up. I want to go out and take a look. Tony looked up from his laptop. Then go. Just don't go anywhere you are not allowed to. That was enough for Naruto, but Mindy immediately followed his movement. I'll go with Naruto. Diana looked at Saeko and smiled a little. Can you go as well and watch over them? Saeko gave a soft chuckle. Sure. I'll go. Mindy folded her arms and frowned a little. I'm not a child. Saeko smiled again, a little more gently this time. Yes, yes. You are not a child. I will just go with you guys. Mindy sniffed lightly. That's more like it. The 3 of them headed for the door. As soon as it opened, the Marine guarding outside looked at them. He did not sound rude when he spoke. He was only doing his job. Where are you going? Naruto answered at once. Marcus hasn't returned, and I'm bored. I want to go take a look around. Mindy nodded behind him, clearly sharing the same thought. The Marine hesitated. He had been told to watch them. Not let them wander freely. Please wait, he said. I'll report it first. Naruto frowned. Why? We're just going to look around. Mindy and Saeko understood the Marine a little better than Naruto did. The soldier was clearly caught between orders and the fact that they were not actually acting hostile. Saeko gave a helpless little smile. Naruto, for all his strength and courage, still had a way of sounding simple in moments like this. Mindy sighed and smacked him lightly on the head. Don't mind him, she told the Marine. We'll wait here. The Marine looked grateful at once. This will be quick. Wait. He stepped aside and used the communication built into his helmet to report to someone higher up. After about a minute, he came back. This time his tone had changed. I will escort you guys, he said. So I can introduce you to things. Naruto brightened immediately. Mindy and Saeko followed him out of the room. The automatic door slid shut behind them with a metallic hiss. The hallway outside was busier than Naruto expected. Marines moved through the station with rifles in hand. Workers pushed heavy cargo containers along the floor. Technicians hurried past carrying tools and data slates. Holographic displays flickered on the walls. Every few moments, announcements echoed through the station. Docking Bay 3 now receiving evacuation transport. Medical personnel requested in Refugee Sector C. Slipspace Traffic Lane 7 temporarily restricted. Naruto looked around with open curiosity as they walked beside the escorting Marine. Southwest, this place is always this busy. The Marine glanced back briefly. Not usually. His voice carried a tired edge under the professionalism. We've been taking in refugees for weeks now. Naruto nodded slowly. That made sense. The station was crowded for a reason. Mindy walked beside him with her hands behind her head, looking around carefully. She noticed different things than Naruto did. Security cameras. Guard positions. Blast doors. Weapon racks. Emergency controls. A military station from another world still looked like a military station. Saeko walked with calm elegance, even in the strange and futuristic surroundings. Her expression remained soft, but she was watching everything too. More than once, passing Marines glanced at the three of them. Naruto stood out the most because of his orange clothing. He did not seem to care much. He was too busy looking around. Then he suddenly stopped near a large observation window. Outside the station, huge ships floated in space. Some were damaged. Some were surrounded by repair drones and engineering craft. Workers moved constantly across the hulls. Naruto stared for a moment at the blackened armor plating and the giant burn marks across the ships. The Covenant did that, he asked quietly. The Marine nodded once. Most of those ships barely made it back. Naruto looked silently at the ruined ships for another second before walking again. Soon the hallway changed. There was less military movement now. More civilian voices. The air felt different too. Louder. Hushed in a different way. Then Naruto saw the refugee section properly. Rows of temporary beds filled a massive open space inside the station. Families sat together beside stacks of luggage and supply crates. Children slept under blankets. Exhausted adults spoke quietly nearby. Some people stared blankly at the wall. Others watched station screens in silence. Medical staff moved among them constantly. The whole place felt tired. Not chaotic. Not panicked. Just deeply worn down. Naruto slowed. They really lost their homes, huh? The Marine did not answer at first. When he finally did, his voice was quieter. Yeah. That one word said enough. Mindy's joking mood faded. Saeko's expression also became more restrained. They had all seen refugees before in one way or another. But this was different. This was a whole station filled with people who had lost everything to war. A small child noticed Naruto staring and quickly hid behind her mother. Naruto blinked awkwardly and scratched the back of his head. Am I that weird looking? Mindy answered immediately. Yes. Saeko covered a small laugh behind her hand. Even the Marine let out a tired chuckle. The tension eased a little after that. They continued walking until Naruto suddenly smelled food. His eyes lit up instantly. Food. Mindy looked at him. You literally just ate. Naruto crossed his arms. That was our food. He leaned forward a little. I want to try this world's food too. The Marine led them farther until they reached a mess hall. Naruto's excitement lasted about 3 seconds. He looked at the tray in front of him and became silent. Gray protein blocks. A bowl of soup that looked bland enough to make him sad just by looking at it. Nutrient packs. Dry bread. Naruto stared at the tray. This is the food. Mindy immediately burst out laughing. I told you. The Marine looked a little embarrassed. It's military food. Saeko sat down calmly with her own tray. Well, she said politely, it is practical. Naruto poked the gray protein block with one finger. It looks like a rock. It tastes worse, Mindy said helpfully. Naruto ignored the warning and took a bite anyway. A second later, his face changed completely. Instant regret. Saeko finally laughed properly. Even the Marine had to turn slightly to hide a smile. Naruto swallowed and looked betrayed. What is wrong with this place? Mindy laughed harder. You said you wanted to try the food here. I didn't mean like this. For a few moments, the mood became lighter again. The station was still full of war and loss, but at least the group could joke a little while sitting down with food. Then the Marine's helmet comm activated quietly. He straightened immediately and listened. A short pause followed. Then he turned toward the three of them. Lieutenant Hale has returned. His expression grew more serious again. And ONI wants everyone back in the conference room. Naruto looked up from his tray. Mindy stopped laughing. Saeko set her cup down. The short break was over. Enjoying the story? Want to support future chapters and help this world grow? Every bit of support keeps me writing, thank you. Chapter 252, Chapter 250, Terms. Chapter 250, Terms. Naruto, Mindy, and Saeko returned to the conference room together. The automatic door slid open with a soft metallic hiss, and the three of them stepped back inside to find the room changed again. Tony was still at the table with his laptop open. Tanya sat a little straighter than before. Diana had already turned her attention fully toward the center of the room. Gaius remained where he was, quiet and huge and still, with his helmet resting on the table. Marcus had already returned too. The moment he saw the three of them, he gave a small nod. You're back. Naruto dropped into his seat without much ceremony. Yeah. Mindy sat beside him, and Saeko returned to her own chair with the same calm she always seemed to carry. The food from earlier was still on the table, though most of it had already been eaten or pushed aside. The mood was different now. Less relaxed. More official. Marcus straightened slightly before speaking again. ONI will now discuss cooperation with you directly. That alone made the room settle. Even Naruto stopped moving for a moment and sat more properly in his chair. The word ONI carried weight here. He did not fully understand all of it yet, but he understood enough to know it mattered. Marcus had barely finished speaking when the holographic table flickered back to life. Blue light spread across the surface. Then the familiar figure of Admiral Margaret Parangoski appeared above the table once more. The room went silent instantly. Parangoski's sharp eyes swept across all of them. Calm. Cold. Careful. Nothing escaped her gaze. Not Tony's posture. Not Tanya's expression. Not the way Mindy looked between adults trying to act older than she was. Not Naruto's open curiosity. Not Saeko's quiet attention. Not Diana's steady calm. And especially not Gaius. I have reviewed Lieutenant Hale's report, Parangoski said without wasting time. Her voice was the same as before. Controlled. Clear. No empty greeting. No polite build-up. She continued, you claim to be from other universes, and possess technologies beyond current UNSC capabilities. When she said technologies, her eyes shifted briefly toward Tony and Gaius. Tony leaned back a little in his chair. That about sums it up. Parangoski ignored the casual tone completely. And despite possessing those advantages, she said, you are offering assistance to humanity. Her gaze settled on Gaius. Why? The question hung in the room for several seconds. It was not asked like a challenge. It was asked like caution, wrapped in a question. Parangoski was not about to trust them blindly. Even if Tony's video showed Gaius calling himself a shield of humanity, she had no reason to accept that at face value. She did not know whether it was true, and even if it was, it had been said in another universe. That still left the real question. Would they help humanity here? Or were they only speaking for their own world? She was looking for motive. For reason. For something solid enough to hold on to. Then Gaius answered. Because humanity stands at the edge of extinction. His deep voice filled the room naturally, calm and direct. I am a space marine. He remained completely still. I am a shield of humanity. The words were simple, but they carried real weight. I will not stand aside and watch humanity burn. Parangoski studied him silently. She did not react outwardly. But inside, she was clearly measuring every word. She was trying to decide whether this was conviction, performance, or something else entirely. Then her eyes shifted to the others. And the rest of you share this view? Tony answered first, with a small shrug. You've got billions of civilians getting wiped out by genocidal aliens. Hard to ignore that. Naruto crossed his arms. They're humans. To him, that was enough. Diana nodded once, calm as ever. We will help where we can. Saeko gave a small nod beside her. Tanya followed with the same level tone she always used. Strategically speaking, cooperation benefits both sides. Mindy added quietly, I'm not exactly a fan of humans getting wiped out by aliens either. Parangoski listened to every answer without moving much at all. Then, after a long second, she said, very well. Marcus blinked slightly. Even he seemed to expect more resistance. But Parangoski was not done. However, understand this clearly, she said. The hologram's expression hardened just a little. ONI does not trust blindly. Nobody in the room looked shocked by that. Not really. Tony even gave a faint smirk like he had expected the line all along. We will cooperate, Parangoski continued, but under controlled conditions. Tony murmured, there it is. Parangoski ignored him again. You will not be granted unrestricted access to military networks, classified infrastructure, or major population centers. Tanya gave the smallest nod, almost to herself. It was a reasonable answer. Expected, really. Parangoski continued, in return, humanity will provide logistical support, intelligence sharing, temporary residence, and operational coordination. Then the hologram shifted. A new planet appeared above the table. Blue oceans. Green landmasses. Human cities marked across the surface. Due to current station overcrowding, Parangoski said, you will not remain aboard this facility permanently. Naruto immediately looked relieved. Oh, thank God. Mindy snorted quietly at the same time. Parangoski continued as if she had not heard him. You will instead be transferred to a secure UNSC-controlled colony world. Tony looked at the planet projection more closely. Which world? Cascade. The hologram zoomed in slightly. Parangoski explained, a mid-level inner colony. Population stable. Industrial and civilian infrastructure intact. Far enough from current Covenant advance routes to remain relatively secure. Tanya studied the map carefully. This was not a frontline world. Not Earth. It was controlled enough to be useful, and distant enough to avoid immediate danger. Parangoski continued, you will be granted a secured residential sector under ONI supervision. Tony raised an eyebrow. So basically a very polite containment zone. Parangoski answered at once. Yes. Naruto blinked. She actually admitted it. Even Marcus looked slightly uncomfortable hearing it said so directly. But Parangoski did not care. You are unknown variables possessing strategic-level capabilities, she said. Containment and observation are standard procedure. The strategic value she meant was their technology, especially their ability to teleport and what seemed to be some kind of spatial storage system. The surveillance had already recorded them creating food out of thin air and Gaius taking out a metal chair to sit on. If something like that appeared in a UNSC station during wartime, ONI would absolutely take control of the situation. Tony nodded slowly. Honestly. Fair. That seemed to surprise Marcus more than anything else. He had expected arguing. Maybe even mocking. Instead Tony just accepted it. Parangoski continued, cooperation will begin with limited exchanges. Several holographic windows appeared above the table. Technology. Weapons data. Medical information. Slipspace navigation. Combat footage. Engineering notes. ONI wishes to evaluate what assistance can realistically be integrated into ongoing UNSC operations. Then she narrowed her eyes slightly. And in return, I assume you will request information from us as well. Tony smiled faintly. Now we're talking. The room shifted again. Still serious. Still cautious. But no longer hostile. It was the beginning of something much more structured. An alliance, maybe. If not yet friendship, then at least a working understanding. Parangoski continued, a transport vessel will arrive within several hours. The hologram of Cascade rotated slowly above the table. You will travel with the next refugee convoy. Naruto's eyes widened slightly. With the refugees? Yes, Parangoski said. The route is already secured and scheduled. Adding a separate military transport for your group alone would attract unnecessary attention. Tanya immediately understood the reasoning. It was efficient. Hidden movement. Tony tapped his finger lightly on the table. So only ONI knows about us right now. Correct. Parangoski answered without hesitation. And I intend to keep it that way for the moment. Marcus understood that part clearly too. If the wider UNSC learned about alternate universe visitors all at once, panic would spread fast. Questions would follow. Politics would follow. Fear would follow. And in a war like this, fear could become a problem almost immediately. Parangoski continued, until your intentions, capabilities, and reliability are properly evaluated, information regarding your existence will remain compartmentalized. Tony nodded once. Fair. Marcus looked at him again, still a little surprised by how quickly he accepted everything. Parangoski's expression remained calm. Lieutenant Hale will remain your acting liaison temporarily. Marcus straightened immediately. Yes, Admiral. Mindy glanced toward him. So he's basically babysitting us. Marcus looked tired for a second. Something like that. Mindy let out a small laugh at that. Parangoski continued, your movement on Cascade will remain monitored. Tanya gave a small nod. Expected. You may assist ongoing operations depending on future evaluations. Parangoski looked around the room one last time. This time, she was no longer only looking at strangers. She was looking at possible allies, possible risks, and perhaps a possible opportunity for humanity itself. Your claim to help humanity will be evaluated carefully, she said. ONI will not assume goodwill. Tony gave a slight nod. Would have been weird if you did. Parangoski ignored the comment completely. If your assistance proves genuine. For the first time since she appeared, her tone shifted slightly. Not soft. Not friendly. But honest. Humanity may owe you more than it can repay. That sat in the room for a moment after she said it. Marcus looked slightly surprised hearing those words from her. Parangoski did not continue after that. Instead, the hologram flickered again. Prepare for transport, she said. Departure to Cascade begins once the refugee convoy finishes docking procedures. Then the projection vanished. The blue light faded away. The room returned to normal. Silence followed once more. But it was not the same silence as before. It was quieter in a different way. Less like uncertainty. More like the beginning of a new stage. Naruto leaned back a little in his chair. So, we're going with refugees now. Tony snorted softly. Apparently. Saeko gave a small, calm smile. It is better than being locked in a station room forever. Mindy leaned back as well. Yeah, I can live with that. Diana glanced toward the fading hologram spot over the table. We'll have to see this Cascade world next. Tanya sipped from her drink and said calmly, it is a controlled environment. That is acceptable. Gaius remained still for a moment. Then he looked toward the others. He understood that once they arrived in Cascade, they would be watched closely. He had already accepted that. Still, his answer had not changed. These people were human. And humanity was still worth protecting. His expression stayed hard beneath the calm surface. Enjoying the story? Want to support future chapters and help this world grow? Every bit of support keeps me writing, thank you. Chapter 253, Chapter 251, Cascade Arrival. Chapter 251, Cascade Arrival. The refugee convoy departed several hours later. By then, the station they had been living in was already fading behind them, becoming smaller through the transport's window until it was just another shape among many in the dark of space. The convoy moved as a single organized body, dozens of vessels traveling together in steady lanes. It did not look rushed. It did not look confused. It looked controlled, and that alone said a lot about how hard humanity had learned to hold itself together. Military frigates kept their distance, watching over the convoy like patient guards. Smaller patrol craft moved around the transports in slow, constant circles, never staying in one place for too long. They looked less like escorts and more like watchdogs. Nobody on the convoy was alone. Nobody was unobserved. Marcus remained with the group as their liaison. He stayed with them even after the agreement was made, which gave the arrangement a more official feeling. He was not just escorting them through the station. Until ONI decided how to handle the situation, Marcus was the one responsible for dealing with them directly. Naruto stood near one of the observation windows with his arms resting behind his head. So this is the ship we're riding. Marcus, who was nearby and keeping an eye on them all, gave a simple nod. It's a civilian transport, he said. Repurposed for evacuation support. Naruto looked at the seats, the overhead lighting, the crowded rows of passengers, and the bags packed around everybody's feet. The transport was full. Refugees sat together quietly, many with only a few belongings left. Some had crates. Some had small bags. Some had nothing but the clothes they were wearing. A few people slept with their heads against the windows or on folded arms. Others stared quietly at the military broadcasts playing without sound on the screens above them. A child clutched a small toy while leaning against a tired-looking mother. An old man sat alone with a blanket over his knees and a distant look in his eyes. The whole place felt tired. Not panicked. Not desperate in the loud way. Just worn down by too much loss. Naruto's usual energy faded a little as he looked around. There was no joke in his face now. He was just watching. Tony sat nearby with his laptop open again, his attention moving across the limited UNSC information Marcus had allowed him to see. After a while, Tony let out a quiet breath. Your logistics situation is worse than I thought. Marcus glanced over, not looking surprised. We lost a lot of worlds, he said simply. That answer made Tony quiet for a moment. He already knew the Covenant were bad. He had already seen the maps. But hearing it said so plainly, in a ship full of refugees, made the problem feel bigger. More real. Not long after, the transport speakers crackled to life. Slipspace transition in 30 seconds. All passengers remain secured. Naruto looked up immediately. Slipspace. It was the same term he had been hearing ever since they arrived here. Mindy leaned back in her seat nearby, one arm resting over the back. It should be how they travel in space. That was enough to get Naruto interested again. After seeing how Gaius traveled through space in his own universe with the warp drive, he wanted to know whether slipspace worked the same way here. The lights inside the ship dimmed slightly, and the room seemed to settle. The conversations quieted. People who had already been sitting still did so even more carefully. Outside the viewport, the dark of space seemed to shift in a strange way. Blue distortions began to bloom ahead of the convoy, thin at first, then spreading like ripples across the black. The transport lurched. Not violently. Just enough to make Naruto blink and grip the seat beside him for a moment. Then the stars outside stretched in a strange line, as if space itself had suddenly bent. Blue light swallowed the view beyond the window. It flowed around the convoy like a current, surrounding the ships and carrying them somewhere else. Naruto stared at it with real fascination. Okay, that's actually cool. Saeko sat calmly with her cup in hand, watching the blue distortion outside with a softer, more thoughtful expression. It feels safer than Gaius' way of traveling. Tony gave a small nod. It seems like they're traveling through another dimension, he said. So yeah, probably safer. Gaius' universe travels through the warp, and that place has demons in it. Gaius remained completely motionless through the entire transition. He did not seem unsettled by the strange movement through another dimension. Outwardly, he was calm. But inwardly, his thoughts were already turning over what he had just learned. Slipspace. A travel method outside the warp. Something stable enough that humanity here used it as the main way to cross interstellar distances. It was impossible not to notice the value of that. If a similar system could be brought back to the Imperium, if it could ever truly replace warp travel, then it would be a major thing. Less dependence on the warp. Less danger from demonic interference. Less madness. Less corruption. He did not trust the idea completely yet, but he was already thinking about it. That was the kind of mind he had. Tony glanced out the window as well, his interest rising. This slipspace, he asked casually, how does it work? Marcus looked at the glowing display for a moment before answering. In simple terms, it's another dimension, he said. Our ships use Shafujikawa drives to enter it, travel through compressed spacetime, then return to normal space somewhere else. Naruto blinked. So, space shortcut. Marcus gave a small nod. More or less. The holographic map on the ship shifted slightly while Marcus explained further. Strange routes and lines appeared and moved through the display. Distances behave differently inside slipspace, he continued. Without it, interstellar travel would take decades or centuries. Tony folded his arms lightly. And the Covenant are better at it than you. Marcus nodded. Much better. Faster travel. Better precision. More advanced navigation. His voice hardened a little. That advantage alone has cost humanity countless worlds. Tanya studied the map closely. And navigation errors? Marcus answered at once. Dangerous. Bad calculations can leave ships lost, damaged, or emerging in the wrong location entirely. He pointed toward one part of the display. Gravity also interferes with transitions. Large celestial bodies create mass shadows in slipspace. Ships usually jump from a safe distance away from planets or stars. Tony looked mildly interested now, like the subject had become more technical than he first expected. And your AIs handle most of the calculations. Yes, Marcus said. Smart AI significantly improved travel accuracy. Gaius heard that word clearly. AI. He did not change expression, but his thoughts sharpened again. He had no special love for artificial minds. In his own universe, he knew enough to be wary. Still, he was not going to reject the value of slipspace because of that. The non-warp travel alone was worth serious attention. Hours later, the convoy finally emerged from slipspace. The blue distortions vanished. The darkness outside changed. And Cascade appeared ahead of them. Naruto was the first to step closer to the window again. Oh. The planet filled the view. Blue oceans curved around green landmasses. Clouds drifted over the surface in broad white lines. Even from orbit, bright city lights could be seen scattered across the night side and along the edge of the day side. Around the planet floated orbital defense platforms, military stations, and dozens of UNSC ships moving along their lanes in disciplined formation. The whole scene looked busy and heavily defended. It did not look peaceful. It did not look safe. But it did look alive. Mindy stared out quietly. This place is huge. It's still functioning, Marcus said. There was a strange kind of pride in his voice when he said it. Even after everything humanity had lost, there were still worlds that remained standing. Worlds that kept moving. Worlds that refused to die. As the convoy descended toward the planet, Naruto noticed even more below the surface of the view. Massive industrial zones. Long highways stretching across cities. Space elevators reaching toward orbit like giant steel lines. Air traffic moving constantly through the sky. Military checkpoints near the landing sectors. It was a heavily armed world. Tony looked out for a moment before speaking quietly. Now I see why ONI picked this place. Tanya nodded once. Stable infrastructure. Strong defenses. Enough distance from the front line. And enough surveillance, Tony added. Marcus pretended not to hear that last part. The transport slowly descended toward one of the large military civilian spaceports near the edge of a wide coastal city. A moment later, the ship settled onto the landing platform with a heavy mechanical hum. Inside, the lights shifted back into normal brightness. A calm mechanical voice came over the speakers. Welcome to Cascade Colonial Spaceport. Refugee processing lanes will begin shortly. Please remain seated until instructed otherwise. Outside the viewport, the spaceport stretched across the coastline like a city built for ships. Massive landing pads reached toward the ocean. Cargo cranes moved constantly from one ship to another. Rows of UNSC aircraft lifted into the sky one after another. Even from inside the transport, the distant sound of engines and machinery still reached them faintly through the hull. Naruto stared at everything with open interest. This place is busy. Colonies usually are, Marcus said while standing. Especially now. The transport doors finally opened with a long hydraulic hiss. The noise outside hit them immediately. Voices. Announcements. Footsteps. Engines. Cargo movers. Only then did the full size of the spaceport become clear. Refugees were being guided into lines by UNSC personnel. Medical teams stood nearby with portable scanners. Overhead, cargo containers moved along rail systems. Everything was organized and controlled. Not because the situation was calm. Because nobody had time to waste. Naruto looked upward when several fighters roared across the sky above the port. Saber fighters, Marcus explained automatically after noticing Naruto looking. Mindy let out a low whistle. This entire planet feels armed. It is, Tanya said calmly, watching the visible anti-air defenses around the port. This colony is preparing for eventual attack. Marcus did not deny it. Because he knew it was true. Every world now had to think that way. Not just frontline colonies. Even places like Cascade had to prepare for the possibility that the Covenant could appear someday. As they walked through the spaceport under escort, more civilians noticed them. Mostly Gaius. People stared. Some openly. Others tried not to. A giant armored man standing in a gold suit of armor would always draw attention, no matter how carefully ONI tried to manage things. A small refugee child pointed toward Gaius while whispering something to her mother. The mother quickly lowered the child's hand and gave an apologetic smile, as if trying to avoid offense. Gaius did not react. Enjoying the story? Want to support future chapters and help this world grow? Every bit of support keeps me writing, thank you. Chapter 254, Chapter 252, Residence. Chapter 252, Residence. The ONI personnel waiting outside the landing platform did not waste time. 3 black armored agents stood near the edge of the refugee processing lane while several UNSC Marines held the perimeter around them. The Marines looked normal compared to the ONI agents, who carried themselves with a different kind of control. They were quieter. Straighter. Cleaner too, despite the fact that the spaceport was full of dust, cargo traffic, and exhausted people moving through every direction. Their attention locked onto the group the moment Marcus led them closer. One of the ONI agents stepped forward. Lieutenant Hale. Marcus gave a small nod. Transfer complete. The agent's eyes moved across the group one by one. Naruto. Tony. Tanya. Saeko. Diana. Mindy. Then finally Gaius. Even surrounded by crates, cargo rails, moving workers, and military vehicles, Gaius was impossible to ignore. He was simply too large. Too still. Too heavy in presence. The gold of his armor stood out against everything else in the port like something that did not belong in the same world as the rest of them. The ONI agent spoke again. Transport arrangements for your residential sector are ready. Tony lifted an eyebrow. That was fast. We prepared in advance, the agent answered. Tony gave a quiet mutter. Of course you did. No one argued with that. ONI clearly did not operate without planning ahead. By the time they landed, the organization had already decided how the situation would be handled. Honestly, that was probably normal for an organization like ONI. From what they had seen so far, it operated with authority that seemed to go beyond even its own government. The group was escorted away from the refugee lane soon after. As they walked deeper into the massive spaceport, the scale of Cascade became clearer. Magnetic cargo rails moved overhead, carrying shipping containers through the air in organized patterns. Holographic signs shifted constantly above the walkways, updating ship arrivals, civilian traffic routes, and restricted paths. Automated cargo drones floated past workers and soldiers alike while armored patrols moved between checkpoints. Everything felt industrial. Alive. Busy in a way that never stopped. Naruto kept looking around as they walked. So many people. Even after arriving from orbit, it still felt strange to him. Everything here was so different from what he was used to: tall buildings, flying drones, holograms, and a world that looked far more advanced than his own. He came from a low-tech world. He had spent his life in a village, even if that village was a ninja village. It was still a village at heart. Tony's eyes moved across everything with a different kind of focus. He was not just looking at the size. He was looking at the systems. The civilian traffic was tied into military routing. Emergency response systems were built into the city itself. Power grids were clearly prioritized to defense sectors first. He let out a low breath. You people militarized half the planet. Marcus did not look offended. That happened after the war started. Tony glanced toward a line of anti-air batteries mounted across one of the far buildings. And the civilians just adapted to this. Marcus looked ahead while walking. They didn't have a choice. That answer shut the conversation down for a moment. Because it said everything. A world under pressure did not get to choose comfort. It chose survival. That was all. As they walked farther, the full skyline of Cascade became visible through the massive glass walls of the terminal and through open stretches of the city beyond. Tall towers rose near the coast. Bridges crossed layers of highways. UNSC aircraft moved between buildings constantly. Farther in the distance, huge industrial complexes pushed dark smoke up into the clouds. And above all of it, defense platforms were visible high in orbit. Naruto stared upward. You can actually see the guns from down here. Marcus said nothing for a moment. That was the point. The colony wanted people to see its defenses. It wanted civilians to remember they were protected. It wanted any enemy watching from far away to know the world would fight back. Gaius remained silent as he looked over the city. Outwardly, he gave nothing away. Inside, he was already taking everything in. The discipline. The layered defenses. The way civilian and military systems worked together. Humanity here was smaller than the Imperium and weaker in scale, which made it more vulnerable. But they had still managed to hold on. For decades, they had fought an enemy far stronger than they were, one capable of wiping out entire worlds. That alone was enough to earn his respect. Eventually, the group was led toward a transport vehicle waiting near the edge of the terminal. It looked more like an armored military bus than a normal civilian ride. Naruto stared at it and immediately pointed. That thing looks military too. It is military, Marcus answered. Mindy folded her arms. So literally everything here is military. Marcus gave the smallest shrug. Pretty much. Nobody laughed, but nobody seemed surprised either. The ride through Cascade only made that feeling stronger. The roads were crowded, but organized. Police drones floated between traffic lanes. Military convoys crossed intersections with full priority clearance. Public emergency shelters were built directly into the civilian districts. Even the advertisements on the holographic billboards carried wartime messages. Enlist. Support the fleet. Report suspicious activity. Humanity stands together. Naruto leaned closer to the window while they moved through the city. They really think the Covenant could come here too? Nobody answered. Because they already understood the reality of the situation. From what they had learned about slipspace travel, and if the Covenant's technology was truly more advanced than humanity's, then they could arrive with very little warning. Tony suddenly noticed something else through the window. A massive blue hologram floated above one of the nearby buildings, slowly rotating high above the street. Insurrection divides. The Covenant destroys. Report sedition. Protect humanity. The words glowed brightly against the dark skyline while UNSC symbols shifted beneath them. Tony looked at it for a moment before glancing toward Marcus. You guys had civil wars too? Marcus gave a small nod. Insurrectionists. Before the Covenant War. He stopped there. As if he had been about to say something else, but decided against it. His expression hardened slightly before he looked away toward the window again. Tony hummed quietly. That explained a lot. Humanity here had already been fighting itself before the Covenant became the larger threat. No wonder ONI existed. No wonder security was so strict. This world had been living under pressure for a long time. After some time, the vehicle entered a quieter district near the edge of the city. The buildings here looked cleaner. Less crowded. More controlled. The transport stopped in front of a large residential complex surrounded by subtle but obvious security systems. Cameras. Hidden turrets. Motion sensors. Guard posts. Tony looked at it and let out a long sigh. Yep. Definitely containment housing. The ONI escort did not deny it. This sector has been prepared for your stay. Naruto stepped out of the vehicle and looked up at the building. He paused for a moment. Then shrugged. Honestly. Still better than staying inside that station. Mindy looked at him, then at the building, then back at him. Yeah. I'll give you that. Saeko's expression stayed calm, but even she seemed to agree with the thought. The spaceport had been crowded. The transport had been crowded. The station had been crowded before that. This place, even with all its cameras and guards, at least felt like it had room to breathe. The group moved closer to the building while the ONI agents remained watchful. The residential block itself was tall and modern, but not fancy. It was built to be practical. Wide enough to hold multiple families or groups. Strong enough to keep people secure. Simple enough that it would not stand out too much if viewed from the outside. The windows were large, but the building still had the feeling of being watched. Tony noticed that immediately. So did Tanya. They did not need anyone to point it out. This was a secure residence. Not a prison. But also not freedom. A controlled space. A place ONI could watch, evaluate, and manage. Naruto seemed less bothered by that than some of the others. Honestly, he was already used to being watched wherever he went. He looked around the quieter district again and then glanced back toward the city and the busy port in the distance. At least here, the air felt less crowded. At least here, there was more space to think. At least here, no one was sleeping shoulder to shoulder in a packed transport or waiting in endless lines at a refugee station. And for all the security around them, the place still felt better than the station. Saeko lightly brushed one hand along the sleeve of her outfit and glanced toward the entrance. This is not a bad place. Mindy nodded. Yeah. It could be worse. Tony looked over the security systems once more. It could always be worse. Tanya, as usual, was the most practical. Though we are being monitored. That was neither surprise nor complaint. Just a fact. Gaius had not spoken much during the ride, and he still said nothing now. He simply looked over the building, the city beyond it, and the guards posted nearby. Cascade was heavily defended. It was still under threat. Still part of a war that stretched across a whole human civilization. But it was standing. And that mattered. He could work with that. The group began moving inside with the ONI escort, stepping toward the place that would serve as their temporary residence. Enjoying the story? Want to support future chapters and help this world grow? Every bit of support keeps me writing, thank you. Chapter 255, Chapter 253, First Contact. Chapter 253, First Contact. You will have the remainder of today to settle in, the ONI escort said. The group had only just entered the residence when the agent stopped near the entrance and turned back toward them. Tomorrow morning, cooperation will begin. The first phase will focus on technological exchanges and evaluations. Tony gave a small nod. Sounds good. The ONI agent looked around the room one final time. If you require anything, contact Lieutenant Hale. Marcus, standing nearby, nodded once. Before leaving, he looked toward Tony. There should be a contact phone in the living room. My number is already in the contact list. Tony nodded. Got it. Marcus gave a final glance around the room before following the ONI escort toward the door. A moment later, both men stepped outside. The door slid shut behind them. Silence filled the residence. For exactly 2 seconds. Then Naruto vanished. Whoosh. One moment he was standing near the entrance. The next he was across the room. Then near the kitchen. Then beside a large window. Then at the stairs. Then somewhere else entirely. His fruit ability turned him into a blur as he raced through the residence at impossible speed. Whoa. Naruto appeared beside a massive wall display. Look at this thing. Whoosh. There's another room over here. Whoosh. And another. Whoosh. And another. Tony watched him zip around the building like an excited child who had just discovered an amusement park. He couldn't stop himself from smiling. Some things never change. Nobody seemed particularly worried. There was no danger here. At worst, Naruto was giving ONI surveillance teams an accidental demonstration of his powers. Naruto suddenly appeared upside down over the back of a couch. How many cameras do you think are watching us right now? Many, Tanya answered immediately. Probably a lot. Naruto looked toward the ceiling. Then one corner. Then another. Hi. Tony pinched the bridge of his nose. Please don't start talking to the surveillance system. No promises. Meanwhile, Mindy had discovered the kitchen. She opened one cabinet. Then another. Then the refrigerator. Her eyebrows immediately rose. This place is stocked. Saeko stepped beside her and looked inside. Food. Drinks. Cooking supplies. Packaged ingredients. Emergency rations. Everything was neatly organized. Prepared in advance, Saeko observed. Prepared for us, Mindy corrected. Saeko nodded slightly. That was true. Nothing here seemed accidental. By the time they arrived, everything had already been prepared. Across the room, Diana stood near one of the large windows. The city stretched across the coastline beyond. Tall buildings rose toward the sky. Aircraft moved between towers. Farther away, sunlight reflected off the ocean. It is beautiful, Diana said quietly. For a brief moment, it was easy to forget the war. Only for a moment. Tony eventually wandered toward the wall display. The screen covered almost half the wall. He tapped it experimentally. The display immediately activated. News broadcasts. Public information networks. Entertainment channels. Emergency alerts. Civilian communications. Everything appeared instantly. Tony raised an eyebrow. Not bad. Nearby, Tanya was studying something entirely different. Not the furniture. Not the view. The residence itself. Her eyes moved across the room. A ventilation grill. A ceiling fixture. A decorative wall panel. Then another. And another. 23. Saeko glanced toward her. You counted them already? Tanya nodded. Visible surveillance devices. Tony looked up from the screen. Only visible. There are probably more hidden ones. Tony smirked. Probably. Definitely, Tanya corrected. At the far end of the residence, Gaius entered the room clearly prepared for him. The doorway was wider than normal. The furniture was reinforced. Even the bed was significantly larger. For several moments, he simply looked around. The room was simple. Functional. Comfortable. A place designed for rest. Something surprisingly uncommon in his life. Eventually he turned and left the room without comment. Back in the living room, Naruto burst out of another hallway. Guys. Everyone looked at him. I found the bathroom. Nobody reacted. Naruto looked disappointed. I thought that was more exciting. It isn't, Tanya replied. Oh. Then he vanished again. The rest of the day passed quietly. The group settled into the residence. Naruto explored every room at least twice. Mindy tested nearly every chair. Tony spent time studying public UNSC information. Tanya examined the residence. Saeko relaxed with tea. Diana enjoyed the view. Gaius observed. And somewhere nearby, ONI undoubtedly watched all of it. The next morning arrived peacefully. Sunlight poured through the large windows. The city beyond was already awake. Aircraft moved through the skies. Traffic flowed across distant roads. The world below never seemed to stop moving. Inside the residence, breakfast was underway. Naruto was eating enough for 3 people. Mindy looked halfway awake. Saeko sipped tea. Tony scrolled through information on the wall display. Diana enjoyed the morning view. Tanya drank coffee. Gaius sat quietly. The doorbell suddenly rang. Everyone looked toward the entrance. Tanya stood first. "I'll get it." She walked across the room and opened the door. An ONI agent stood outside. The same professional posture. The same black armor. "Good morning," he said. "I am here to escort the person who will discuss cooperation with you." Tanya blinked once. "Escort." She looked past him again. The front yard was empty. No other personnel were visible. No scientists. No officers. Nobody. Her eyes returned to the ONI agent. "Where is the person you're escorting?" The ONI agent lifted the hard case he was carrying. "Here." Tanya stared at the case. The agent continued. "It is a hologram and computer system." A brief pause followed. "It will be the one discussing cooperation with you." Tanya nodded. That made sense. With technology this advanced, it was normal for someone to speak to them through a remote system, especially if the person was too far away to meet them in person. At first, she had assumed it would be that woman again, Admiral Parangoski. "Come in." The ONI agent stepped inside. By now the others had noticed the visitor. Naruto immediately leaned forward. "Who's that?" "ONI," Mindy answered. "Obviously." Naruto said. "I meant why." Saeko sighed softly. "Because today is the cooperation meeting." "Oh." Naruto remembered immediately. Right. Just earlier, he had been talking about exploring the city. Mindy had agreed with him. They had both wanted to leave the residence and see more of Cascade. Saeko had quickly reminded them that they had important discussions scheduled today. Naruto and Mindy had backed down after that. Reluctantly. Now they watched as the ONI agent entered the room. The agent carried the case to the large table in the center of the living room. He carefully placed it down. Then stepped away. Without another word, he moved to the side of the room. Standing straight. Hands behind his back. Almost like a guard. Or perhaps a witness. The room gradually became quiet. Everyone's attention shifted toward the case. The ONI agent pressed a control. The case unfolded smoothly. Panels opened outward. Projectors extended. Lights activated. A second later, blue holographic light filled the air above the table. A human figure appeared. Naruto blinked. She's not the same woman from before. She wasn't. The woman standing above the table looked younger than the admiral. Tall. Professional. Black hair pulled neatly back. Calm brown eyes. A dark ONI uniform. Unlike Parangoski's cold intensity, this woman seemed more composed and analytical. Not warm. But not openly intimidating either. The hologram swept her gaze around the room, looking at everyone present. Naruto and the others. One by one, she studied them carefully. Not rudely. Not aggressively. Just observing. Taking in details. Measuring what kind of people they were. The room stayed quiet while she did so. Finally, she spoke. "Good morning." Her voice was calm. Professional. Clear. "I am Commander Saran Osman." The ONI escort standing beside the wall became slightly straighter. The level of respect was noticeable. Tony noticed it immediately. "Interesting. Very interesting." "Commander Osman." Tony repeated. The hologram nodded. "Yes." Her eyes settled briefly on him. "I suppose you possess significant technological knowledge." Tony smiled slightly. "Depends who's asking." For the first time, the faintest hint of amusement appeared in Osman's eyes. "Fair enough." Naruto looked between them. "Wait." He pointed. "So you're the cooperation person?" "Yes." Naruto nodded. "Okay." That seemed to satisfy him. Osman's eyes lingered on Naruto for a moment, studying him a little more closely. His abilities had surprised them, after all. Then her attention shifted back to the group as a whole. "Admiral Parangoski has authorized the first phase of our cooperation." A holographic display appeared beside Osman, filling with technical reports, research files, project summaries, and other data. "This phase will focus on evaluation." Tony folded his arms. "Evaluation of what exactly?" Capabilities, Osman replied without hesitation. New windows appeared beside her as she spoke. Technology. Knowledge. Engineering. Manufacturing. Scientific principles. Tony exchanged a glance with Tanya. Exactly what they had expected. Before information can be integrated into UNSC systems, Osman continued, we need to understand what is practical, what is compatible, and what can realistically be reproduced. That made sense. Even Mindy understood that much. Advanced technology was not enough by itself. Materials, factories, infrastructure, and knowledge all mattered. A reasonable approach, Diana said. Precisely. Osman's attention shifted to Gaius. And there is another matter. The room grew quieter. Your equipment. Everyone knew what she meant. The armor. The weapons. The technology behind them. I would like permission to examine your armor eventually, and anything similar among your group, she added, her gaze briefly settling on Tony, clearly aware of the nanotech armor he had already demonstrated. Naruto immediately looked toward Gaius. Tony did the same. They had all expected that request sooner or later. Gaius remained silent for a moment. Then he shook his head. No. The answer was immediate and absolute. My armor is not available for examination. The room fell silent for a second. Osman did not seem surprised. Understood. She did not argue or attempt to pressure him. The request had been denied, but asking had still been worthwhile. Tony noticed that immediately. She was testing boundaries, learning what they were willing to share and what they were not. Then Osman's gaze shifted to him, and Tony understood. Tony hesitated before answering, I'm not sure about sharing my nanotechnology without understanding how it would be used here. He had not fully figured out the situation here yet, and giving away something that advanced without knowing how it would be used might do more harm than good, even if his intention was to help humanity. Osman nodded at Tony's answer. For today, Osman said, changing the display again, I propose something simpler. The new list contained technology overviews, basic capability discussions, questions and answers, and initial assessments. No classified exchanges. No sensitive military information. Starting small, Tony said. Yes. Osman looked around the room. Trust is not built in a single meeting. Nobody argued with that. Enjoying the story? Want to support future chapters and help this world grow? Every bit of support keeps me writing, thank you. Chapter 256, Chapter 254, Evaluation. Chapter 254, Evaluation. Osman gave a small nod when no one objected to the meeting beginning that way. Good, she said. Her tone remained calm and professional, but there was a quiet confidence behind it. She was clearly used to running meetings and having people listen. The holographic displays floating beside her remained active, casting soft blue light across the room. Before continuing, she looked around the table. First, she said, I would like each of you to introduce yourselves properly. Tony immediately raised a hand. I can do that. Osman gestured for him to continue. Tony pointed a thumb toward himself. I am Tony Stark. Iron Man. Osman nodded once. Tony then pointed toward Tanya. She is Tanya de Gurchaf. A soldier of the Empire. Tanya gave a small nod, nothing more. No smile, no added explanation, just a quiet, controlled acknowledgement. Osman's gaze lingered on her for a moment. The young girl matched her description perfectly. Even while seated, she carried herself with the posture of a trained soldier, composed and disciplined in a way that didn't feel forced. But the fact that she was a soldier, and so young, didn't seem to provoke much of a reaction. After everything they had already learned, about people arriving from another universe, that detail no longer stood out as especially shocking. Compared to that reality, it simply became another fact to accept. Tony moved on. She is Diana Prince. He pointed toward Diana. Wonder Woman. A demigod. Diana nodded politely. Pleasure to meet you. Osman maintained her professional expression, though she noticed one of the ONI specialists beside her immediately adding notes. Demigod. That was not a word people used casually. Whether it was literal or symbolic remained to be seen. Tony then pointed toward Naruto. He is Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto immediately gave a thumbs up. I'm a ninja. Tony laughed lightly. I was getting to that. Naruto grinned. Osman studied him briefly. The reports on Naruto Uzumaki had been unusual, to say the least. Even in ONI's assessments, his speed alone had already been enough to raise concern and surprise among the analysts, marking him as far beyond what they had initially expected. Tony continued. She is Mindy McCready. Mindy blinked. Then looked at him. That's it. Tony pointed toward Saeko. She is Saeko. A swordswoman. Mindy immediately sat upright. Hey. Nobody responded. Seriously. Tony ignored her completely. Mindy folded her arms. That's rude. Naruto tried not to laugh. He failed. Saeko simply smiled into her tea. Tony moved on. Finally, he pointed toward Gaius. He is Gaius Maximer Thasser. The room grew slightly quieter. He is a space marine. And a praetor. He holds unparalleled authority. Gaius gave a single nod. Nothing more. Osman paused. Longer than she had for anyone else. Space marine. Praetor. Neither term meant anything to her yet, but the weight in Tony's tone mattered more than the words. The O&I specialist beside her was already writing faster. Osman did not look at him, but she knew what that meant: classification escalation. She filed it away. Questions could wait. Right now, she needed structure. She raised one hand. The holographic display shifted, reorganizing into clean categories. Technical capability. Medical systems. Manufacturing. Energy production. Mobility. Strategic doctrine. Then let's get started, Osman said. We begin with what is useful. Not what is impressive. Tony immediately smiled. Those are rarely the same thing. A faint hint of amusement appeared in Osman's eyes. Sometimes. Her attention shifted. The first matter is medical technology. The display changed. UNSC casualty reports appeared. Plasma burns. Limb loss. Field trauma projections. Rehabilitation shortages. Naruto's expression shifted immediately. The casual energy faded. Mindy stopped speaking entirely. Diana leaned forward slightly. Humanity's medical systems remain effective, Osman said. The problem is scale. The casualty reports shifted. Once the Covenant begin attacking a world, casualty numbers can increase dramatically within hours. New figures appeared across the display. Plasma trauma, limb loss, radiation exposure, and battlefield evacuation continue to consume significant resources. Another report appeared beside it. Every soldier returned to duty faster is one less replacement that must be trained. Osman looked around the room. If you possess methods that improve recovery rates, reduce treatment time, simplify prosthetic integration, or increase battlefield survival, that information has direct value. Tony glanced at the data. Now that is a practical starting point. Osman nodded. It is. Tony leaned back slightly. Nanomedical repair. Smart diagnostic systems. Portable trauma stabilization. Things that keep people alive until they reach proper care. He didn't mention his most valuable technology, the fabrication technology. Osman made a note of it. She didn't think much of it yet, but that was fine. If they could get their hands on it, they could study it properly, and from there, they might be able to improve their own systems as well. Across the table, Gaius remained silent. But his attention sharpened. Medical systems were not glorious. They did not win wars. They allowed wars to continue without collapsing the society behind them. That was something he understood. A commander who only counted victories and ignored logistics was a fool. Armies marched because supply lines endured. Empires survived because their wounded could return to duty. Every soldier saved was strength preserved. Yet as he studied the data, something quieter settled within him. He knew of the Imperium's medical systems. Apothecaries. Gene seed preservation. Augmetics. Rejuvenat treatments. The biological sciences of the Mechanicus. But knowing that such things existed was not the same as knowing how to create them. He was a warrior. A commander. A space marine. Not a Mugos biologist. Not an apothecary. His hand moved unconsciously toward his chest. Toward the presence residing there. The fragment of the Emperor. His fingers rested against the ceramite over his heart. A silent question. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, deep within his soul, something stirred. A single, steady pulse. Not words. Not instruction. Yet the meaning was unmistakable. There was knowledge. Knowledge available to him, should he seek it. Gaius remained motionless. As a son of Guilliman and one who had studied beneath the Primarchus' teachings, he understood better than most that the Emperor was no ordinary man. The master of mankind had guided humanity for ages beyond counting. A scientist. A statesman. A conqueror. A visionary whose knowledge had shaped an empire spanning 1,000,000 worlds. If anyone possessed answers beyond his own understanding, it would be him. Across the table, Tanya spoke. Then the real question is whether those systems can be integrated into existing industrial infrastructure. Tony pointed at her immediately. Exactly. That is the real problem. Osman tapped another control. The hologram shifted again. Engineering systems replaced medical data. Ship components. Reactor schematics. Structural frameworks. Tony's expression changed immediately. Interest sharpened. Osman watched him closely. Then she said, engineering. Tony stepped forward half a pace. Nanotech components unfolded from his wrist. A compact system projected a larger holographic interface over the table. Big picture, Tony said. Arc reactors. Fabrication systems. Field repair integration. Modular deployment. One of the ONI specialists paused mid-note again. Tony noticed and smirked slightly. And for the record, he added, your equipment isn't bad. But it still looks like it's built around the idea that the biggest gun in the room wins the war. Marcus shifted slightly at that. Osman's expression remained controlled. But her attention sharpened again. That statement was not wrong. It was just uncomfortable. Most UNSC doctrine still leaned heavily on overwhelming force. Tony's perspective leaned elsewhere. Flexibility. Efficiency. Adaptability. Osman stored that distinction carefully. Then she turned her gaze away from Tony. Toward Naruto. What about you? Naruto blinked. What can you do? He hesitated. Then scratched his head. I don't really know much about technology. Osman's eyes flicked briefly to his clothing. The black suit beneath the orange coat. Naruto noticed. Oh, this, he said quickly. Tony made it. Osman nodded slightly. That confirmed another connection. Tony was not just a participant in the group's equipment. He was a central source. Her attention did not leave Naruto. Then may I ask what your abilities are? Naruto thought for a moment. I'm a ninja. He raised 2 fingers. I can make shadow clones. Use Rasengan. And move really fast. The ONI specialist recorded every word carefully. Osman gave a small nod. No request for demonstration yet. That would come later. Her gaze shifted to Mindy. What about you? Mindy answered without hesitation. I'm quite ordinary. I just have unparalleled accuracy, and I can maintain deep focus. Osman gave a small, acknowledging nod. She did not press further for the moment. Instead, she let her attention settle over the group as a whole. As you said earlier to Admiral Parangoski, each of you comes from different universes, yes? Tony nodded. Then I want to ask, Osman said calmly, her tone steady but precise, what kind of universes are you from? Tony answered first. Me and Mindy are from the same universe. Earth. Year 2012. That immediately drew a subtle lift of Osman's eyebrow. Are you speaking the truth? She asked, her voice turning more formal, her gaze sharpening as she studied him closely. Tony raised a hand slightly in a casual, almost joking gesture. Of course it's true. Why would I lie? Osman held his gaze for a moment longer, then gave a small nod. On the surface, her expression remained controlled. Internally, however, the implication was difficult to ignore. She had expected variation in technology, differences in advancement, perhaps even alternate development paths. But she had not expected a baseline civilization that, by their own historical standards, was still in its early industrial to modern transition phase. Earth in 2012, as she understood it, had not even achieved routine interplanetary travel. At best, they had reached their own moon. Yet the men sitting in front of her carried technology that clearly surpassed ONI's current capabilities. And it was not just possession. It was invention. That possibility had already been considered, but not fully accepted until now. A second line of reasoning briefly formed, perhaps the technology was acquired from elsewhere, not created by him. That would be the more logical explanation given the existence of inter-universal movement. So she asked, carefully, your technology, the nanosystems and others, were they created by you? Tony's response came without hesitation, almost with pride. Of course I made them. Who else could it be? Osman's earlier assumption collapsed again. Even the ONI specialist beside her visibly adjusted his notes, the pace of his writing increasing. This was no longer just classification of individuals with advanced equipment. It was a shift in categorization entirely. Osman updated her internal assessment. Subject is not only a user of advanced technology. Subject is a direct inventor operating far beyond the technological baseline of his stated origin. Outwardly, she remained composed. Incredible, she said evenly. To develop such systems from Earth in 2012 is highly significant. Tony simply nodded, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Of course. I'm Tony Stark. Enjoying the story? Want to support future chapters and help this world grow? Every bit of support keeps me writing, thank you. Chapter 257, Chapter 255, Worlds. Chapter 255, Worlds. Osmond folded her hands together on the table. Then perhaps the better question is not who you are. The holographic display beside her shifted. Several blank files appeared in the air, waiting to be filled. Perhaps the better question is where you came from. Tony leaned back in his chair. That's a bigger answer. Yes. Osmond looked around the room. Because people do not exist in isolation. Her gaze settled on Tony first. A man does not build advanced nanotechnology without a civilization supporting him. Then she looked toward Tanya. A child does not become an officer without a military structure behind her. Finally, her eyes moved toward Gaius. And no warrior becomes what you are without a society capable of creating you. The room remained quiet. Everyone understood what she was asking now. She was no longer trying to understand them as individuals. She was trying to understand the worlds that had produced them. The societies. The cultures. The history. The technology. The things that shaped them. Osmond looked around the table once more. Then I will ask this time, what kind of worlds are you all from? She paused briefly. This will be the last topic for today. Several of the group relaxed slightly. Next time, Osmond continued, we will begin actual cooperation and the exchange of technology. Tony nodded. That seemed reasonable. Before sharing anything important, both sides needed a better understanding of each other. Osmond considered the group for a moment. She intentionally did not choose Gaius first. In truth, she was saving him for last. Everything she had learned so far suggested his world might require the longest explanation. Instead, her gaze shifted towards Saeko. What kind of world is yours, Saeko? Saeko smiled gently. Mine is an apocalyptic world. The room became quieter. It is set in modern times, she continued. It is also called Earth. Similar to Tony's time. Osmond froze. Apocalyptic. Saeko nodded slowly. A virus spread throughout the world. Her smile faded slightly. It turned living people into undead. The O&I specialist on the other side of the connection immediately became more attentive. And it is very contagious. Osmond stared at her. A world-ending plague. A virus capable of destroying civilization. That was not a small thing. Images of biological warfare reports and containment scenarios flashed through her mind automatically. What about the humans? Osmond asked. How many are left? Saeko shook her head. I don't know. There was no hesitation in her answer. Nobody in her world truly knew. But because of Gaius, we now have a city free of zombies. Her eyes briefly moved toward the giant space marine. It holds tens of thousands of people. Osmond looked at Gaius for a moment. Another piece of information to add to the growing list. The existence of a safe city. The fact that he had helped establish it. The fact that tens of thousands of people were still alive because of it. I see. She thought for a moment. Then spoke. If needed, and if you possess tissue samples or specimens, you can provide them to us. Saeko blinked. Osmond continued. We may be able to assist in developing a vaccine. A look of genuine happiness appeared on Saeko's face. I actually do have one. You do? Yes. Saeko nodded. I kept an undead corpse. The O&I specialist immediately made notes. She had done that deliberately. Long before arriving here, she had already considered the possibility of bringing samples to another world. Scientists in her own city had been researching the virus for some time. There had been progress. Some promising results. But they still lacked a true cure. They still lacked a proper vaccine. If a civilization with technology far beyond theirs became involved, perhaps that process could move much faster. Osmond understood the reasoning. She did not feel afraid of the virus itself. Undead infected were dangerous, certainly. But what interested her more was the opportunity. Studying an entirely different biological threat could produce valuable discoveries. Even if nothing came from it, helping these otherworlders solve one of their greatest problems would still create goodwill. That alone had value. Then we can discuss that later, Osmond said. Saeko smiled. I would appreciate that. Osmond nodded once before moving on. Her attention shifted toward Naruto. What about you, Naruto? Naruto blinked. Then immediately looked thoughtful. The room waited. Several seconds passed. Naruto frowned slightly. He seemed to be genuinely thinking about the question. Finally, he answered. I think mine is ancient times. The answer sounded uncertain. Even Naruto noticed that. My world isn't called Earth. He scratched his cheek. And I'm a ninja from Konoha village. Osman listened carefully. Ancient times. Ninjas. A village. The answer raised as many questions as it answered. Naruto himself wasn't completely certain how to describe his world. Ever since joining the group chat, he had learned much more about technology and history than he had before. Compared to Tony's world. Compared to Mindy's world. Compared to Saeko's world. His home felt ancient. There were lights. There was electricity. There were certain advanced technologies. Yet many aspects of daily life still resembled something much older. Even Naruto occasionally found it confusing. He remembered conversations with Saeko. More than once she had simply described his world as being similar to feudal Japan. That explanation had seemed close enough. Ninja? Osman asked. Naruto looked up. You mentioned shadow clones and Rasengan earlier. She leaned forward slightly. And we have already witnessed your speed. Naruto immediately brightened. Oh. Then he repeated. Shadow clone. Before anyone could answer, he formed hand seals. A puff of smoke exploded beside him. Poof. A second Naruto appeared. Osman's eyes widened slightly. The clone grinned. I'm a clone. The original Naruto pointed proudly. See. The clone rolled his eyes. Then looked toward Osman. We ninjas use something called chakra. The ONI specialist immediately began recording every word. By using chakra and hand seals, we perform various jutsu. The clone lifted one hand. Like this. Blue energy began spinning above his palm. Faster. 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 A swirling sphere of energy formed. Rasengan. The room became completely silent. Osman stared. The ONI specialist stared. The sphere looked stable. Controlled. Powerful. And completely impossible according to everything they understood about physics. This is a Rasengan, the clone explained. After several seconds, he dismissed it. The blue sphere vanished. Then the clone disappeared in another puff of smoke. Poof. Gone. The room remained silent briefly. Osman finally spoke. Can others learn your jutsu and chakra? Naruto paused. Probably not. Why? Saeko and Mindy already tried. Mindy nodded from her seat. We did. Naruto continued. They couldn't learn chakra refinement. Osman frowned slightly. That was unexpected. By all appearances, they were human. Yet something prevented them from learning it. Her thoughts immediately moved toward biology. Different universes. Different evolutionary paths. Different versions of humanity. Perhaps humanity itself was not identical across realities. Naruto scratched his head. It might be because we have 130 trillion cells. Silence. Osman stared. What? Naruto blinked. 130 trillion. The room froze. For the first time that day, Osman lost more composure than she had during Tony's explanations. 130 trillion cells. Her voice rose slightly. Even several ONI specialists stopped writing. The number was absurd. A normal human body contained roughly 30 to 37 trillion cells. Naruto was describing humans who possessed over 3 times that amount. Yet looking at him, there was almost no visible difference. Aside from the whisker marks on his face, he looked human. Completely human. That realization was deeply unsettling. If the same-sized body possessed over 3 times the cellular count, then countless biological assumptions changed immediately. Strength. Durability. Healing. Energy production. Everything. Osman found herself staring at Naruto again. Humans from his world might naturally be far stronger than humans from hers. Meanwhile, nobody else seemed particularly surprised. Tony remained relaxed. Mindy looked bored. Saeko sipped her tea. They had already heard this before. All 3 of them had repeatedly questioned Naruto about chakra before. The reason was simple. They had wanted to learn it themselves. Those conversations had eventually led to lengthy discussions about chakra, biology, and the fundamental differences between their worlds. The process had also forced Naruto to learn far more about chakra than he ever had before. To answer the questions coming from Tony and the others, he had spent time studying subjects he normally would have ignored, reading through scrolls and books on chakra theory, physiology, and medical applications. Whenever he found useful material, he would send copies to Tony and the rest of the group, allowing them to study the information for themselves. Naruto noticed Osman's reaction. A smug grin slowly spread across his face. For once, someone else's world wasn't getting all the attention. His revelation had shocked her more than Tony's technology. That felt good. Osman eventually recovered. I see. Naruto looked pleased with himself. Then Osman turned toward Diana. What about you, Diana? Diana lightly touched her hair before answering. I am Diana Prince. Her voice remained calm. This is the name I use in the modern world. Osman listened. My real name is Diana of Themyscira. Several notes were recorded. I am the daughter of Queen Hippolyta and Zeus. Osman paused. The room paused. Daughter of Zeus? Yes. Diana answered without hesitation. The Zeus? Osman asked. The king of the gods? Yes. The answer came just as simply. Osman's thoughts stalled for a moment. Zeus was not a myth, legend, or religious figure from Diana's world. He was real. And the woman sitting across from her claimed to be his daughter. She found herself studying Diana more closely. Unlike Gaius, Diana wasn't wearing armor. They were living in a residence, not a battlefield. She wore simple clothing. Unlike Gaius, who slept in his armor. Yet there was something striking about her appearance. No visible imperfections. No blemishes. No signs of weakness. She seemed almost unreal in her physical perfection. Does that mean gods are real in your world? Diana nodded. Yes. That answer alone would have shocked most people. But Diana continued. Many gods exist. Osman waited. Diana smiled slightly. But do not think of them as omnipotent or omniscient. That immediately caught Osman's attention. They possess tremendous power. Diana folded her hands together. But they are not all-powerful. They are not all-knowing. Osman relaxed slightly. That distinction mattered. If these gods were not truly omnipotent, then they became easier to understand and categorize. They were extremely powerful beings, dangerous, influential, and possibly immortal, but they were not all-powerful. They had limits, even if those limits were far beyond what most people could imagine. Her mind automatically shifted them into a category much closer to powerful alien entities than true divine beings. That interpretation felt far easier to process. I understand, Osman said. Diana nodded, and the conversation moved on. A moment later, Osman turned her attention toward Tanya. Tanya de Gurchav, she said, what is your world like? Tanya met her gaze without hesitation. My world is similar to theirs in some respects, she said. Human civilization developed along familiar lines, but technologically it resembles an earlier era. Most nations are engaged in a global war, and the overall level of technology is comparable to early 20th century Earth. She paused briefly. However, there is one major difference. Osman waited. Magic exists. That answer drew immediate interest. Magic. Osman repeated. Tanya nodded. It is nothing more than an anomaly within the laws of physics, she said matter-of-factly. An observable and measurable phenomenon. It can be quantified, reproduced, optimized, and weaponized. Through the use of computation orbs, mages perform calculations that allow them to manipulate this energy according to established principles. Osman considered the explanation for a moment before giving a small nod. Regardless of the terminology, Tanya was clearly describing a system governed by rules rather than mysticism. That alone made it worthy of study. Beside her, the O&I specialist continued taking notes without pause. Every statement, mannerism, and explanation was being recorded for later analysis. The technologies, the societies they described, the terminology they used, and even the way they interpreted their own worlds could provide valuable insight. Osman was doing much the same mentally. Finally, Osman's gaze shifted toward the last person remaining. The largest individual in the room. Gaius Maximer Thasser. The giant space marine sat quietly throughout the discussion. Watching. Listening. Observing. Now the attention settled fully upon him. Osman folded her hands once more. Gaius Maximer Thasser. The room grew slightly quieter. May I ask about your world? And with that question hanging in the air, every eye in the room turned toward the praetor. Enjoying the story? Want to support future chapters and help this world grow? Every bit of support keeps me writing, thank you. Chapter 258, Chapter 256, The Imperium. Chapter 256, The Imperium. The room remained quiet after Tanya finished speaking. Commander Osman sat calmly behind the holographic display, her hands folded together on the table. The blue light from the floating screens reflected softly across the room. Her attention shifted toward the final person who had not yet spoken about his world. Gaius Maximer Thasser. The giant space marine had remained silent throughout most of the discussion. He had listened to everyone else. He had observed every question and every answer without interruption. Now everyone's attention settled on him. Osman looked directly at him. Gaius Maximer Thasser, she said. The room seemed to grow slightly quieter. May I ask about your world? For several moments, Gaius did not answer. He sat completely still. Thinking. Considering how best to explain a civilization that stretched across the stars. Finally, he spoke. My world is never a single planet. His deep voice filled the room. It is composed of millions of planets. The room became completely silent. Humanity has conquered, colonized, and controls them through the Imperium. Nobody spoke. Osman simply stared at Gaius. Millions. The number was difficult to grasp. Humanity in her own universe had once considered itself a major interstellar power. Before the Covenant War, at the height of its expansion, it controlled roughly 800 colonized locations, including planets, moons, asteroids, stations, and outposts. That had been the greatest expansion in human history. Then the Covenant had arrived. Now humanity possessed only a fraction of that. Roughly 40 surviving colonies remained. Humanity had come terrifyingly close to extinction. And yet the man sitting across from her was casually describing a civilization that ruled millions of worlds. The scale was almost impossible to imagine. The O&I specialists recording the meeting continued writing furiously. Even they seemed unable to fully process the number. Then Gaius continued. Although humanity in my universe has conquered many more worlds, he said calmly, they also stand on the edge of ruin. Osman blinked. The statement immediately pulled her out of her thoughts. She stared at him. Stand on the edge of ruin. Her voice contained genuine disbelief. How is an empire that spans a galaxy on the edge of ruin? It was a serious question. A civilization that controlled millions of planets should have resources beyond imagination. It should be unstoppable. Gaius met her gaze. Although the Imperium possesses countless armies and soldiers, he said, their numbers are trillions upon trillions. The room became quiet again. Far beyond those numbers. Even knowing what he had already said, the scale was shocking. Osman had already assumed that an empire spanning millions of worlds would possess unimaginable military strength. Actually hearing it spoken aloud was something else entirely. Yet they are still too few compared to the enemies they fight. That statement lingered in the room. Osman found herself studying him more closely. The gold armor. The halo mounted behind his head. The serious expression that rarely changed. The calm certainty in his voice. She leaned forward slightly. Are there more like you? Gaius was silent for a moment. More space marines. Osman clarified. Yes. That was not surprising. But there is no one like me among them. That caught Osman's attention. I am blessed by the Emperor. Osman made a mental note of that. Unique. Not representative of the average space marine. How many are there? Millions. Several O&I specialists paused before quickly returning to their notes. Millions of space marines spread across the galaxy. They bring death to the enemies of mankind. Osman absorbed that for a moment before asking her next question. And what kind of enemy is the Imperium fighting for things to be this bad? Gaius considered the question briefly. Many. His expression hardened slightly. Chaos. Xenos. Orcs. Rebellions. O&I personnel immediately began taking notes as each category was mentioned. Tony and the others did not react. They already knew those terms. Naruto simply listened. Mindy leaned back in her chair. Saeko calmly sipped her tea. Tanya remained expressionless. Diana listened quietly. But Osman and the O&I personnel exchanged brief looks. They understood some of those terms. Rebellions made sense. Xenos likely meant aliens. But orcs? Chaos. Those terms created more questions than answers. What exactly was an orc? And chaos? Was it a species? An empire? An organization? Or was the enemy literally called chaos? The questions piled up rapidly. Osman opened her mouth to ask. But Gaius continued speaking before she could. But now, he said. The room focused on him again. The Emperor of Mankind has been resurrected. Osman froze. He will lead humanity into the light once more. Silence followed. Several O&I specialists exchanged looks. Osman slowly rubbed her forehead. There was simply too much information. Too many impossible statements being presented as fact. Gaius did not see the Emperor as a god. He was loyal to him as a soldier and as a son of Gilliman, but his understanding of the Emperor was grounded in reality, an immensely powerful, extraordinary being, not something beyond existence itself. Even with the Emperor's return, Gaius knew it did not mean humanity's wars would simply end. The Imperium still faced countless threats across the galaxy, and even the Emperor, for all his power, was already fighting constant battles in the warp against forces that never rested. The galaxy had never been safe. It still was not. And his resurrection is recent. Gaius nodded. Yes. Resurrection. Osman repeated. The word alone was difficult to process. Eventually Osman lowered her hand. She decided to focus on something simpler. Something she could compare to known history. What year are you from? Then she added another question. Do you also have Earth? Gaius nodded. Yes. The answer came immediately. Earth is the ancient name for Terra. Several ONI specialists immediately recorded the statement. The world where humanity was born. Osman nodded slowly. Earth still existed. Or at least it had once existed. It had simply become Terra. Then came the next answer. The year is the 41st millennium. Silence. Absolute silence. Even Tony looked slightly amused watching ONI process that answer. The current year was 2552. Gaius had casually stated that he came from around the year 41,000. Humanity in his universe had thousands upon thousands of additional years of development. Combined with millions of planets, the implications were staggering. Osman's attention shifted toward Gaius again. Specifically his armor. The gold-colored plates. The strange halo mounted behind his head. Years of training pushed her thoughts toward analysis. They had already scanned the armor. As much as they could, anyway. The material was not gold. It was some unknown substance. The halo produced unusual energy readings. Yet despite extensive scans, they had learned very little. The strange part was something else. For a civilization 40,000 years in the future and spread across millions of worlds, the technology seemed lower than expected. Not primitive. Certainly not. But lower than what she would expect from a civilization of that scale. Eventually she asked. May I ask something? Gaius nodded. Why does your technology seem low? The room became quieter. Osman continued carefully. Lower than it should be. Her tone remained polite. Curious rather than insulting. Gaius considered the question for a moment. Then answered. Humanity's technology was once high. His voice remained steady. Very high. Osman listened closely. During the dark age of technology, humanity flourished. Several ONI specialists immediately highlighted the term. Dark age of technology. Important. Then the AI rebelled. Osman's eyes narrowed slightly. AI. That word immediately caught her attention. Afterward, warp storms appeared. The specialists continued recording. They cut off humanity's transportation. Gaius continued speaking. Human colonies became isolated. Humanity was separated from itself. The explanation formed a clear chain. Humanity reached incredible technological heights. Then artificial intelligence rebelled. Then warp storms disrupted interstellar travel. Colonies became isolated. Civilization fractured. Knowledge was lost. Osman absorbed every word. Of everything discussed today, that explanation caught her attention more than most. Humanity in her universe relied heavily on artificial intelligence. The possibility of AI rebellion was not something ONI could simply ignore. Even if it came from another universe. She silently committed the information to memory. Eventually she looked up. The meeting had already lasted a long time. And everyone had shared far more than expected. Let's stop here for now. The room relaxed slightly. The discussion was finally ending. Osman looked around the table. At Tony. Naruto. Mindy. Saeko. Tanya. Diana. And finally Gaius. I have learned much from all of you. The statement was genuine. The meeting had provided an extraordinary amount of information. Different worlds. Different civilizations. Different technologies. Different histories. We have not exchanged technology yet. Her gaze briefly shifted toward Tony. But there will be time for that. Tony nodded. Osman paused. Then something in her expression softened. Not much. Just enough to be noticeable. I hope all of you enjoy your stay in Cascade. Several members of the group exchanged brief looks. Then Osman continued. Please contact Marcus for money and any other needs. That immediately got attention. I will authorize it. Tony blinked. Then smiled. Thank you. Across the table, Naruto nodded immediately. Mindy nodded too. Unlike Tony, neither of them bothered hiding their interest in the money. Naruto looked particularly pleased. Mindy wasn't far behind. Osman noticed but said nothing. The reaction was almost amusing. After discussions involving galaxy-spanning empires, gods, magic, zombies, chakra, and advanced technology, the promise of spending money in the city had managed to excite them just as much. The holographic displays around Osman slowly began shutting down. Files disappeared. Windows closed. Reports vanished. The meeting had finally reached its end. Enjoying the story? Want to support future chapters and help this world grow? Every bit of support keeps me writing, thank you. Chapter 259, Chapter 257, A Moment of Rest. Chapter 257, A Moment of Rest. For a few moments after the meeting ended, nobody spoke. The holographic displays had already disappeared. The reports were gone. The discussions about worlds, technology, gods, magic, zombies, chakra, and galaxy-spanning empires had finally come to an end. The atmosphere in the room felt different now. Lighter. Tony was the first to stand. The others followed soon after. Naruto stretched his arms and immediately grinned. I want to go out. His voice carried through the room with obvious excitement. Unlike the meeting, this was something simple. Something fun. They had finally been given permission by the authorities of this universe to move around freely. After spending time inside the residence and attending a meeting, Naruto wanted to see the city with his own eyes. Mindy immediately nodded. I do too. I want to as well, Saeko said with a small smile. Diana nodded shortly after. I will join you guys. Naruto's grin widened. Now there were already 4 of them planning to go. His eyes immediately moved toward the others. What about you, Tony, Tanya, and Gaius? Tony waved a hand without even thinking about it. I will not join you guys. Naruto's shoulders dropped slightly. Tony noticed. I want to study some things. That made sense. Naruto nodded. Tony was Tony. The moment he found himself in a new universe, he immediately wanted to study everything around him. Okay. Although disappointed, Naruto accepted it. Then he turned toward Tanya. What about you, Tanya? Tanya looked at him. Naruto's hopeful expression was obvious. The two of them had spent a long time talking through the group chat before all of this happened. Yet despite that, they had never actually met face to face until arriving here. Still, Tanya shook her head. No. Naruto's hopeful expression immediately weakened. I will just stay here and relax. Okay. Naruto nodded. He did not argue. He did not push. If Tanya wanted to stay behind, that was her choice. Then he turned toward the last person. Gaius. Naruto opened his mouth. Before he could say anything, Gaius answered. No. Naruto blinked. He hadn't even asked yet. The giant space marine had somehow already known what was coming. Okay. Naruto gave up immediately. Trying to convince Gaius was usually pointless. Meanwhile, Saeko picked up the phone resting on the table. Compared to the technology of her world, the device looked advanced. The screen was clean. The interface was smooth. Still, it was easy enough to understand. She opened the contacts application. Only 2 names appeared. Lieutenant Marcus. Commander Osman. Saeko selected Marcus and pressed the call button. Across the room, Tony noticed what she was doing. He already knew who she was calling. Don't end the call with Marcus, he said. Saeko looked over. Tony continued. I have something to talk about with him as well. Saeko simply nodded in understanding. The phone continued ringing. Only a few seconds later, the call connected. Lieutenant Marcus speaking, came the voice from the speaker. Do you guys need any assistance? Marcus already knew who was calling. That was not surprising. Their contact information had likely been registered in the system already, and as their assigned liaison, he had probably expected them to reach out sooner or later. This is Saeko, she said politely. Commander Osman said we would be getting money. Marcus listened quietly. We will be needing it because we plan to go out and explore the city. I see. His response came immediately. Please wait about 10 minutes. Saeko listened carefully. I will come there myself. That would be helpful. I will also bring your personal communicators. Marcus continued. The money will already be inside them. We use digital currency. Saeko raised an eyebrow slightly. Digital currency. That was different from her world. Okay then. Before ending the call, she remembered Tony's request. Tony also has something to discuss with you. I see. Marcus sounded calm as always. Then we can discuss it when I arrive. I understand. After confirming everything, Saeko informed him she was ending the call. Then she disconnected. The room became quiet again. Saeko looked toward Tony. Lieutenant Marcus will be coming here. Tony nodded. You can discuss whatever you need face to face. Perfect. Then Saeko turned toward the others. Lieutenant Marcus will also bring everything we need for exploring the city. Mindy immediately spoke. Money. Saeko couldn't help smiling slightly. Yes. That seemed to be the most important detail for Mindy. After all, exploring a city without any money would not make for a very good outing. Nice. Naruto looked even happier. Yee-hee. Diana laughed softly. Saeko smiled as well. For all the incredible things they had discussed today, money somehow managed to excite Naruto almost as much as advanced technology and space travel. Tony returned to his seat. He crossed one leg over the other and settled back comfortably. Now all that remained was waiting for Marcus. A moment later, another chair moved. Everyone looked over. Gaius stood. His enormous armored frame seemed even larger now that everyone else was standing nearby. I will be in my room. Tony nodded. Okay. Nobody stopped him. There was no reason to. Gaius was not the type to remain in a conversation simply for the sake of talking. If he had nothing important to say, he preferred silence. Without another word, he left. His armored footsteps echoed softly through the residence. Even then, the sound was lighter than most people expected. Gaius deliberately controlled every step. Instead of heavy crashes, only quiet thuds followed him down the hallway. Soon he reached his room. The door opened. The room itself was simple. A large bed occupied most of the space. The mattress was oversized and specially prepared. Anything smaller would have struggled to support someone of Gaius's size. He entered and closed the door behind him. Unlike the others, he remained fully armored. Only his helmet was absent. The helmet itself rested safely inside his parcel system. Gaius walked toward the bed and sat down on its edge. For a few moments he remained still. Then he reached toward his right arm. The massive power fist covering his hand released with a series of mechanical clicks. Slowly he removed it. The enormous weapon was placed carefully on the floor. Without the power fist, the auramite gauntlet beneath became visible. Compared to the power fist, it looked sleek. Thin. Refined. Though only by comparison. Even now, the armored hand remained large enough to easily cover a normal human head. Silence filled the room. Then Gaius placed a hand against his chest. Against the place where the fragment of the Emperor rested. Emperor, he said quietly. His voice was respectful. Steady. I need knowledge to trade with the humanity of this universe. The response came immediately. The miniature sun within his soul stirred. I will give you knowledge. The Emperor did not refuse. There was no reason to. The request was meant to help humanity. Not the humanity of Gaius's own universe. Another humanity. Yet humanity nonetheless. The Emperor had witnessed everything Gaius had experienced since arriving in this universe. He had seen the same events, understood the same opportunities, and recognized the potential value of this exchange. The humans of this universe possessed technologies that could be useful. Slipspace alone held enormous potential. Helping them was worthwhile. Working together was worthwhile. Golden light slowly filled the room. A figure appeared before Gaius. Not the full fragment. Not the true extent of what rested within him. Only a small portion. A sliver of golden radiance took form before him. Gaius immediately lowered his head. I require knowledge. The Emperor regarded him silently. Then knowledge flowed into Gaius's mind. There were no spoken words and no explanations. Instead, understanding arrived directly. The first thing he saw was a lost gun. Not the weapon itself, but the complete knowledge behind it. Its design, construction, operation, and manufacture became clear at once. He understood how the power cells worked, how the internal components interacted, how energy was converted and discharged, and how each part could be produced and assembled. The knowledge expanded beyond the weapon itself. He saw the industrial processes required to manufacture it on a large scale. Factory layouts, production methods, quality standards, maintenance procedures, and supply chains unfolded before him. It was not simply knowledge of a tool, but of the infrastructure needed to create it. Then came ceramite. Information on materials, fabrication techniques, structural composition, and industrial production flowed into his mind. Layer after layer of understanding settled into place. The Emperor did not give him everything. Only enough. Enough to build. Enough to reproduce. Enough to offer something of value to the humanity of this universe. Finally, the flow of information ceased. The vision faded. The Emperor still stood before him. Golden light filled the room one last time. It is enough. Then the light vanished. The manifestation disappeared, and the fragment returned to its place within Gaius's soul. Silence returned. Gaius sat alone on the edge of the bed and slowly opened his eyes. His metal hand brushed against the side of his head as his transhuman mind processed the knowledge he had been given. Vast amounts of information were already being organized and stored, each piece falling into its proper place. Ready to be used when the time came. Elsewhere in the residence, Marcus was already on his way. Naruto, Mindy, Saeko, and Diana were preparing to explore the city. Tony was waiting to continue discussions about technology and cooperation. Tanya intended to spend the day resting. And Gaius now possessed the first knowledge he intended to exchange between two different humanities. Enjoying the story? Want to support future chapters and help this world grow? Every bit of support keeps me writing, thank you. Chapter 260, Chapter 258, New Tools. Chapter 258, New Tools. About 10 minutes after the call ended, a knock came from the front door of the residence. The sound had barely finished echoing through the house when the door suddenly opened. Marcus blinked. Naruto was already standing there. It was immediately obvious what had happened. The blonde ninja had clearly been waiting right beside the door. Marcus couldn't help smiling slightly. Hello, Naruto. Good morning, Marcus, Naruto replied immediately. Then he stepped aside and gestured inward. Come in fast. They are waiting. Marcus nodded. I appreciate the warm welcome. He stepped into the residence. The door closed behind him. As he walked toward the living room, he noticed everyone gathered there. Tony was sitting on one side of the room. Saeko sat nearby. Diana and Tanya occupied their own seats. Mindy was leaning comfortably against the couch. Only one person was absent. Gaius. Marcus assumed the giant space marine was still in his room. In one hand, Marcus carried a medium-sized case. The moment he entered the living room, everyone's attention shifted toward it. Naruto especially looked eager. Marcus walked to the table in the center of the room and placed the case down. Click. The locks opened. He lifted the lid. Inside were 7 devices. 6 sleek wrist-mounted communicators. And 1 larger tablet-like device. All of them looked distinctly futuristic compared to the technology most of the group was familiar with. Naruto leaned forward. So did Mindy. Even Tony's attention shifted toward the contents. Marcus noticed immediately. Seeing that everyone was watching, he began explaining. This is a communication device. He picked up one of the wrist communicators. It's similar to a phone. The device activated. A small holographic interface appeared above it. It uses a holographic touch interface. Several members of the group watched with interest. Marcus continued. Each communicator already contains an initial balance of 250,000 credits, Marcus explained. It's our currency. Silence. Then Naruto's eyes widened. 250,000. The number sounded enormous. At least to him. Mindy barely reacted. Saeko remained calm. Diana simply listened. Tanya's expression did not change. They were all more accustomed to hearing large monetary figures. Mindy, in particular, thought the amount sounded somewhat low. After all, she had spent enough time around Tony Stark to become accustomed to ridiculous amounts of money. Compared to Stark-level wealth, 250,000 sounded modest. Naruto, however, was looking at the communicator like it was treasure. Tony noticed the difference in reactions and decided to ask the obvious question. Is 250,000 a lot? Marcus looked toward him. Tony continued. Give me an estimation of what it could buy. Marcus thought for a moment. That depends on what you're buying. Tony gestured for him to continue. Marcus nodded. A meal at a restaurant might cost 10 to 20 credits. Naruto listened carefully. A good hotel room for a night could cost a few hundred credits. Tony nodded slightly. That sounded reasonable. Marcus continued. Most civilian vehicles cost tens of thousands. Several heads turned toward him. Then he elaborated. A civilian vehicle usually costs somewhere between 50,000 and 90,000 credits depending on the model. Naruto nearly dropped the communicator. You can buy a whole vehicle. Marcus gave a small shrug. Several, actually. For a moment, Naruto simply stared at him. Mindy whistled softly. Now that sounded much better. Marcus continued explaining. If you wanted to live comfortably in Cascade for quite some time without working, 250,000 credits would be more than enough. Tony nodded thoughtfully. That gave him a much better frame of reference. So basically a generous expense account. More or less. Marcus folded his arms. Commander Osman wanted to ensure none of you had to worry about money while you're our guests. Naruto looked down at the communicator in his hand. Then he looked at Marcus. Then back at the communicator. His expression slowly became serious. I am rich. You are not rich, Mindy immediately corrected. Naruto ignored her completely. I am definitely rich. Diana smiled. Saeko covered a small laugh behind her hand. Even Marcus found the reaction amusing. For someone who had spent the last hour discussing galaxy-spanning civilizations, advanced technology, and threats capable of destroying entire worlds, Naruto seemed remarkably excited by the discovery that he could buy multiple cars. Marcus already knew the details of the earlier meeting. Under normal circumstances, a discussion of that level would have remained classified within ONI, far beyond his clearance. However, as the group's designated liaison, he needed to understand the situation he was helping manage. Commander Osman had therefore briefed him on the meeting and its outcome. Marcus shook his head slightly before continuing. The communicator can be worn on your wrist. He demonstrated the strap. Or you can keep it in your pocket. He shrugged. However you want. Then he added something important. It also contains a complete map of the city, along with several other features you may find useful. Diana immediately reached toward the case. That will be useful. She picked up one of the communicators and strapped it around her wrist. Thank you for your assistance, Marcus. You are welcome. The others soon followed. Naruto grabbed one. Mindy picked another. Saeko took hers. Tanya selected one as well. Tony eventually reached forward and picked one up. After everyone had taken theirs, only one device remained inside the case. One tablet. Everyone immediately understood. Those belonged to Gaius. Considering his size, a larger device made sense. Marcus didn't need to explain it. The assumption was correct. The remaining device had indeed been prepared for the giant space marine. The group spent several more minutes talking. Nothing particularly important. Just casual conversation while everyone examined their new devices. Naruto spent most of his time opening menus and looking through the map. Mindy checked the balance repeatedly. Saeko explored the interface. Diana looked through local information. Eventually, excitement won. Naruto stood. Let's go. Mindy immediately got up. I've been ready. Saeko followed. Diana stood as well. The four of them had already planned to explore the city. Now they finally had everything they needed. Money. Maps. Communicators. Permission. The group headed toward the door together. Before long, the residents became noticeably quieter. Naruto, Mindy, Saeko, and Diana had left to explore Cascade. Marcus remained. Tony remained. Gaius was still in his room. Tanya remained inside the residence as well, intending to spend her time relaxing. The atmosphere shifted again. Now that the others had left, Tony decided there was no reason to waste time. He looked directly at Marcus. Marcus. The lieutenant turned toward him. Tony got straight to the point. I need you to get me some land. Marcus blinked. Land. Tony nodded. I'm going to build my own workshop. That was not the request Marcus had expected. A laboratory would have made sense. A workshop would have been reasonable. But asking for land. You don't want an existing facility? Marcus asked. Tony shook his head. No. I want space. I'll build my own lab. He gestured around them. I need somewhere to study the technology here and work on a few projects. It's easier if I design the facility myself. Now it made more sense. Tony was not asking for a completed laboratory. He wanted a location where he could build exactly what he needed. Marcus considered the request. It was unusual, but not unreasonable. More importantly, Commander Osman had given him broad authority to support their guests wherever practical. This fell well within those limits. Finally he nodded. Then I will arrange it. Tony looked satisfied. Give me some time. Fair enough. Tony nodded. The matter settled surprisingly quickly. A moment later, Tony finally examined his communicator more closely. He rotated it in his hands. Studied the interface. Looked through several menus. Then he strapped it onto his wrist. The futuristic device immediately activated. A holographic display appeared. Tony smiled slightly. Interesting. Then call me when it's arranged. Tony raised his arm, turning the communicator toward Marcus. The meaning was obvious. Contact him through the device. Marcus nodded. I will. Then he remembered something. The tablet. Marcus reached into the case and removed it. He placed it on the table. Since Gaius isn't here, he said, please give this to him. Tony glanced toward the tablet. Marcus continued. Also explain what I explained earlier. The communicator. The city map. The credits. All of it. Tony nodded. I'll take care of it. Thank you. Marcus closed the now empty case. The conversation was finished. There was nothing else that needed immediate attention. Marcus stood. Tony remained seated. The lieutenant gave him a final nod. Then he turned and headed toward the door. A few moments later, the residence door opened and closed. Marcus had left. The house became quiet once more. Tony and Tanya sat alone in the living room. Enjoying the story? Want to support future chapters and help this world grow? Every bit of support keeps me writing, thank you. Chapter 261, Chapter 259, First Impressions. Chapter 259, First Impressions. The residence had become much quieter after Marcus left. Naruto, Mindy, Saeko, and Diana were already exploring Cascade. Gaius remained in his room. Only Tony and Tanya were left in the living room. For a while, neither spoke. The silence was comfortable. Then Tanya casually waved a hand. A moment later, several drinks appeared on the table. Tony raised an eyebrow. The appearance of the tea wasn't accompanied by any dramatic effects. One moment the table was empty. The next, it wasn't. A teapot sat in the center. Several cups rested beside it. Tony looked at the tea. Then at Tanya. Then back at the tea. Without saying anything, he picked up the teapot and poured himself a cup. Steam rose gently from the surface. He took a sip. A few seconds passed. Then he made a face. Not my taste. Tanya looked at him. I prefer coffee. Tanya simply shrugged. She took her own cup. The tea suited her preferences perfectly. Neither attempted to convince the other. After another sip, Tanya set her cup down. Then she asked a question. What do you think of the people here? Tony glanced toward her. What do you mean? Tanya remained calm. The humans of this universe. Tony leaned back slightly. The casual look on his face faded. The question deserved a serious answer. For a few moments he considered it. I don't know much about them beyond what they've told us. That was the truth. Almost everything they knew about this universe had come from the UNSC personnel, the soldiers they met, and ONI representatives. There were still countless things they didn't know. Tony continued. But what I know is that they are humans. His voice remained calm. And they are being attacked by aliens killing billions of humans. The room became quiet again. Tanya listened. She didn't interrupt. The reality was simple. Neither of them knew the full history of humanity in this universe. They didn't know every political detail. They didn't know every secret. They didn't know everything ONI had done. They didn't know every mistake humanity had made. But they did know one thing. Humanity was fighting for survival. Billions were dead. Entire worlds had been destroyed. Whatever other complications existed, that fact remained. Tony sighed. At the end of the day, they're humans. Tanya nodded slightly. The Covenant, from everything they had heard, weren't simply fighting a war. They were conducting extermination. That alone was enough for Tony. If forced to choose between humanity and the aliens attempting to wipe humanity out, his answer was obvious. After a few moments, Tony spoke again. Tanya. She looked toward him. How long do you think we'll be in this universe? Tanya lifted her teacup. Her movements remained precise and elegant. The black gloves covering her hands somehow made the gesture appear even more refined. She took a small sip. Then she answered. I don't know. Tony waited. But from the situation, we might take longer than expected. Tony nodded. That sounded about right. The moment they had arrived, things had become far more complicated than any of them had expected. Alien genocides. Billions dead. Interstellar wars. Technology exchanges. None of it would be resolved quickly. Although they could leave whenever they wanted, none of them had any desire to walk away. Not after learning what humanity in this universe had endured. If they eventually returned home, they wanted to leave behind something useful. Something that would help. Fortunately, Tony said, I already had everything prepared before we got to this universe. Tanya looked at him. After all, there is no more time dilation. That was true. Tony's world no longer suffered from the strange temporal problems that had complicated things before. Time continued normally now. Tanya nodded. She didn't respond verbally. Her situation was somewhat different. Because she was currently staying in Tony's universe and had not returned to her own world, her original universe remained effectively paused. Time wasn't moving there. At least not for now. It was a strange situation. One she had largely become accustomed to. The conversation gradually drifted towards smaller topics. Neither of them felt any need to disturb Gaius immediately. The giant warrior had wanted time alone. So they gave it to him. They continued drinking tea. They talked about various things. Minutes passed peacefully. Then both of them heard it. Thud. A heavy but controlled footstep echoed through the residence. Tony immediately looked toward the hallway. Tanya did the same. There was only one person capable of making that particular sound. Gaius, Tony said. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the residence, Gaius had already known everything that had happened. Even while sitting alone in his room, observation hockey had allowed him to sense events throughout the residence. Marcus arriving. The communicators. The conversations. The money. The tablet. He knew all of it. He simply hadn't come out. The knowledge granted by the Emperor still occupied much of his attention. Organizing it. Understanding it. Sorting it into a usable form. Only after finishing the process had he finally left his room. A moment later the giant space marine entered the living room. Tony immediately reached toward the tablet resting on the table. Marcus left. He stopped. Gaius spoke first. I know. Tony blinked. Gaius continued. I heard it. Tony looked slightly confused. Gaius's room wasn't exactly next door. It was some distance away. Still, after everything he had seen from Gaius so far, Tony simply accepted the explanation. Enhanced hearing wasn't exactly the strangest thing on the list. Fair enough. Gaius approached the table. Then he picked up the tablet. The giant warrior sat down across from them. Tony watched with curiosity. Gaius extended one armored finger. The Auramite gauntlet touched the screen. Tony found himself watching carefully. Part of him genuinely wondered whether the screen would survive. The tablet activated immediately. No scratches. No cracks. No damage whatsoever. Tony nodded. Good materials. The device clearly wasn't cheaply made. A moment later the screen lit up fully. Then a holographic interface appeared above it. Contacts. Maps. News. Various applications. Several additional features. The display floated smoothly in the air. No flickering. No instability. Gaius examined it silently. Then gave a small nod. It functioned properly. The holographic interface was responsive. Everything appeared to work as intended. Tony leaned back. Not bad. The three remained there for a few moments. Then Tony glanced toward the window. The others had been gone for a while now. A small smile appeared on his face. It's been some time. Tanya looked up from her tea. Tony continued. I wonder how things are going on Naruto's end. The city greeted them with motion. Cascade was alive. Vehicles moved through elevated transit lanes overhead. Civilian transports crossed the sky. Holographic advertisements floated above storefronts. Bright images rotated through the air. People filled the streets. Workers heading toward jobs. Students moving between schools. Families spending time together. Veterans walking through the city. Life. Everywhere. For a moment, the four newcomers simply stood there. Naruto looked everywhere at once. His head turned constantly. Every few seconds something else caught his attention. Whoa. His eyes followed a train gliding silently along an elevated rail. Then another vehicle crossed overhead. Then a massive holographic advertisement appeared above a nearby building. Naruto immediately pointed at it. How does that stay in the air? Nobody answered. Mostly because nobody actually knew. Mindy's attention had already moved elsewhere. There are cameras everywhere. Saeko smiled. That was the first thing you noticed. It should be. Mindy crossed her arms. If I was planning something, I'd want to know where all the cameras are. Diana sighed. You are impossible. Mindy grinned. I know. Naruto barely heard any of that. A smell had reached him. His attention immediately shifted. Food. A nearby stall had caught his attention. Then his stomach betrayed him. Growl. The sound was loud enough for everyone to hear. Naruto froze. Saeko immediately covered her mouth. Diana smiled. Mindy laughed openly. You've been outside for less than 5 minutes. Naruto pointed toward the food stall. I'm hungry. You are always hungry. Naruto didn't even deny it. I'm still hungry. Nobody really had a counterargument for that. Several minutes later they stood in front of a food vendor. The man operating the stall looked mildly surprised. Mostly because Naruto was staring at the menu with extraordinary focus. So what is a Moa burger? The vendor blinked. You've never had one? Naruto shook his head. The vendor looked even more confused. After all, Moa burgers were one of the most common foods in human space. Nearly every surviving colony had some version of them, and most people recognized the name immediately. Where are you from? Naruto opened his mouth. Then paused. That was actually a difficult question. Fortunately Diana stepped in. We are visitors. The vendor accepted the answer. He had only been making casual conversation, after all. Naruto immediately pointed at the menu. I'll take 3 for me. The vendor stared. 3. Yes. Mindy ordered 1. Saeko selected something lighter. Diana chose to wait. While they waited for their food, Diana watched the city. People seemed normal. That was what struck her most. After everything she had learned about this universe, she expected tension. Fear. Paranoia. Signs of a civilization constantly afraid. Instead she saw ordinary life. Children walking with parents. Friends talking together. Couples shopping. People laughing. Humanity had survived. Billions had died. Decades of war had scarred civilization. Yet life continued. Diana found herself smiling softly. There was something comforting about that. Eventually the food arrived. Naruto took his first bite. His eyes nearly closed. This is amazing. Mindy took a bite from her own burger. Then she shrugged. It's a burger, she said. Just a more delicious one. Naruto immediately pointed at her. You have no appreciation for greatness. Mindy rolled her eyes. The argument began instantly. Saeko laughed quietly. Diana simply listened while the two continued debating the quality of a burger. The afternoon continued. Inside an ONI facility, another conversation from earlier was being reviewed. The laboratory contained advanced equipment. Scientific projects occupied numerous workstations. Experiments were running throughout the facility. Yet none of that currently held the attention of one particular scientist. Instead she was focused entirely on a holographic recording. The hologram displayed Gaius. Specifically, his meeting with Commander Osman. His explanation of the Imperium. His discussion of enemies. The woman watched without blinking. She was older. Distinct graying hair framed sharp facial features. Blue eyes remained fixed on the recording. Nothing else in the room seemed to exist. Nearby sat a desk. A nameplate rested upon it. The words engraved on the plate were simple. Catherine Halsey. And as the holographic image of Gaius continued speaking about the Imperium of Men, Catherine Halsey continued watching in complete silence. Enjoying the story? Want to support future chapters and help this world grow? Every bit of support keeps me writing, thank you. Chapter 262, Chapter 260, New Ground. Chapter 260, New Ground. Time had passed since Marcus's last visit. Not just a few minutes, but enough that the residents had settled into a slower rhythm. The days since then had become almost comfortable. Naruto and Mindy spent a lot of their time playing games, arguing over them, and competing with each other over things that did not matter much at all. Saeko had found her own quiet pace. Diana often moved between watching the others and simply enjoying the atmosphere. Gaius, as usual, kept to himself more than the others, though he was not nearly as distant as he had once been. Tony, meanwhile, had become completely absorbed in his own work. That was why, when the knock came at the front door, it felt almost like a break in the routine. 3 knocks. Not loud, but firm enough to be clear. A voice answered from inside a second later. Coming. Mindy had called out from near the entrance. She opened the door almost immediately, and Marcus stood there on the other side, already waiting with a polite expression and a medium-sized case in hand. Oh, Marcus, come in, Mindy said. Marcus nodded and stepped inside. As soon as he entered, he moved toward the living room without wasting time. The others were already there. Tony sat at one side with a communicator spread open in front of him. Several parts had been removed from it, and he was clearly in the middle of examining its structure in detail. Holographic schematics floated in the air beside it, each one showing something different: material composition reports, internal circuitry diagrams, and component classifications. Thin, precise nanotechnology arms moved with extreme accuracy, helping Tony take the device apart and study it piece by piece. Beside him, a laptop sat open. Music was playing from it. Tony was focused on the communicator, but the music gave the whole scene a strangely casual feel. It made the room feel less like a technical lab and more like someone's private workspace. Marcus noticed that immediately. Tony looked up when he saw him. "Jarvis, turn off the music, the guest is here." The laptop responded at once. "Right away, sir." The music stopped. Marcus glanced at the laptop for a moment but chose not to comment. By this point, the number of strange things he had seen since meeting this group was already far too high for him to react to every one of them. An advanced AI assisting Tony Stark barely registered on the list anymore. What he did not realize was that Jarvis was fundamentally different from the smart AIs used by the UNSC. Human smart AIs inevitably developed rampancy. As they aged, they accumulated errors and became increasingly unstable, eventually reaching a point where they effectively thought themselves to death. Most lasted only around 7 years before they had to be retired. Jarvis suffered from none of those limitations. Had Marcus known that, he would have been far more surprised than he was now. Tony glanced at the case Marcus was carrying and then leaned back slightly in his seat. "Marcus." Marcus nodded. "Tony. I came here with what I promised." He lifted the case slightly. "I brought 3 plots of land. I had no idea what size you would need, so I bought 3. Small, medium, and large." Tony smiled. "I don't need anything big." Marcus gave a small nod, though he still remained silent for a moment. He opened the case and pulled out a flat, metal-looking device that projected a holographic display above the table. 3 land plots appeared in the air. 1 small. 1 medium. 1 large. Each had a different shape and size, and the small and large seemed to be in a different section of land outside the main city. Marcus gestured toward them. "Pick one here, and ask me if you have anything you want to know about it." Tony looked at the projections, then at the details floating beside them. "Medium," he said after a moment. He was quick about it, but not careless. Most of the land looked like natural terrain, and the medium plot was the one that appealed most to him. It was also the closest one, and while it had a building on it, the building itself looked old, like a house that had been left standing for a long time. The size would be enough. More space would always help. Marcus nodded. "This is not far from here. I will call for demolition of the building there." Tony shook his head. "There is no need. I'll handle it." Marcus looked at him, a little uncertain. Tony explained with the kind of confidence that usually meant he already knew exactly what he was doing. "Otherwise it might take too long if you guys did it. Then I'll send the information to your commune." Marcus stopped himself. He had been about to explain that he would forward the details and location through Tony's communicator, but his eyes shifted to the table. The communicator was no longer in one piece. Several components were spread across the tabletop while Tony's nanotech arms continued working on them. Marcus paused, staring at it for a moment. Tony noticed the look and immediately explained. "Just add it. Don't worry, it's not broken. I've already figured out how it works. I can put it back together anytime." As he said it, he lifted one hand. The tiny nano arms moved quickly, almost like they were answering a silent command. In a matter of moments, they reassembled the communicator exactly as it had been before. The parts clicked back together with clean precision, and the device looked whole again. Marcus watched the process, then nodded. He did not say anything else. He had already seen enough to understand that Tony knew exactly what he was doing. "All right," Marcus said at last. "Then I will leave now." Tony did not stop him. Before leaving, Marcus glanced toward Naruto and Mindy. The two of them were sitting together, playing games on a communicator hologram. They were deeply absorbed in it, and Mindy looked like she was only one bad move away from getting annoyed. Marcus could not help smiling a little at the sight, though he quickly steadied himself and turned away before anyone could really notice. Then he left. For a moment after that, the room settled back into quiet. Gaius, who had heard the entire conversation, finally came over. Tony looked up when he approached. Gaius stopped near the table and asked directly, "Tony, are you going to bring out the fabricator to create the workshop?" Tony shook his head. "I will use the fabricator," he said, "but not for the creation of the workshop. There are already parts in the parcel system for me to create a lab." Gaius nodded, taking that in without issue. Then he spoke again. "Then I will ask for your assistance in creating technology to facilitate our trade with the humans here." Tony nodded at once. No need to worry. He paused, then looked at Gaius more carefully. Do you have the technology in your parcel system? The question made sense to Tony. Most of them already used the parcel system to store weapons, equipment, and even ordinary items. It functioned like an inventory with space far beyond anything normal. If Gaius had the technology already packed away, then that would make things much easier. Tony added another thought. Do you need Jarvis to analyze the technology so it could be traded fast? Gaius answered immediately. I already have the complete technology in my mind. I know what it can do and how to create it down to its matter. Tony stared at him for a moment. The surprise was visible. He already knew Gaius was intelligent. Ultramarines were not simple warriors. They were leaders, scholars, and disciplined thinkers. But hearing Gaius say that he understood the technology down to the matter itself gave Tony a different impression entirely. It made Gaius sound less like a soldier with technical knowledge and more like a scientist in his own right. Tony folded his arms. I see. That's good. We only need to ask O and I for materials for studying, to see if our technology could be used by them, or at least have a way to have them used it. Gaius nodded in agreement. The concern was not unreasonable. Their travels had already shown that universes did not always share the same foundations. Naruto's world had chakra. Other worlds had their own strange systems. Even when things looked similar on the surface, the deeper structure underneath could be entirely different. Energy systems were only one part of the problem. The material itself mattered too. There was no guarantee that the same element, the same alloy, or even the same physical property would behave in exactly the same way from one universe to another. A tool designed under one set of rules might not work the same way under another. Checking compatibility first was only sensible. After a brief pause, Gaius spoke again. Then let us go there. Tony nodded. Yeah. He stood up. The nanotech arms that had helped him work on the communicator rested on the table for a moment as compact metallic pieces. Tony placed a hand over them. The pieces responded instantly, flowing up his arm like liquid metal before disappearing into the nanotech housing surrounding his arc reactor. He and Gaius headed toward the front door. That alone drew the attention of everyone else in the room. Tony was not leaving alone. Gaius was going as well. Mindy looked up first. Where are you guys going? Her question made the others glance over too. Tony answered plainly. We had Marcus get a plot of land for us to make a workshop. That will facilitate our exchange of technology with them. That explanation was enough to kill most of the curiosity in the room. Naruto glanced up briefly. Oh. Then he immediately went back to his game. He and Mindy were still playing through the hologram, and the moment he saw her distracted, he started pushing his advantage. Mindy noticed almost immediately. Her eyes narrowed. Naruto. You're cheating. Naruto didn't even look guilty. It's not. It's your fault you're distracted. Mindy reacted instantly and turned harder toward her communicator. She looked genuinely offended now, and the game became a full argument in under a second. Tony shook his head at them. Diana, standing nearby, watched the scene with a small smile. Have fun then, she said. Tony nodded. Gaius did the same. Then they left the residence together. Outside, the day waited for them. Far beyond the city, a routine long-range scan picked up a faint distortion at the edge of known space. It lasted only a moment, just enough to register before the system automatically corrected it. A technician glanced at the readout, then leaned closer. Must have been interference, he said after a quick check, and marked it off without much concern. The reading disappeared from the active display. Still, the system quietly flagged it for background logging before moving on. Nothing else followed. At least, nothing that could be confirmed. Enjoying the story? Want to support future chapters and help this world grow? Every bit of support keeps me writing, thank you. Chapter 263, Chapter 261, Building Foundations. Chapter 261, Building Foundations. The walk took them away from the residence and deeper into one of Cascade's quieter districts. The plot Marcus had arranged was not far, which was why neither Tony nor Gaius bothered with faster travel. They simply walked. At least, by their own definitions of walking. Tony set a brisk pace, occasionally flicking his fingers through holographic displays projected from his communicator. Streams of data hovered beside him, updating in real time as he moved. Gaius walked normally. And yet he never lagged behind. The difference was simple: scale. Each step from the towering space marine carried him far beyond the stride of any normal human. At nearly 11 feet in full Auramite armor, even an unhurried pace became something impossibly efficient. Tony glanced at a floating display. We'll be there in about 3 minutes if we maintain this pace. Gaius gave a small nod. Understood. Unlike previous outings, he wasn't wearing his helmet. His face was exposed, though the rest of him remained fully armored in polished gold oromite. The iron halo behind his head gave him a distinct, almost unreal silhouette against the city light. He drew attention without effort. People noticed immediately. Pedestrians slowed. Conversations broke mid-sentence. Some stopped outright. Then came the recording devices. Phones rose. Cameras followed. Shock spread in quiet waves through the crowd. An 11-foot armored figure moving casually through a civilian district was not something anyone processed quickly. Within minutes, local law enforcement units arrived. They did not intervene. They had already been briefed by ONI. So instead of acting, they simply watched, silent, uncertain, like everyone else. Among the crowd, a young boy leaned forward in excitement. "Father, is that a Spartan?" His eyes were wide, full of recognition and admiration. For him, Spartans were legends. Humanity's shield. Stories of impossible battles and survival against odds that shouldn't exist. The father looked at Gaius. Then looked again. I don't know, son." That answer alone unsettled the boy more than anything else. His father usually had answers. The men kept staring. Spartans were large. Everyone knew that. But this was different. Much larger. Far heavier. The armor wasn't what Spartans usually wore. The silhouette was wrong. Too massive. Too refined. Too heavy to belong to anything familiar. The polished oromite reflected light like a mirror of gold. Everything about the figure suggested strength that didn't belong in any known human classification. And yet, the face was still human. But only at first glance. Standing 11 feet tall in armor of that scale immediately placed him outside anything resembling normal humanity. The sheer size alone made it impossible not to question what kind of body existed beneath it. Whatever it was not something that could be achieved through ordinary training or human biology. The father felt a chill. "Father." The boy's voice broke the moment. The men blinked, then looked around. The officers nearby were calm. No weapons raised. No alarms. No urgency in their posture. That was enough. Slowly, he exhaled. If the authorities weren't reacting, then it wasn't danger. Or at least, not immediate danger. "Let's go home," he said quietly. "Your mother's waiting." "Okay." The boy agreed, though his eyes lingered as they turned away. Even then, he kept looking back. The idea had already settled in his mind. Maybe that was a Spartan. Just, not one he had ever heard of. The father took his hand and guided him away. A slight limp marked every step. Tony noticed it. His gaze followed them briefly. Why is he limping? Gaius looked in the same direction. Shouldn't the technology here be able to cure that type of injury easily? Gaius gave the matter almost no thought. It seemed unimportant. Tony considered it for a moment. Could be old damage. Could be choice. Could be access issues. He shrugged. Too many variables. Then he dismissed it. Not relevant right now. He pointed ahead. "We're here." The plot stood before them. A weathered sign marked the entrance. New owner. Scheduled for demolition. Beyond it sat an abandoned house. Quiet. Empty. Forgotten. Tony studied it for a moment, then raised a hand. Several metallic cases appeared beside him, each one sealed, humming faintly with contained motion. Nanites. The cases themselves were also partially synthetic, built for redundancy and rapid deployment. Tony created a large number of nanites for his personal reserve as an emergency supply. While his nano-armor was highly durable and self-repairing, it was not infinite. When it repaired, it did not restore lost nanites, it rebuilt structure using whatever remained in the active system. Because of that limitation, having additional reserves gave him greater flexibility and endurance. It allowed more of his systems to remain in nanoform, improving precision, efficiency, and adaptability in both combat and complex operations. He preferred not running out at the wrong time. "I'll scan for life first," Tony said. Gaius looked at the structure once. Then shook his head. "No need. It's empty." A short pause. Tony trusted his judgment. "I see." A flick of his hand. The nanites activated. At first, nothing dramatic happened. Just a faint metallic ripple spreading across the ground like ink dissolving into air. Then they moved. Walls were climbed. Cracks were entered. Air vents swallowed. Foundations traced. Within seconds, the entire structure was mapped. Jarvis compiled everything instantly. Internal supports. Wiring. Plumbing. Weak points. Material density. Structural stress. A full model formed in real time. Then demolition began. No sound of impact. No collapse. No violence. The house simply began to disassemble itself. Nanites shifted form continuously, microscopic saws, cutting edges thinner than paper, precision drills moving through wood and metal alike. Beams detached cleanly. Nails reversed direction and withdrew. Screws unscrewed themselves in perfect synchronization. Walls separated in controlled sections and lowered gently to the ground. It wasn't destruction. It was decomposition with intent. Every component was categorized as it was removed. Wood grouped. Steel separated. Copper bundled. Glass sorted. Nothing wasted. Nothing scattered. From a distance, it looked less like demolition and more like an impossible machine quietly unbuilding reality. Within minutes, the structure was gone. Only a flat foundation remained, surrounded by organized material piles. Perfectly clean. Perfectly controlled. Gaius observed quietly. Even he found it mildly impressive. That was saying something. He had fought alongside future Tony Stark before. He already knew what nanites could accomplish. Energy shields. Repulsor systems. Laser weaponry. Adaptive armor. The technology was formidable. Yet seeing such enormous quantities deployed casually still attracted attention. If Tony possessed this many nanites in storage, then his potential destructive capability increased dramatically. The thought passed through Gaius's mind briefly. Jarvis interrupted. Sir, nanite energy reserves are depleting. I recommend recharging via arc reactor integration to maintain full output capacity. Tony didn't even look concerned. Do it. A second arc reactor appeared. The nanites reacted immediately. Thin streams of metal flowed toward it, drawing energy in controlled cycles. Some units recharged and returned instantly. Others cycled through in continuous loops. A self-sustaining system formed on the spot. Then more materials arrived. Walls. Frameworks. Industrial components. Fabrication systems. Some reinforced with adamantium supplied by Gaius. The nanites adapted instantly. Construction began. Fast. Layered. Precise. Walls rose in segments. Structural beams locked into place. Wiring threaded itself through pre-planned channels. Systems embedded as the building formed rather than after. A workshop emerged. Large. Efficient. Functional. Not ornate, purposeful. Tony watched it with folded arms. 8 minutes, Jarvis estimated. That works, Tony said. He glanced at Gaius. Mind waiting. Gaius observed the rising structure. No. Simple. Far away, inside an ONI observation room, silence dominated the atmosphere. Analysts watched the live feed. The abandoned house had vanished. A perfectly cleared plot remained. Then they watched Tony raise a hand. And materials appeared. Not delivered. Not transported. Appeared. Wall sections. Support structures. Computers. Fabrication equipment. Entire industrial assemblies. One after another. The workshop began taking shape immediately. The silence finally broke. Where are those materials coming from? Unknown. Slip space storage? Unknown. Teleportation? Unknown. Frustration spread through the room. They already knew the visitors could summon things, food, clothing, basic supplies. That had been confirmed. But this was different. Tony Stark was deploying tons of industrial material with no visible source. One analyst shook his head. Tony Stark's nanotechnology is extremely advanced. Others agreed immediately. The UNSC had nanotechnology, but nothing on this scale. Their systems were limited, specialized tools. Tony's nanites were closer to an entire industrial ecosystem. Then a question was asked. A simple one. But it changed the atmosphere. How many nanites does he actually have in storage? Silence followed. No one answered. Commander Osman listened quietly, already understanding the concern. It was not just the technology. It was the uncertainty behind it. No one knew how many nanites he possessed. No one knew where the limit was. And not knowing the kind of limit was often more unsettling than knowing an answer. Enjoying the story? Want to support future chapters and help this world grow? Every bit of support keeps me writing, thank you. Chapter 264, Chapter 262, Preparations. Chapter 262, Preparations. Tony and Gaius stood outside the newly completed workshop for a few moments longer before finally approaching the entrance. The building was exactly what Tony had intended. Functional. Efficient. Built for work rather than appearance. The glass entrance reflected the afternoon light as the two approached. Tony reached the door first. He placed a hand against it and pushed. The glass door slid open smoothly. Without a word, he stepped inside. Gaius followed immediately behind him. The interior was spacious. Workstations occupied sections of the floor. Storage areas lined the walls. Fabrication equipment sat ready for use, smaller and far more compact than before. It seemed Tony had redesigned much of it to require less space. Computer terminals remained dormant, waiting for instructions. Analysis stations had already been assembled throughout the structure. The workshop was complete. Almost. As they walked deeper inside, one detail immediately stood out. The center of the workshop remained unfinished. A large circular section in the floor sat completely empty. It looked almost like a missing puzzle piece. Tony walked directly toward it. Then stopped. Gaius stopped behind him. The giant warrior lowered his gaze toward the circular opening. There was no visible machinery beneath it. No exposed wiring. No construction equipment. Just an empty space clearly reserved for something important. Before Gaius could ask, Tony spoke. This will be the core of the workshop. Then he waved a hand. A large arc reactor appeared. Unlike the smaller reactors Tony commonly used, this one was enormous. Nearly 1 meter in diameter. The reactor materialized directly above the circular opening before lowering itself perfectly into place. The fit was exact. The moment it settled into position, a low hum filled the workshop. Power surged through the facility. Lights flickered on. Computer terminals awakened. Displays illuminated. Systems throughout the building activated one after another. A second later, Jarvis's voice echoed through the workshop. The workshop is complete and fully powered on. Tony smiled slightly. Good. The lighting stabilized. The hum settled into a steady background sound. Everything was operational. Tony turned toward Gaius. Shall we start? Gaius gave a small nod. Contact Commander Osman. Despite everything that had happened since their arrival, Gaius continued referring to Osman by her rank. Commander. It wasn't politeness alone. The woman carried responsibility for humanity's interests here. That alone earned a degree of respect in Gaius's eyes. Tony nodded. Fair enough. He raised his communicator. A holographic display expanded outward. Contacts. Messages. Maps. Various applications. Tony tapped several floating icons. The contact list appeared. Commander Osman. He selected it. The call began. Only 2 seconds passed before it was accepted. A holographic image appeared. Commander Osman speaking, the woman said. What can I do for you, Tony Stark? Tony got straight to the point. We're ready to cooperate for our technology exchange. Osman listened. Tony continued. But we need most of the elements and materials from your universe first. He gestured toward the workshop around him. We need to study them before we start sharing anything. We need to determine whether our technology is compatible with yours. Osman was silent for a moment. Then she nodded. Understood. The reasoning was straightforward. We'll send them as soon as possible. Tony smiled. Great. Then Osman hesitated slightly. And Tony? Tony immediately noticed it. What is it? A brief pause followed. For this technology exchange, I would like one of our lead scientists to be present. Tony glanced toward Gaius. Gaius showed no objection. Tony shrugged. That seems reasonable. Some of the hesitation left Osman's expression. Good. Tony leaned casually against a nearby workbench. Anyone important? There was another brief silence. Then Osman answered. Very. That immediately caught Tony's interest. Oh. The scientist in question was responsible for some of humanity's greatest technological achievements. Tony straightened slightly. Now he was genuinely curious. Achievements like? Osman's answer came immediately. The Spartan program. The workshop became quiet. Even Tony recognized the significance of that title. The Spartans were among humanity's greatest military assets. Super soldiers. Tony's thoughts briefly went to Captain America. Then to Gaius. More specifically, the Space Marines. They were the Imperium's own super soldiers. His thoughts immediately drifted elsewhere. The super soldier serum. He had studied it before. Not extensively, but enough to understand its significance. Tony didn't rely on physical strength to fight. His armor handled that. Still, having a stronger body was never a disadvantage. Especially considering everything he had experienced recently. Sea King meat. Exercise. Training. His physical condition had improved dramatically compared to his old self. He was comfortably beyond the level of a normal athlete now. Yet compared to monsters like Gaius. Still human. Very human. The thought lingered for a moment. He made a mental note to learn more about the Spartan program while he was here. Once he returned to his own world, he could revisit his research on the super soldier serum and see whether there was anything worth pursuing. Tony pushed the thought aside. The creator, he asked. One of them, Osman replied. Tony exchanged a glance with Gaius. Then sure. Osman nodded. I'll arrange it. The call ended. The hologram disappeared. Silence settled over the workshop. For several moments neither man spoke. Then Tony smiled. Now I'm curious. Gaius folded his arms. The movement produced a soft metallic sound from his armor. If she created warriors capable of defending humanity, he said, then she deserves respect. Tony chuckled. Something tells me she's not going to be as simple as that. Gaius made no comment. Instead, the conversation shifted toward something far more relevant. Technology. Specifically, the technology Gaius intended to share. Before returning to the residence, they spent time discussing it in detail. Tony listened carefully as Gaius outlined what would be offered. Loss guns. Ceramite. Industrial production methods. Supporting knowledge. The more Tony listened, the more interested he became. He already knew loss guns were dangerous weapons. Anyone who dismissed them simply because they were standard issue would be making a mistake. The Imperium fielded them by the countless billions for a reason. Likewise, Tony had already studied ceramite. Its durability alone made it valuable. Yet as the discussion continued, he realized something surprising. He had underestimated the loss gun. Not because of firepower. Because of logistics. Tony rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The ceramite and especially the loss guns. He looked toward Gaius. If they can use this technology and properly digest it, humanity here could leap forward technologically. Gaius nodded. Tony continued. The weapon itself is good. He paused. But that's not the impressive part. The power pack is. Gaius nodded again. Tony raised a finger. Ammunition is one of the biggest logistical burdens any military has. Another finger joined it. A rechargeable power source that can be replenished through infrastructure is already valuable. He raised a third. One that can keep functioning in the field with minimal support. Tony shook his head. You could reduce supply requirements dramatically. After a moment he added. No wonder the Imperium uses these things everywhere. The more he thought about it, the more impressive the system became. Entire supply chains could be simplified. Transportation requirements reduced. Long-term operational capability increased. For an interstellar civilization constantly at war, that was invaluable. Tony looked around the workshop. Jarvis. Yes, sir. Prepare material analysis stations. Already beginning preparation. Tony nodded. And set aside workspace for our guests. Already in progress. Workstations immediately began updating. Equipment activated. Sections of the workshop were reorganized automatically. Testing areas appeared. Analysis spaces were prepared. Guest workstations were assigned. Everything progressed smoothly. After that, there was little reason to remain. The materials hadn't arrived yet. The scientist hadn't arrived yet. Waiting inside an empty workshop served no purpose. So Tony and Gaius left. The trip back to the residence was uneventful. When they arrived, the atmosphere was much more relaxed than the workshop. Naruto and Mindy were arguing over games again. Diana watched with amusement. Saeko sat nearby. The familiar routine had returned. Tony informed everyone about the workshop and the upcoming scientist. The information was received with varying levels of interest. After that, the rest of the afternoon passed peacefully. The group spent time together. Talking. Relaxing. Watching games. Arguing over games. Playing games. Even Gaius remained nearby. He didn't join directly. But he watched. Which, for Gaius, already counted as participation. Eventually dinner arrived. Everyone gathered around the table. Gaius's meal immediately stood apart from everyone else's. Large portions of Sea King meat occupied much of his plate. Additional specialized nutritional rations accompanied it. His requirements were simply different. An 11-foot transhuman warrior consumed energy on a scale normal people couldn't match. The Sea King meat helped considerably. But even that wasn't enough by itself. Gaius could fight for days if necessary. He could survive without food for extended periods. Yet there was no reason to neglect his body when resources were available. Maintaining peak condition was simply practical. The meal continued peacefully. Then Tony's communicator activated. A holographic notification appeared above the table. Tony glanced at it. Commander Osman. With a swipe of his finger, he opened the message while continuing to eat. The contents appeared. The materials you requested have arrived at the workshop. The scientist joining you will arrive in Cascade in a day and a half. Tony finished chewing. Then swallowed. It seems the scientist joining us isn't from this planet. Saeko nodded immediately. Of course. She set down her utensils. Isn't this planet an outer colony? One of the scientists responsible for the Spartans shouldn't be stationed somewhere like this. Tony considered that. I suppose so. Then he shrugged. Let's hope this one is good. His tone remained casual. Otherwise he'll be kicked out by me. Nobody objected. The group understood exactly what he meant. Good relations with Commander Osman did not mean unlimited patience. If the scientist became a problem. If they interfered. If they contributed little and caused headaches. Tony would remove them from the project without hesitation. The title alone wasn't enough to impress anyone here. They had all experienced things far stranger than famous scientists. None of them had even met this person yet. For now, they remained simply another name. Tony typed a quick response. Understood. The message was sent. The conversation resumed. While eating, Gaius had heard everything. After a moment he spoke. That's good. Everyone glanced toward him. The sooner the materials arrive, Gaius continued, the sooner compatibility testing can begin. That was all he said. He didn't mention the scientist. Didn't comment on their achievements. Didn't speculate. His priorities remained elsewhere. Technology. Materials. Production. Cooperation. As long as the incoming scientist did not interfere with those objectives, Gaius simply didn't care. The conversation gradually moved on. Dinner continued. Enjoying the story? Want to support future chapters and help this world grow? Every bit of support keeps me writing, thank you. Chapter 265, Chapter 263, Compatibility. Chapter 263, Compatibility. Morning came quickly. The night had passed without incident, and before long Tony and Gaius were once again making their way through Cascade toward the workshop. The city was already awake. Civilian traffic moved through the streets. Workers headed toward their jobs. Students traveled in groups. Public transports moved overhead through designated lanes. As before, people noticed them. That part hadn't changed. Gaius remained impossible to ignore. At nearly 11 feet tall and encased in gleaming oromite armor, he stood out from everything around him. Even among the advanced technology of the UNSC, there was simply nothing comparable to the enormous warrior walking calmly through the city. Yet the reactions were noticeably different from the previous day. People still looked. Some slowed down, others whispered, and a few raised recording devices. But the shock had faded. Curiosity remained, and familiarity was beginning to replace fear. Tony noticed it almost immediately. Looks like people are getting used to us. Well, mostly you, I guess. Gaius glanced toward a small group of civilians watching them from across the street. A predictable outcome. Tony shrugged. Still faster than I expected. Neither man paid the attention much further thought. They continued walking. Several minutes later the workshop came into view. And immediately both of them noticed something different. Outside the building sat a collection of sealed containers. There were quite a few of them. Every container was neatly organized and clearly labeled. Tony approached the nearest one and examined the markings. Inside were samples of common materials and elements used throughout human space. Iron, carbon, aluminum, copper, titanium, and gold. There were also sealed samples of more fundamental elements, including hydrogen, oxygen, and nitrogen. Everything had been separated, catalogued, and stored with care. They're quite prepared, Tony said. Gaius examined another container before giving a small nod. The contents were much the same: construction materials, elemental samples, and carefully separated metals, all packed for scientific study. Osman had clearly followed through on her promise quickly. Neither Tony nor Gaius wasted time. They began carrying the containers into the workshop. For most people, moving so much material would have required equipment. For them, it was little more than a chore. Container after container disappeared inside. Testing areas were gradually filled. Storage sections began receiving organized samples. The process continued smoothly until Tony's communicator suddenly activated. A holographic notification appeared. Tony glanced down. Marcus. A moment later, a holographic image expanded from the communicator. Marcus appeared above the device. Tony. Tony set down the container he had been carrying. Morning, Marcus. Marcus nodded. The scientist who will be joining you will arrive in an hour or two. Tony's eyes shifted toward a clock mounted on one of the workshop walls. A quick mental calculation told him that by the time the scientist arrived, it would already be close to lunch. I understand, Marcus. Tony nodded. Thank you. Marcus looked like he was about to end the call. Then he paused. And Tony? Tony immediately noticed the hesitation. Yeah. Marcus folded his arms. Just a reminder. Tony waited. The scientist joining you is extremely important to O&I. His expression became more serious. Please take caution. Tony raised an eyebrow. Understood. Tony nodded. Thank you for the reminder. Marcus relaxed slightly. A few brief pleasantries followed before the communication ended. The hologram vanished. Tony exhaled softly. Then rubbed his chin. It seems I underestimated the one who's coming, Gaius. Gaius had just finished bringing the final container into the workshop. He set it down. Then gave a small nod. No further comment followed. For now, the incoming scientist wasn't important. The work in front of them was. Tony turned toward the center of the workshop. Jarvis. Yes, sir. Download all publicly available physics knowledge. There was a brief pause. Then. Right away, sir. Immediately, holographic displays began appearing throughout the workshop. Data streams filled the air. Scientific publications. Engineering references. Material science databases. Physics models. Research archives. Everything publicly accessible began compiling rapidly. Tony crossed his arms while watching the process. Both he and Gaius were intelligent. Exceptionally intelligent. Their minds could process information far beyond ordinary human capability. Yet Jarvis remained better suited for handling enormous amounts of raw information. If there were differences between this universe and Earth's scientific foundations, Jarvis would find them faster than either of them could manually. The displays continued updating. Basic physics. Material science. Engineering principles. Advanced references. Everything flowed into the system. While Jarvis worked, Tony picked up one of the newly delivered containers. Let's see what we're dealing with. He carried it toward one of the analysis stations. The station itself was simple in appearance but extremely sophisticated. An enclosed glass chamber occupied the center. Nanite manipulators surrounded it. Scanning systems were integrated directly into the structure. Tony placed the container inside. Immediately the nanites activated. Tiny metallic tendrils extended toward the sample. The container opened without direct contact. The material inside was extracted carefully. A moment later the chamber sealed itself. Thin beams of light appeared. Laser arrays activated. The scanning process began. Surface analysis. Internal composition. Atomic structure. Layer after layer of data appeared on a nearby display. Tony and Gaius watched in silence. The sample being tested was iron. The system compared it directly against Earth's baseline iron. Numbers streamed across the screen. Then the comparison finalized. 99.9% similarity. Tony looked at the result. Then at Gaius. Gaius looked back. Neither said anything for a moment. The implication was obvious. At first glance there were no meaningful differences. Tony nodded. Interesting. The first result was promising. So they continued. Additional samples entered the chamber. More scans followed. Copper. Aluminum. Titanium. Gold. Other elements. Other materials. One by one they were analyzed. One by one results appeared. 99%. 99.4%. 99.7%. 99.8%. Always within the same general range. Always extremely close to Earth's equivalents. Tony leaned slightly closer toward one display. It looks like the differences are only decimal level deviations. Gaius nodded. The differences are small. He looked at one of the analysis reports. But even small changes can affect performance at scale. Tony immediately agreed. True. A minor difference inside a single component might not matter. A minor difference repeated millions of times could become significant. Especially when dealing with advanced technology. That was exactly why they were testing everything first. Gaius turned toward the fabrication section. Then let us move forward, he said. Tony followed his gaze. We should try building a lost gun using their materials. Gaius folded his arms. If it works in the fabrication system, then compatibility is confirmed. Tony glanced toward the analysis reports. The results had been encouraging. Now it was time to test them. Yeah, Tony said with a nod. Let's see if it actually holds up in practice. The two of them moved deeper into the workshop. Soon they arrived at one of Tony's design stations. A three-dimensional holographic workspace activated immediately. A transparent cube formed in the air. Coordinate lines stretched throughout the structure. A digital construction environment. Tony stepped forward. As you might not be familiar with this. The system brightened around him. I'll show you how it works so you can build the lost gun blueprint faster. Gaius watched. Tony raised a hand. A single glowing point appeared in the center of the holographic cube. This is how you start. The point hovered motionlessly. You don't imagine the weapon. Several more points appeared. You construct it from points. The points arranged themselves into a rough circle. Immediately the system connected them. Thin lines formed. A clean ring appeared. Then you connect them. Tony made another gesture. The ring expanded. Additional layers appeared. Structures began forming around it. One level. Then another. Then another. Everything aligned with mathematical precision. Build it layer by layer. The structure continued growing. Connect the parts. One section suddenly flashed red. Tony pointed toward it. Adjust anything that turns red until it stabilizes. He nudged the highlighted section slightly. Immediately the red disappeared. The color shifted blue. That's it. Tony lowered his hand. Points. He gestured toward the structure. Connections. Then toward the corrected section. Corrections. The design remained stable. Do that enough times and you get your blueprint. The holographic model dissolved. Tony stepped aside. Then he looked toward Gaius. Now apply that to the lost gun. Gaius studied the workspace. Only a few moments passed. His transhuman mind, far superior to even a space marine and approaching Primarch level processing, grasped it almost instantly. His gaze moved through the holographic grid. Then he spoke. Please disable the warning indicators. Tony raised an eyebrow. That request was unusual. Most designers appreciated error warnings. Most designers wanted as much guidance as possible. But Tony remembered what Gaius had told him before. The Space Marine did not simply know how a lost gun functioned. He understood it completely. Down to its material composition. Its construction. Even the underlying matter itself. Tony trusted him. Jarvis. Yes, sir. Remove the red error highlights. Confirmed, sir. The holographic environment shifted slightly. Warning indicators disappeared. The workspace became cleaner. Simpler. Less restrictive. Tony stepped fully aside. Gaius stepped forward. The giant warrior took his place inside the holographic grid. For a brief moment he simply observed the empty space. Then he began. Points appeared. One after another. Perfectly placed. The first stages of the lost gun blueprint started taking shape. Enjoying the story? Want to support future chapters and help this world grow? Every bit of support keeps me writing, thank you. Chapter 266, Chapter 264, First Prototype. Chapter 264, First Prototype. Nearly an hour passed inside the workshop. Throughout that time, Gaius remained within the holographic design workspace while Tony focused on the compatibility testing results and the data Jarvis continued compiling from the materials provided by ONI. The workshop itself remained quiet. The low hum of active systems filled the background. Displays floated throughout the room. Data updated continuously. Material composition reports. Atomic analysis results. Engineering references. Physics models. Everything Jarvis had gathered remained available for review. Meanwhile, Gaius worked. Point by point. Connection by connection. Layer by layer. The holographic workspace gradually filled with structure. Unlike a human engineer who might pause to reconsider measurements or revisit previous decisions, Gaius moved with unwavering certainty. Every component already existed within his mind. The holographic system merely served as a method of translating that knowledge into a blueprint the fabrication systems could understand. Eventually, the work came to an end. The lost gun now existed as a complete three-dimensional design floating within the workspace. Every component had been represented. The focusing assembly. The emitter. The power pack. The internal wiring. The structural housing. Every internal mechanism. Every measurement. Every tolerance. Everything was represented down to the smallest detail. Satisfied, Gaius stepped down from the platform. Tony noticed immediately. He looked up from one of the nearby displays. Done. Gaius nodded. The design is complete. His gaze shifted toward the fabrication systems waiting nearby. We will only know for certain once a functional prototype is produced. His voice remained calm. If there are incompatibilities, we can adjust the materials accordingly. Tony nodded. That seemed perfectly reasonable. The entire purpose of today's work was verification. The blueprint could be flawless and still fail if the materials behaved differently during production. Fortunately, lost guns were not particularly demanding weapons by Imperial standards. One of the reasons they had spread across the Imperium was adaptability. Thousands of worlds manufactured lost guns. Every one of those worlds possessed different industries, different resources, different manufacturing capabilities, different environmental conditions. Yet lost guns remained common throughout the Imperium because local substitutions were often possible. As long as certain requirements were met, performance remained largely unchanged. Tony understood the logic. Fair enough. He turned toward the fabricator. Jarvis, transfer the lost gun blueprint. Already transferring, sir. A holographic progress indicator briefly appeared. The bar climbed rapidly. Then vanished. Blueprint uploaded. Gaius immediately began walking toward the fabrication controls. Tony followed. Jarvis, gather the required materials. Right away, sir. The workshop responded instantly. Nanites flowed from storage compartments. Containers opened. Small portions of refined metals and compounds were extracted from the ONI samples. Iron. Copper. Aluminum. Various supporting compounds. Other materials required for production. Fortunately, the lost gun was not a particularly large weapon. A single prototype required only modest amounts of material. The samples provided by ONI were more than sufficient. The Nanites transported everything toward the fabricator. Unlike the analysis stations, the fabrication machine occupied a substantial portion of the workshop floor. It consisted of two heavily reinforced alloy chambers connected by conduits, processing systems, and assembly networks. A machine designed not merely to manufacture objects, but to construct them with extraordinary precision. The materials have been loaded, sir, Jarvis reported. Tony selected the lost gun blueprint. Then activated the fabrication sequence. A low hum echoed through the workshop. Most people would never have noticed it. Gaius did. His enhanced hearing immediately picked up the subtle sound. Beneath the workshop floor, the massive arc reactor embedded at the facility's core increased output. Power surged through the machine. Inside the first chamber, the raw materials began changing. They did not melt. Neither were they crushed. Instead, their structure was broken down into a state that allowed the machine to reorganize matter with incredible precision. Streams of material flowed through the system. Component by component. Layer by layer. The lost gun gradually took shape within the second chamber. Through the monitor, both men watched the process unfold. Neither spoke. The process lasted less than a minute. Then the hum faded. The machine became silent. A soft hiss escaped from the fabrication compartment. Moments later, the chamber opened. A completed weapon rested inside. Freshly manufactured. Unpainted. Without markings. Its metallic surface reflected the workshop lights. Even without the familiar military finish, there was no mistaking what it was. The M36 Cantrell pattern lost gun. The standard weapon carried by countless Imperial guardsmen across the Imperium. Gaius reached inside and picked it up. For a brief moment, the weapon appeared almost small in his massive hand. Then he turned and handed it toward Tony. Test it. Tony accepted the weapon without hesitation. He immediately understood why Gaius had passed it over. The trigger guard had been designed for normal human hands. There was no chance Gaius's armored fingers would fit inside it. A smirk appeared on Tony's face. You know, Gaius, you should try taking that armor off once in a while. Silence followed. Gaius considered the statement. Then slowly nodded. He neither agreed nor disagreed. Tony chuckled. It had only been a joke. Whether Gaius wore armor or not made very little difference to him. What Tony didn't realize was that Gaius was actually considering the suggestion. Not because of comfort. Space Marines rarely cared about comfort. But because the observation itself was practical. Still, he said nothing. Tony turned toward the exit. Let's see what this thing can do. The two left the workshop and entered the nearby testing area. The open space provided ample room for controlled experimentation. Tony stopped roughly 5 meters from a clear section of ground. Jarvis, deploy nanite shield for weapon analysis. Confirmed, sir. Nanites immediately emerged from workshop systems. The metallic swarm flowed through the air before assembling into a reinforced energy lattice. The shield stabilized quickly. Designed specifically for controlled testing. Tony raised the LOS gun. He took aim. Then fired. A focused beam of coherent light shot forward. The beam struck the shield. Ripples spread across the energy surface. A brief distortion passed through the lattice. Then the shield stabilized almost immediately. No penetration. No failure. No structural damage. The test had succeeded. Analysis complete, sir, Jarvis reported. Tony lowered the weapon slightly. Jarvis continued. Lethality exceeds standard modern rifle classifications. A direct impact would result in lethal penetration on unarmored targets. Severe limb severance is also highly probable depending on impact location. Tony nodded. Expected. Nothing there surprised him. The weapon was doing exactly what it was supposed to do. He adjusted his grip. Preparing to continue testing. Durability. Heat buildup. Power efficiency. Additional firing cycles. There was still plenty of data to collect. Before he could proceed, Gaius spoke. Tony. Tony looked toward him. The identification. Tony blinked. Then lightly slapped his forehead. Right. A small laugh escaped him. I completely forgot about that. His scientist instincts had taken over. He had focused entirely on practical testing and Jarvis's analytical systems. In the process, he had completely forgotten the identification ability granted by the Multiversal Chat Group. Tony activated the function. A soft interface appeared before him. Data began populating the display. The results appeared almost immediately. M36 Cantrell Pattern LOS Gun, Thasser Pattern. A masterwork variant of the M36 Cantrell Pattern LOS Gun designed by Gaius Maximer Thasser using knowledge blessed by the Emperor. Produced through Tony Stark's advanced fabrication systems, it is manufactured to near-perfect tolerances, surpassing standard Imperial LOS guns in accuracy, power output, thermal stability, and reliability while preserving the durability and efficiency of the original design. Without access to a Magnus structure, few Imperial Forge worlds could replicate a LOS gun of comparable quality. Silence followed. Tony looked at the display. Then at Gaius. Gaius looked back. Tony slowly exhaled. Oh. A faint smirk appeared. So the Emperor is involved. Gaius did not deny it. He simply nodded once. Tony shrugged. Fair enough. The answer honestly explained quite a few things. At this point, learning that an immortal galactic ruler could bless people with knowledge barely registered as unusual. Compared to everything else he had learned about the Imperium, it was almost reasonable. After all, the Emperor of Mankind had spent 10,000 years as a corpse on the Golden Throne. Now he was alive again and walking among his people. Compared to that, blessing someone with knowledge hardly seemed impossible. Tony lowered the weapon slightly. Well, whatever the source, it works. His eyes shifted toward the testing results. No malfunctions. No instability. No material incompatibility. He looked back at the LOS gun. This thing is clean. Gaius gave a single approving nod. Then it is acceptable. That was high praise coming from him. The first compatibility test had succeeded. The materials worked. The fabrication process worked. The weapon functioned properly. The first stage of technological exchange had produced results. At that moment, Tony's communicator activated. A holographic notification appeared. Commander Osman. Tony accepted the call. Her holographic image stabilized moments later. She will arrive shortly, Osman said immediately. The scientist is en route to your place and should arrive within minutes. Tony nodded. Understood. As the conversation continued, Osman's gaze shifted slightly. Not toward Tony. Toward the weapon in his hand. A brief hesitation crossed her expression before disappearing. Her composure returned almost immediately. She said nothing. But the thought was easy enough to guess. This was probably the first technology exchange item. And if it was the first item, it was probably a relatively low-priority demonstration. Something simple. Something introductory. Tony noticed the glance. A small smile appeared. This. He raised the lost gun slightly into view. This is going to be our first technology exchange item. Osmond's expression remained unchanged. But her silence spoke volumes. She was unimpressed. Not dismissive. Not disrespectful. Simply unconvinced. Tony chuckled softly. Don't underestimate it. He rotated the weapon slightly. The technology inside this is extremely efficient. Osmond remained silent. Tony continued. It can significantly improve your military capability. He tapped the side of the weapon. And indirectly, your entire human logistical structure. That finally caused her to pause. That weapon. Her tone wasn't disbelief. It was measured skepticism. Even with all the respect she had developed for Tony Stark, accepting that a single rifle could meaningfully affect humanity's technological baseline was difficult. After all, humanity already possessed rifles. Humanity already possessed advanced weapons. At first glance, the lost gun looked like exactly that. Another rifle. Nothing more. Tony recognized the reaction immediately. He had expected it. And as the scientist approached the workshop and the first true technology exchange prepared to begin, Commander Osmond found herself looking at the seemingly ordinary weapon and wondering whether Tony Stark was serious. While Tony simply smiled. Because he knew something she didn't. The rifle wasn't the important part. The technology behind it was. And soon enough, humanity would see exactly why. Image of the lost gun. Enjoying the story? Want to support future chapters and help this world grow? Every bit of support keeps me writing, thank you. Chapter 267, Chapter 265, Dr. Catherine Halsey. Chapter 265, Dr. Catherine Halsey. The testing area outside the workshop remained quiet after Commander Osmond's skepticism regarding the lost gun. For a moment, the holographic image of the ONI commander remained suspended in the air between Tony and Gaius. The newly fabricated lost gun rested comfortably in Tony's hands. Osmond seemed to consider saying something more. In the end, she didn't. Dr. Halsey would be arriving shortly. Whatever opinions she had regarding the weapon could wait until then. Our scientist will evaluate it personally, Osmond said. Tony shrugged. Fair enough. If the scientist was truly as important as everyone kept implying, having her examine the technology directly made sense. There was little value in arguing over a weapon she hadn't even seen yet. Still, before the conversation ended, another thought occurred to him. You should prepare some technology on your side as well. Osmond looked at him. Tony continued casually. And don't bother bringing low-level stuff. That immediately caught her attention. Tony raised the lost gun slightly. If this exchange goes the way I think it will, we're well past that. Silence followed. Osmond studied him for a moment. Not the weapon. Tony. She had already learned enough over the past several days to know that Tony Stark was not someone who made statements like that casually. If he was saying it, then he genuinely believed it. Eventually, she nodded. Understood. The call ended. The hologram disappeared. The air became quiet once again. For several seconds neither Tony nor Gaius spoke. Tony lowered his communicator. He was about to continue discussing the lost gun when something unusual caught his attention. Or rather, someone unusual. Gaius. The giant warrior wasn't looking at him. Nor was he looking at the workshop. His attention was focused elsewhere. Upward. Toward the sky. Tony followed his gaze. At first, he saw nothing. Then he spotted a small shape in the distance, heading straight toward them. As the seconds passed, the shape grew larger. The unmistakable sign of an approaching aircraft. A smile appeared on Tony's face. Well. He folded one arm across his chest. I think our guest is here. Far above, a small aircraft descended through the sky. It wasn't a civilian transport. The design was unmistakably military. UNSC. The craft continued descending toward the workshop. Dust shifted across the ground beneath the growing pressure of its engines. Loose debris skittered across the concrete. Tony folded his arms. Beside him, Gaius remained motionless. The giant warrior stood like a statue of gold, his red cape shifting gently in the wind. Both simply watched. The transport carrying one of humanity's most important scientists was finally arriving. The aircraft slowed as it approached. Its engines shifted position. The hum changed pitch. Moments later, the dropship settled onto an open stretch of land not far from the workshop. Dust billowed outward as the rear ramp lowered. Several armed personnel emerged first. Tony noticed the difference immediately. These weren't ordinary security forces. Their movements were disciplined, professional, and methodical. The moment they stepped off the transport, they began establishing a perimeter, their eyes constantly scanning and assessing the surrounding area. Not because they expected danger, but because protecting whoever remained inside was their job. Tony couldn't help smiling. Well. He crossed his arms. Looks like Marcus wasn't exaggerating. More personnel emerged. Then finally the person they were waiting for stepped out. A woman. Older. Gray-haired. Perhaps in her 60s. Possibly older. She wore simple civilian clothing beneath a long coat. No armor. No weapons. No visible military insignia. Nothing about her appearance suggested power or authority. And yet every soldier around her unconsciously adjusted their positioning. They protected her. Prioritized her. Centered themselves around her. Without a word, they made it obvious who the important person was. Tony raised an eyebrow. That's the scientist. The woman descended the ramp. Her gaze immediately moved toward the workshop. Then toward Tony. And finally toward Gaius. For the first time since exiting the aircraft, she stopped. Not because she was afraid. Not because she was intimidated. She was observing. And perhaps a little excited. Tony recognized that expression immediately. He had seen it countless times throughout his life. It was the look of someone seeing something new for the first time. The woman wasn't looking at Gaius as a person. She was looking at him as a scientific curiosity. A towering armored warrior standing over 11 feet tall. A genetically engineered transhuman beyond anything modern humanity should have been capable of producing. Tony grinned. Yep. He shook his head. Definitely a scientist. The woman finally resumed walking. The soldiers followed. Not too close. Not too far. Close enough to react. Far enough not to interfere. Eventually she stopped before Tony and Gaius. For several seconds, nobody spoke. A brief silence settled over the meeting. Then the woman extended a hand. Catherine Halsey. Her voice was calm. Confident. The confidence of someone who had spent most of her life being the smartest person in the room. I've been looking forward to meeting both of you. Tony accepted the handshake. Tony Stark. Then he gestured toward the enormous figure beside him. And the giant is Gaius Maximer Thasser. Halsey's eyes shifted upward. Quite a considerable distance upward. Even standing directly before him, the size difference remained absurd. Tony watched carefully. Most people needed time to process Gaius. They stared, hesitated, or simply didn't know how to react. Halsey didn't. She adjusted almost immediately. That alone made Tony reassess her. Then, somewhat to his surprise, she extended her hand toward Gaius as well. For the first time since her arrival, Gaius paused. His gaze lowered toward the offered hand, then toward his own. He wasn't wearing a power fist, but his auramite gauntlets remained firmly in place. Even armored, his hand was enormous. A normal human head could have fit comfortably within his palm. For a moment, Gaius seemed uncertain. Not because he was nervous. The gesture was simply impractical. Eventually, he reached forward with deliberate care. The massive golden gauntlet closed around Halsey's hand with remarkable precision. Despite his immense size, the movement was gentle and controlled. Halsey's hand nearly disappeared inside his own. The contrast was almost ridiculous. Tony couldn't help smirking. The image alone was worth remembering. Neither Gaius nor Halsey appeared bothered by the size difference. Halsey, in particular, paid little attention to it. Her focus remained entirely on him. His height. His proportions. The structure of his face. The armor. The way he stood and moved. Years of scientific experience made such observations automatic, and Gaius presented more questions than almost anything she had ever encountered. His existence challenged assumptions across multiple fields. Biology. Genetics. Medicine. Materials science. Even simple questions became interesting. How much energy did a body that size require? How had it been engineered? How powerful were the biological systems beneath the armor? Despite the obvious curiosity in her eyes, she remained professional. Eventually, she released his hand and stepped back. Impressive. Gaius tilted his head slightly. In what regard? Halsey's gaze briefly moved over the armor before returning to him. You. Silence followed. Then Tony laughed. Yeah. He pointed toward Gaius. That's usually the first reaction. A faint smile touched Halsey's face before disappearing. Professionalism quickly returned. She shifted her attention toward the purpose of the meeting. Then, she asked, Have you already analyzed the materials and elements of our universe? Tony gestured toward the workshop. We finished analyzing them. As he spoke, he handed the lost gun back toward the nearby nanites. The constructs responded immediately. The weapon was carefully taken from his hands. The nanites carried it back toward the workshop for storage and continued observation. Tony continued speaking. They're about 99% identical to Earth equivalents. He briefly glanced toward Gaius. Only minor decimal-level deviations. Then he added. Which means our exchange is completely viable. Compatibility shouldn't be a major issue. One of Halsey's eyebrows rose slightly. That answer wasn't what she had expected. Not because of the conclusion. Because of the speed. The materials had only arrived late last night. Realistically, work had begun this morning. Yet by midday they had already completed comparative analysis across multiple categories of elements and materials. That level of efficiency exceeded conventional laboratory expectations. Significantly. Either their technology was far more advanced than ONI had projected. Or their analytical methods bypassed multiple standard procedures entirely. Possibly both. It seems, Halsey said calmly, you do have considerable capability after all. Her eyes briefly shifted toward the workshop. You've already gone through an entire set of materials humanity can offer in just a few hours. There was no accusation in her tone. Only recalibration. A scientist adjusting her expectations based on new evidence. Tony simply shrugged. We had help. His gaze flicked upward briefly. A tiny movement. Almost unnoticeable. Halsey noticed it immediately. Artificial intelligence. The possibility entered her mind at once. Humanity already possessed AI. And everything she had seen suggested Tony Stark's technology exceeded current UNSC capabilities in several areas. The nanites alone were extraordinary. Considering the precision required to control them, advanced AI support seemed almost inevitable. More than that, she found herself feeling something unusual. A small amount of professional awe. Tony Stark was supposedly from Earth in 2012. Yet the technologies he carried rivaled or surpassed systems developed by an interstellar civilization centuries later. That alone was remarkable. It does confirm something important. Tony tilted his head. Oh. Halsey met his gaze directly. There are real differences between our universes. Silence followed. Then Gaius spoke. Tony. Both scientists looked toward him. The lost gun. The brief philosophical discussion ended immediately. The purpose of the meeting returned to the forefront. Tony nodded. Right. He turned toward Halsey. Come in, Dr. Halsey. He gestured toward the workshop entrance. We have something for you to judge. There was more focus in his voice now. We'll need your evaluation for ONI as well. That should allow the trade process to begin properly. Halsey observed both men for a moment. Then nodded. Very well. But internally, her thoughts had already moved ahead. Lost gun. The word was unfamiliar. The name suggested some form of weapon, obvious enough from context. So that was what they intended to present. A weapon. Her eyes briefly drifted toward the workshop entrance, toward the weapon the nanites had carried away moments earlier. That must be the lost gun. Still. Something about it felt underwhelming. Only a weapon. Compared to the nanotechnology. The AI systems she had thought of. Everything else they had already shown. It felt almost mundane by comparison. Yet she refused to make assumptions. She had not examined it. She had not studied it. And in her experience, premature conclusions often led directly to mistakes. So she kept those thoughts to herself. Instead, she stepped forward. What Halsey didn't yet realize was that the most remarkable aspect of the lost gun wasn't the weapon itself. It was the power pack. And its capabilities were about to leave a far greater impression than she expected. Lead the way. Tony smiled. Gaius turned toward the workshop. Together, the three of them began walking. Behind them, the security personnel remained outside. Enjoying the story? Want to support future chapters and help this world grow? Every bit of support keeps me writing, thank you. Chapter 268, Chapter 266, The Real Value. Chapter 266, The Real Value. The moment they entered the workshop, Tony didn't waste time. The large interior remained active as always. Holographic displays floated throughout the room. Scientific data continued scrolling across multiple screens. Analysis reports from earlier material testing remained available for review. The workshop systems hummed quietly in the background. But Tony ignored all of it. He walked directly toward a nearby table. The lost gun rested there, placed by the nanites earlier. Without hesitation, he picked it up and turned toward Dr. Catherine Halsey. Let's skip the theory. Before she could respond, Tony tossed the weapon toward her. She caught it smoothly. Tony smiled. Scientists trust data. A composed smile appeared on Halsey's face. Good. Tony pointed toward the testing range outside. Then let's test it. A few moments later, everyone had relocated to the range. Tony, Gaius, Halsey, several security personnel, and multiple recording systems were present. Rows of prepared targets stretched across the field. Steel plates. Concrete blocks. Armor samples. Sensor equipment. Everything required for a proper evaluation had already been set up. The Loss gun rested comfortably in Halsey's hands. For several moments, she simply studied it. The design stood out immediately. Simple. Minimal. No bolt system, no ammunition feed, no ejection mechanism, and no visible recoil mitigation. Only the power pack mounted beneath the weapon. Her eyes narrowed slightly. How many shots? Tony answered without delay. Depends. Halsey looked at him. Tony continued. Power settings. That caught her attention. Explain. Tony stepped closer and indicated the side controls. Low. A setting changed. Standard. Another. High. Halsey's interest increased. Multiple power settings made the weapon far more flexible than she had initially assumed. She raised the Loss gun. A steel plate stood 50 meters away. She aimed and fired. A red beam struck instantly, leaving a glowing mark on the surface. No projectile. No recoil worth noting. No delay. She adjusted to standard power and fired again. The beam punched cleanly through the steel, damaging the armor sample behind it. Halsey's focus sharpened. She switched again. Maximum output. The third shot shattered the reinforced target, sending fragments across the range. For a brief moment, silence followed. Not because the effect was unprecedented, humanity already possessed weapons capable of greater destruction. But because of how simply it had been achieved. No explosives. No moving parts in the firing system. No mechanical complexity. Just a beam of light delivered through a compact weapon. Halsey lowered the Loss gun slightly and looked toward Tony and Gaius. This is a very capable weapon. Her eyes stayed on the damaged targets. It uses a directed energy beam. No physical projectile. That removes recoil entirely and improves accuracy consistency. She shifted her stance slightly. The advantages are clear. Her gaze moved across the range. No bullet drop at this scale. No meaningful travel delay. No environmental drift. Fewer mechanical failure points. Everything she said was accurate. The weapon's strengths were obvious. Then she paused. But if this is all it is. The weapon lowered slightly. Then it isn't particularly revolutionary. Her gaze moved briefly toward the damaged targets. It's a good weapon. She looked back at Tony. Reliable. Efficient. Logistically attractive. A brief pause followed. But humanity already possesses weapons capable of causing similar or greater damage. Her eyes settled on the Loss gun. So based solely on what I've seen so far, I wouldn't call it transformative. Tony's expression didn't change. Instead, he smiled. That's because you're only looking at half of it. Halsey's eyes narrowed slightly. Tony stepped closer and tapped the side of the Loss gun. Its firing system is good. His hand moved toward the underside of the rifle. But that's not the real advantage. He looked directly at her. The power source is. Immediately, Halsey's attention sharpened. Tony reached down and detached the power pack from the weapon. The process was smooth and uncomplicated. A compact energy cell slid free from its housing. Tony held it between two fingers before extending it toward her. Halsey accepted it carefully. For several moments, she simply examined it. Rotating it under the light. Studying its surface. Looking for something unusual. Something advanced. Something hidden. She found nothing. It looked simple. Almost disappointingly simple. Tony noticed. This is its power cell. He nodded toward it. A high-density energy storage unit. Halsey continued examining it. Still nothing remarkable. Tony didn't rush her. Instead, he simply watched. Then he continued. And if storing energy was all it did? He shrugged. Then yeah, it would just be another battery. Useful. But nothing special. That made her look up. Tony pointed toward the power cell. But it does more than store energy. Halsey tilted her head slightly, silently prompting him to continue. Tony continued. It doesn't care where the energy comes from. It takes what's available and turns it into usable charge. He began counting examples casually. Sunlight. It charges. Heat from a fire. It charges. Waste heat from machinery. It can siphon it. Plug it into a generator. It charges fast. The stronger the source, the faster it fills. He raised a finger. Now, before you get any ideas, there are limits. Some charging methods are better than others. A proper charger or generator is ideal. Using ambient heat is slower. And if you're doing things like repeatedly recharging it with extreme heat or sticking it into a fire, it'll work, but you're shortening the lifespan of the power pack. He shrugged. It's an emergency option, not the preferred one. Silence followed. Tony allowed the information to settle. Halsey's fingers tightened slightly around the power cell. The warning about reduced lifespan barely registered as a drawback. Of course, repeated exposure to improper charging methods would cause wear over time. That was normal. Expected, even. What mattered was that the option existed at all. Most power systems did not allow a soldier to recharge them from sunlight, ambient heat, industrial machinery, or an open fire in an emergency. The power pack did. That changed things. Significantly. Tony watched the realization spread across her face. Then he continued. It's like a sponge for energy. It doesn't matter if the source is clean or messy. It absorbs what's around it. He paused briefly before adding. And it's built for long-term use. Thousands of charge cycles. Very low degradation when used properly. This time, Halsey didn't immediately respond. Her attention had become completely focused. The small cube in her hand suddenly felt far more important. Tony continued. So instead of carrying fuel that runs out, he gestured toward the power cell. You carry something that keeps refilling itself. As long as you're not in a completely dead environment. He straightened. That's the real difference. Not raw power. Availability. Then he added the point he knew would matter most to any military planner. Your reliance on ammunition logistics would be drastically reduced. Tony stopped speaking. He let the idea settle. Halsey looked down at the power cell again. It still appeared simple. Plain. Unremarkable. And yet it no longer felt insignificant. Her thoughts shifted into structure rather than impression. It absorbed energy from its environment. Heat. Light. Waste energy. That meant something immediately practical. Even in combat, soldiers would not be completely cut off from resupply. Their ammunition could recharge from whatever energy was available around them, sunlight, thermal output, even battlefield heat. Her eyes briefly moved upward toward the workshop lights. Most UNSC systems depended on fixed infrastructure. Fuel supplies. Reactors. Maintenance schedules. Resupply chains. Everything required planning. Everything required stability. This did not. Her grip tightened slightly. If the explanation was accurate, soldiers would no longer depend on ammunition shipments to the same degree. Power would become something continuously generated rather than purely consumed. Her thoughts moved forward in steady increments. Forward bases would require less fuel storage. Equipment could recharge in the field. Temporary outposts could remain operational longer with reduced logistical support. Then a more important realization formed. This attacked one of the weakest points in military logistics. Tony watched her expression change. He could almost see the calculations forming behind her eyes. Before she could raise the obvious concern, he spoke again. And just to be clear, it's not magic. Halsey looked up. It still obeys energy limits. It just loses very little and recovers what would normally be wasted. That immediately answered several of the questions forming in her mind. Finally, she spoke. So it functions as both a storage unit and an energy recovery system. Tony nodded. That's a cleaner description. Halsey looked down at the power cell again. But her perspective had already shifted. This was no longer just a component. It was a system. It affected infrastructure, logistics, and operational planning simultaneously. Her thoughts continued in a steady, structured flow. Reduced resupply frequency would extend deployment duration. Environmental energy harvesting would reduce dependence on fixed power sources. Energy would no longer be a strict limiting factor in the field. A brief pause followed. Then the conclusion formed clearly. This isn't just a better battery. It changes how long a force can operate without external support. Her eyes slowly lifted again, fully focused. Tony noticed. Then added one final detail. It's easy to mass produce as well. That made her pause again. Catherine slowly nodded. If it could be studied. If its energy absorption and conversion processes could be understood. If it could be replicated. Humanity's technological baseline would rise significantly. Not just militarily, but across industry, economics, and science. The implications extended far beyond a rifle. The lost gun mattered. But the power cell mattered more. And the principles behind it mattered most of all. For the first time since arriving, Catherine no longer saw the cube as a component. It was a path forward. A technology capable of elevating humanity. She raised her gaze slowly. First toward Tony. Then toward Gaius. Any exchange that followed would involve him directly. Then let me analyze it first and prepare a report for Commander Osmond to review. Her voice remained calm and professional. But the interest behind it was now unmistakable. Then she continued. And while I'm on it. Her gaze lingered briefly on Gaius. Perhaps we can study it together. Establish some form of exchange. The first evaluation had succeeded. The lost gun had impressed her. The power cell had impressed her even more. And now Dr. Catherine Halsey, one of humanity's most important scientists, wanted more than a simple exchange. She was proposing cooperation. Tony's smile widened slightly. He also had his own interests in this exchange. He had already studied some of the publicly available technology from this world and identified a few areas worth exploring. More importantly, he had something he wanted to discuss with Catherine. The Spartan program. Enjoying the story? Want to support future chapters and help this world grow? Every bit of support keeps me writing, thank you. Chapter 269, Chapter 267, Questions and Answers. Chapter 267, Questions and Answers. Catherine Halsey stood before her assigned workstation inside Tony Stark's workshop. The moment she arrived, one thing became immediately obvious. This was not her laboratory. The difference wasn't subtle. Everything about the workstation reflected Tony Stark's approach to engineering and research. The layout was different. The interface was different. Even the way information was organized felt different. A holographic display floated in front of her, layered with analysis reports, material data, weapon schematics, and simulation controls. Halsey studied the floating interface carefully. Even the input methods differed from what she was accustomed to. Instead of fixed terminals and predefined workflows, the system responded dynamically to gestures, voice commands, and contextual actions. Information expanded, collapsed, and reorganized itself depending on what the user focused on. Tony had already spent several minutes introducing her to the system. Not a full tutorial. Just enough to ensure she could operate it without slowing the evaluation process. Once she adapted to the controls, she found them surprisingly intuitive. The system seemed designed to minimize unnecessary steps. An efficient design philosophy. Her attention shifted briefly toward another realization. Jarvis. Tony had introduced her to the AI earlier. That alone had confirmed several suspicions. The workshop wasn't simply AI-assisted. It was AI-driven. At a level ONI would classify as highly advanced. Jarvis wasn't merely following instructions. It actively participated in research. It could process analytical tasks independently, simulate outcomes, predict experimental results before physical testing, and reduce the need for repeated trials that would normally consume significant resources. The savings were obvious. Less time spent on experimentation. Fewer materials consumed. Reduced personnel requirements. Much of the work could be optimized through predictive modeling. Halsey showed none of her thoughts outwardly. But internally, she adjusted her understanding of Tony Stark once again. This wasn't simply an advanced workshop. It was a fully integrated research environment where analysis, simulation, and fabrication operated as parts of a single system. All operating as parts of a single unified system. A system she had never seen humanity create, not through ONI and not even in her own work. Her attention returned to the task at hand. The lost gun model floated inside Jarvis's analysis field. The model was suspended in midair, surrounded by holographic layers of data. Without hesitation, Halsey stepped forward. Full breakdown. Jarvis responded immediately. The weapon separated into its major components, the power cell, emitter assembly, trigger mechanism, casing, and internal structures. Material composition data appeared alongside each part as detailed engineering readouts filled the display. Halsey barely looked at the model itself. Her attention went directly to the data. Energy output. A graph appeared instantly. The discharge curve was stable, consistent, and predictable, with no obvious abnormalities. Power cell stability. A second graph emerged. The results were similar. Stable performance. No irregular spikes. No signs of instability. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Interesting. Overcharge simulation. The workshop began processing the request immediately. The simulation started running, and results appeared almost at once. At low overcharge levels, the power cell remained stable. Moderate overcharge produced minor efficiency losses. Nothing serious. Nothing unexpected. The simulation continued. The output curve climbed steadily as the charge level increased. Then the graph spiked sharply. A warning symbol appeared. Structural failure risk, imminent beyond 150% charge capacity. Another followed. Catastrophic rupture risk, sustained overload conditions. Halsey studied the results quietly. Her expression didn't change. Overcharge vulnerability. Noted. Internally, she categorized it as a manageable issue. The solution seemed straightforward. Limit energy intake. Prevent charging beyond safe thresholds. Simple engineering safeguards. Not a flaw in the technology itself. Before she could continue, a voice spoke behind her. The overcharging is not a flaw, Dr. Halsey. She turned. Gaius had stepped forward. The giant warrior's gaze rested on the warning indicators. What do you mean? Gaius looked at the holographic display. The loss gun is difficult to detonate accidentally. That immediately caught her attention. Difficult. Gaius nodded. The power pack is designed to store energy. His armored finger pointed toward the simulation. But in certain situations, a guardsman can deliberately overload it. Halsey's focus sharpened. Even Tony looked intrigued. He hadn't heard that from Gaius when he was explaining the loss gun to him. Gaius continued. A sufficiently overloaded power pack becomes unstable. The simulation highlighted the rising energy spike. Eventually, it detonates. Silence followed. For a brief moment, no one spoke. Then understanding settled in. Halsey's eyes returned to the holographic power pack. The system wasn't malfunctioning. It wasn't failing. It was operating as intended. The overload threshold sat far beyond normal operating limits, with multiple safety margins before instability could occur. A user would have to deliberately force it into that state. It wasn't a flaw. It was an emergency feature. A last resort for a soldier with no other options. If capture is imminent, Halsey said slowly, following the logic, the user can convert the power pack into an improvised explosive. Gaius inclined his head. Correct. Tony blinked, then looked between them. Wait. He pointed at the holographic display. You're telling me the battery doubles as a grenade? A crude description, Gaius replied. But accurate. Tony gave a short, genuine laugh. That's actually clever. Halsey looked back at the loss gun. The simple weapon had become noticeably more interesting. Not because of its firepower. Because of the thinking behind it. Every component seemed designed around practicality. Adaptability. Field use. Military necessity. Then another question formed. She looked toward Tony. If I am correct, this technology is from Gaius's universe. Tony nodded immediately. Indeed. It's from Gaius's world. Halsey's attention shifted fully toward the giant warrior. For several moments, she simply studied him. The armor. The size. The calmness. The technology. Everything about him generated questions. Questions she wanted answered. I would like to know more about you, Gaius. The giant warrior looked at her. What would you like to know, Dr. Halsey? Your world. She glanced briefly at the loss gun. This weapon alone suggests a civilization very different from ours. A brief pause followed. Then she looked directly into his eyes. And what are you, truly? The workshop grew quiet. Tony immediately became interested. Not because he lacked the answer. He already knew. He knew about the Imperium. He knew about Gaius's world. He knew what Gaius was. Still, he found himself curious. Not about the answer. About how Gaius would choose to answer. Gaius looked at Halsey for several moments. Then he spoke. I am human. Halsey's eyebrow rose slightly. The statement sounded almost absurd. An 11-foot armored giant stood before her, yet he identified himself as human. Gaius continued. I was born human. That made her pause. Born human. Then altered. Then changed. The conclusion formed quickly in her mind. There had once been a baseline human beneath everything she was seeing now. That aligned with her earlier assumptions. But the scale was still difficult to comprehend. Her thoughts continued in a structured line. Perhaps his civilization had something comparable to the Spartan program. Some form of controlled enhancement. Yet even that comparison felt insufficient. The real question remained unanswered. How far had they gone? Fragments of earlier discussions returned to her mind. The Imperium. Massive military structures. Countless worlds. Advanced technologies. But the process behind it all remained unclear. Too many missing pieces. Too many unknowns. So she asked directly. How did you become as you are? For a moment, Gaius didn't answer. Silence settled between them. Halsey noticed it immediately. Her curiosity had been moving so quickly that she only now realized he hadn't responded. Is it private? The question was sincere. Not challenging. Simply curious. Gaius remained silent. Not because he objected. Not because he wished to hide it. The question had drawn him elsewhere. Into memory. Into a past he rarely revisited. Ever since receiving the Emperor's blessing, his memories had become clearer. Fragments that had once been distant had returned. He remembered being human before becoming an Astartes. He remembered pieces of his life. He even knew he had possessed another life before that. A peaceful world. A world surprisingly similar to Tony Stark's Earth. But those memories remained blurred. Distant. Difficult to fully grasp. The memories that followed were easier to recall. He remembered awakening within his own universe. He remembered what followed. The experiments. The surgeries. The transformation. The process of becoming something more. When he finally spoke, his voice remained steady. I am an Astartes. The unfamiliar word lingered in the air. Then he continued. A human who went through surgeries to become a Primaris Astartes. Halsey never looked away. Astartes. The word repeated itself inside her mind. Astartes. Not Spartan. Something else entirely. Something larger. What kind of surgery made you like that? Before Gaius could answer, Tony spoke. Dr. Halsey. He straightened slightly, not harsh, but firm enough to redirect the moment. His hand gestured across the workshop. Holographic displays continued to update in steady motion. Analysis streams, simulation outputs, and material reports cycled through the air while Jarvis maintained continuous processing in the background. The system never stopped working. We're still in the middle of the exchange process, Tony said. Halsey looked toward him. Tony continued. The lost gun still needs to be fully evaluated, especially its power cell. He gestured toward the active displays. And we still need a proper report for ONI. A brief pause. His tone eased slightly, but the boundary remained clear. If we start going into history and origins now, we're going to lose focus on the actual technical assessment. He looked directly at her. Right now, the weapon is the priority. A glance toward Gaius. Not the story of the man holding it. Halsey held his gaze for a moment. Then she gave a small nod. No argument. The reasoning was sound. Tony continued. You'll get your answers. Another brief pause. Just not at the expense of what we came here to do. He turned slightly back toward the workstation. Let's finish the evaluation first. Then we open everything else. The implication was clear. Complete the assessment first. Then move on to everything else. Halsey accepted the logic. Her curiosity hadn't diminished. If anything, it had only grown stronger. Astartes. Primaris Astartes. Born human, then altered through extensive surgical augmentation. The questions remained. Many of them. But the answers could wait. P.S. And the real question is, what could ONI or the UNSC possibly put on the table in exchange for lost gun technology? Enjoying the story? Want to support future chapters and help this world grow? Every bit of support keeps me writing, thank you. Chapter 270, Chapter 268, The Value of Knowledge. Chapter 268, The Value of Knowledge. The holographic conference room remained silent. 3 figures occupied the space. Admiral Margaret Parangoski, Commander Saran Osman, and Dr. Catherine Halsey. The 3 women appeared around the holodable as life-sized holographic projections. A large table occupied the center while various data windows floated nearby, displaying reports and supporting information. The silence lasted several seconds. It was Halsey who finally broke it. I assume both of you have read the report. Neither Osman nor Parangoski answered immediately. The report itself had not been particularly long. The implications were another matter entirely. Eventually, Osman spoke. Is everything in this report accurate? For perhaps the first time in quite a while, genuine disbelief had found its way into her thoughts. Not because of the weapon. ONI had seen powerful weapons before. The Covenant possessed them. Forerunner technology possessed them. Humanity had spent decades facing technologies capable of destruction beyond conventional military expectations. A rifle capable of killing a soldier was not enough to shock her. The power pack was. That was the part that kept drawing her attention. The fact that it could be recharged repeatedly. The fact that it could absorb energy from multiple sources. The fact that infantry forces equipped with it would require dramatically less ammunition resupply than conventional UNSC units. Those implications stretched far beyond a simple firearm. Across the table, Parangoski remained silent. Her expression stayed as calm and controlled as ever. But she was waiting for the same answer. Halsey looked at both women before giving a small nod. It is accurate. The room fell quiet once more. Commander Osman leaned back slightly. You're telling me this weapon from Gaius's civilization uses a rechargeable power source that can remain operational for years and can even recover energy from environmental sources? Yes, Halsey replied. Osman's eyes remained on her. And you're certain? I've personally examined it. Another brief silence followed. Admiral Parangoski was the first to speak. Then the weapon itself is almost secondary. That's my conclusion as well, Halsey said without hesitation. Parangoski folded her hands together. The real value is the power technology. Not only for weapons, Halsey added. That immediately drew the attention of both women. Halsey continued. The principles behind the power pack could potentially be adapted to drones, vehicles, remote facilities, survival equipment, and long-term field operations. She paused briefly. Anything that depends on portable energy storage. Neither Osman nor Parangoski interrupted. Because they had already arrived at the same conclusion. If the report was accurate, they were not looking at a better rifle. They were looking at an entirely different approach to military logistics. And that could be worth far more than the weapon itself. The room remained quiet for several moments. Eventually, Parangoski spoke again. What should we exchange for it? The question was directed toward Halsey. Despite their complicated history, Parangoski trusted Halsey's professionalism. If Halsey was presenting the technology with this level of seriousness, then she had already examined it thoroughly. Across the conference room, Osman remained silent. She possessed considerable authority within ONI. More than most. But compared to the two women sitting before her, she remained the junior participant. Parangoski was the head of ONI. Halsey was arguably humanity's most accomplished scientist. Osman's role here was different. She had been among the first people to establish contact with Tony Stark and Gaius. And whatever decision emerged from this discussion, she would likely be the one responsible for communicating it. Halsey considered the question carefully. The Las gun itself is valuable. She paused. But if we're discussing equivalent value, then we shouldn't focus on the weapon. Parangoski's eyes narrowed slightly. The power pack. Halsey nodded. The power pack. Several sections of her report appeared beside her hologram. The weapon is useful. She gestured toward the floating data. The energy technology is transformative. Supply chains appeared. Logistical projections. Deployment simulations. Complex models created from her analysis. If we can understand and reproduce even part of this technology, it would affect far more than infantry weapons. She pointed toward one projection. Vehicles. Another. Remote outposts. Another. Emergency power systems. Another. Long-duration military deployments. The projections disappeared. Osman glanced toward her. Parangoski remained expressionless. Halsey continued. If we intend to exchange something of equivalent value, then first we need to understand what they actually need. She folded her arms. This technology came from Gaius's civilization. Her eyes moved between both women. If we want to determine what would be valuable to them, then we need a better understanding of their world. Parangoski looked directly at her. Wasn't Osman's conversation with Gaius enough? Halsey shook her head. No. The information was significant. She paused briefly. But it was broad. Useful for establishing context, not for understanding requirements. Several files appeared beside her hologram. The Imperium spans millions of worlds. They fight multiple enemies. They possess super soldiers called Astartes, who are at least equivalent to our Spartans, if not stronger. They've lost much of their technological knowledge. We already know all of that. Her gaze sharpened. What we don't know is what they currently lack. What they consider valuable. What problems they're trying to solve. And what knowledge they would actually be willing to exchange for. The room fell quiet again. Because she wasn't wrong. Knowing a civilization existed and understanding its needs were entirely different things. Halsey continued. At the moment, we're negotiating from a position of incomplete information. If we want an effective exchange, we need better data. Osman understood immediately where the discussion was heading. Halsey wasn't asking for access to ONI systems. She wanted access to Gaius and the other worlders themselves. Direct questions. Clear answers. Real observation. An opportunity to properly understand the civilization behind their technology, instead of working from fragments and vague reports. After all, Halsey's presence on Cascade had only been approved under strict conditions. Parangoski had initially opposed the deployment outright. The risks were obvious: unknown individuals, unknown technologies, and an outer colony far from immediate support. In the end, a compromise was reached. Halsey was allowed to go, but only under one condition: cooperation. Full professional conduct. No unilateral action. And a focus on the technology exchange, not personal pursuit. Parangoski looked at her directly. Neither of them spoke for several seconds. Both understood what was being said beneath the surface. Finally, Parangoski broke the silence. Remember, Halsey. They're from another universe. Her tone remained calm. Do not push too far. Halsey met her gaze without hesitation. I know what I'm doing. Parangoski didn't immediately respond. Whether she agreed or not remained difficult to determine. Eventually, she gave a small nod. The meeting had reached its natural conclusion. One by one, the holograms vanished. The connection ended. Halsey remained standing alone. For a few moments, she simply stared at the now empty conference room. Her thoughts had already returned elsewhere. To the workshop. To the lost gun. To Tony Stark. And most importantly, to Gaius. Because despite everything she had learned so far, she still felt as though she had only scratched the surface. Eventually, she returned to her assigned residence within Cascade. Earlier, she and Tony had agreed to continue their work the following day. The remainder of the evening passed quietly. Morning arrived once again. Tony Stark and Gaius Maximer Thasser made their way toward the workshop. This time, however, they were not alone. Naruto and Mindy walked alongside them. The reason was simple. They were bored. The workshop project sounded far more interesting than spending another day with nothing to do. Neither Tony nor Gaius had seen any reason to refuse. As a result, both had simply come along. The morning air remained cool as they approached the workshop. When they arrived, Halsey was already inside. Jarvis had granted her access earlier. Tony had already authorized the necessary permissions. Inside the workshop, Halsey continued examining data at one of the workstations. The workshop hummed quietly around her. Holographic displays floated overhead. Analysis reports continued updating in real time. Simulation results scrolled across various screens. Naruto was the first to notice her. He slowed slightly. Who's that? Mindy looked over as well. Her curiosity was immediate. Tony glanced toward the workstation. Dr. Catherine Halsey. He continued walking. One of the scientists working with us on the technology exchange. Oh. Naruto nodded. That explanation was straightforward enough. Mindy looked toward Halsey again. A scientist. Meanwhile, Halsey had already noticed the newcomers. Her attention briefly shifted toward Naruto. Then toward Mindy. Neither seemed remotely concerned about being inside a workshop filled with advanced technology. Considering everything she had witnessed over the past several days, that was becoming surprisingly normal. Tony continued deeper into the workshop. Morning, Doctor. Halsey looked up from the workstation and gave a small nod. Good morning. Beside Tony, Gaius offered a slight nod as well. The giant warrior remained as calm and composed as ever. P.S. Only one chapter today, I had a pretty busy day. But I'm curious, how do you think Halsey would react if she truly understood the warp, the immaterium, and the existence of the Primarchs? Enjoying the story? Want to support future chapters and help this world grow? Every bit of support keeps me writing, thank you. Chapter 271, Chapter 269, The Price of Distance. Chapter 269, The Price of Distance. The workshop remained active as always. Holographic displays floated above workstations. Simulation results updated continuously. Material analyses scrolled across transparent screens while Jarvis quietly processed tasks in the background. For a few moments after the morning greetings, Catherine Halsey stepped forward. I spoke with Admiral Parangoski. The statement immediately drew Tony's attention. We discussed what technology we should exchange for this. Tony and Gaius paused. Behind them, Naruto and Mindy remained silent, listening. Tony raised an eyebrow. What technology? Halsey folded her arms lightly. As far as we understand, the Lost Gun and its power pack originate from Gaius's civilization. Her gaze briefly shifted toward the giant warrior before returning to Tony. If we want to offer something of equivalent value, we first need a better understanding of what his civilization already possesses. Tony nodded immediately. That was reasonable. Technology exchanges only worked when both sides understood what the other side actually needed. Otherwise, they risked trading something valuable for something redundant. Halsey continued. We need to know more about the Imperium. Then she looked directly at Gaius. Otherwise, we risk offering something that has little value to your people. Gaius understood her reasoning immediately. After a brief moment of consideration, he nodded. That is reasonable. Halsey's expression relaxed slightly. Then I would like to ask some questions. Gaius gave another nod. You may ask. For the briefest moment, something brightened in Halsey's eyes. She had far more questions than she could possibly ask in a single conversation. About the Imperium. The Astartes. The Warp. Their technology. And Gaius himself. But she restrained herself. One step at a time. She began with what seemed like the most fundamental question. According to what you told Commander Osman before. She looked directly at him. What are these enemies you mentioned? Gaius answered without hesitation. Xenos. Orcs. Rebellions. The terms were familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. Aliens. Wars. Internal conflict. All understandable. Yet there was one term she remembered from earlier conversations. One term that seemed different from the others. One term that carried more weight whenever Gaius spoke about it. Before she could ask, Gaius continued. Xenos, orcs, and rebellions. He paused briefly. These are enemies the Imperium contends with constantly. His voice remained calm. We fight them every day across countless worlds. By now, Tony, Naruto, and Mindy had moved slightly aside to avoid interrupting. Gaius continued. But chaos remains the greatest threat. The difference was immediate. Halsey noticed it. His tone had changed. Only slightly, but enough. When he spoke about orcs or other alien species, there was certainty. Professionalism. Military practicality. When he spoke about chaos, there was something else. Something heavier. For it can turn humanity itself against us. Halsey frowned. Turn humanity against you. That immediately captured her attention. She could understand alien threats. She could understand rebellions. Human history was filled with both. But this sounded different. Was chaos an ideology? A political movement? A religion? Some kind of mimetic threat? How exactly could an enemy turn an entire civilization against itself? Gaius answered calmly. Chaos comes from the warp. The warp is the immaterium. Halsey opened her mouth to ask another question. But Gaius continued before she could interrupt. The immaterium is a parallel dimension. The workshop grew quieter. It is where many intangible things leave their imprint. He continued. Thoughts. Emotions. Souls. And countless other things that do not exist physically. Halsey listened carefully. A parallel dimension. That alone was difficult enough to verify scientifically. Then there was the rest. Thoughts. Emotions. Souls. Her mind immediately began organizing the information. Testing it. Comparing it against known scientific principles. Looking for frameworks that could explain it. Souls. She repeated the word. For a moment she thought. That sounds similar to hell. Then she shook her head. No. Not exactly. In religious traditions, hell is where souls go after death. She studied him carefully. You are describing something much broader. Gaius nodded. It could be compared to hell. But it is not truly hell. The warp is a reflection of the material universe. A place shaped by the thoughts and emotions of living beings. His voice remained steady. And within that reflection reside the entities humanity calls chaos. The ruinous powers. The workshop became noticeably quieter. Even Naruto stopped fidgeting. Tony and the others, however, remained calm. Unlike Halsey, he and the others had spent considerable time around Gaius. They had learned enough about the warp to understand why discussions about it were treated differently. Halsey noticed it immediately. More importantly, she noticed the way Gaius spoke about them. Not fear. Not quite. But caution. Something she had not heard when he discussed orcs or aliens. Ruinous powers? Halsey repeated. Powers that bring ruin. Gaius nodded. With the emotions, thoughts, and souls of living beings reflecting into the warp, many entities have formed over countless ages. He paused. But there are 4 that stand above all others. The strongest. His voice remained calm. These 4 beings of the warp call themselves gods. That immediately captured Halsey's attention. Her thoughts accelerated. Entities born from emotions. Thoughts. Souls. On the surface, it sounded impossible. But if the warp existed exactly as described, then such a phenomenon would at least possess internal consistency. Its own rules. Its own logic. So these beings were created by the emotions and souls of living creatures. Gaius nodded. Yes. Halsey's eyes narrowed slightly. Several pieces immediately connected. The warp. The ruinous powers. Chaos turning humanity against itself. The conclusion came quickly. Then these entities can influence people. Gaius remained silent. Halsey took that silence as confirmation. She continued. They corrupt humans. If they were born from emotions and thoughts, then they would naturally possess some means of interacting with them. Her mind continued racing through possibilities. It would explain what you meant earlier. It can make humanity fight itself. Gaius gave a small nod. Correct. Silence followed. Halsey folded her arms. That was far more dangerous than a conventional enemy. Aliens could be fought. Rebellions could be crushed. But an enemy capable of corrupting people from within. An enemy that weaponized the weaknesses already present inside humanity. That was different. Far different. For the first time since the conversation began, she fully understood why Gaius treated chaos differently. The warp. The ruinous powers. Corruption. Subversion. An enemy that attacked from within. There was clearly much more to the subject. Much more than Gaius had revealed. And she wanted answers. Many answers. Questions about chaos. Questions about the warp. Questions about the Imperium. Questions about these so-called gods. But she stopped herself. The answers had not reduced the number of questions. If anything, they had only added more. Those questions could wait. The purpose of this discussion was technological exchange. Not theology. Not metaphysics. Not a complete history lesson. So she redirected the conversation. For what you've seen so far, Gaius, what technology would be most valuable to your Imperium? Gaius considered the question for a moment. Then answered. The most important would be slipspace technology. The response surprised her immediately. He continued. Your long-range communications as well. His gaze briefly shifted toward various workshop displays. From what I have observed, your communications appear capable of functioning across interstellar distances with very little delay. For the first time during the discussion, Halsey visibly blinked. That answer genuinely surprised her. Not because slipspace lacked value. It absolutely possessed value. But because he was asking for it. An empire spanning millions of worlds should already possess faster-than-light travel. Otherwise such a civilization could not exist. If your Imperium spans millions of worlds, Halsey said slowly, then you already possess faster-than-light travel. Her eyes narrowed. So why would you need ours? Gaius nodded. We do. The answer did not satisfy her. Then explain. Gaius remained silent briefly. Then answered. We travel through the warp. The moment he spoke, everything connected. The warp. The immaterium. Chaos. The ruinous powers. Her eyes widened slightly. Then humanity is in a far worse situation than I thought. Tony glanced toward her. Halsey continued. If your ships have to travel through the same dimension where these entities exist. She paused. Then every voyage is exposed to them. Now she understood. Completely. Gaius wasn't asking for slipspace because the Imperium lacked faster-than-light travel. He was asking because their existing method was dangerous. Dangerous on a scale she was only beginning to comprehend. Gaius nodded. Yes. His voice remained calm. If not for the Astronomicon, humanity would be lost. Halsey's attention immediately locked onto the unfamiliar term. The Astronomicon. A beacon. Gaius answered simply. It guides humanity through the warp. He paused. But even with it, ships are still lost. His expression became noticeably more solemn. Some disappear. Some arrive decades late. Some never arrive at all. And some encounter things within the warp. Nobody spoke. The workshop had become completely silent. Gaius continued. Many worlds have been isolated. Many fleets have been destroyed. Many lives have been lost. His voice remained steady. Especially when the ruinous powers interfere. The silence that followed felt heavier than before. Halsey finally understood. From Gaius's perspective, slipspace was not simply another method of travel. It was potentially freedom from dependence on the warp. Freedom from exposure to chaos. Freedom from a threat that seemed woven into every aspect of Imperial civilization. And if even half of what he described was true, then the value of slipspace technology to the Imperium might exceed her original estimates entirely. Her attention briefly lingered on the Astronomicon. The term remained intriguing. What exactly was it? A machine? A network? A phenomenon? Something else entirely? But she did not ask. Not yet. Instead, she focused on the matter at hand. Slipspace technology. She understood the significance of what Gaius was requesting. And she also understood the significance of granting it. If the Imperium truly valued it this highly, then it represented more than a trade. It represented an opportunity. Trust. Cooperation. A foundation for future exchanges. The Lasgun already demonstrated that Gaius's civilization was willing to share meaningful military technology. That mattered. The exchange was not one-sided. And despite possessing the ability to leave whenever they wished, the otherworlders had repeatedly chosen cooperation instead. That mattered too. Halsey lowered her gaze slightly as she considered everything. Then she looked back up. I will tell Parangoski about this. Her tone was calm and confident. And I'll make her agree with me. A brief pause. Don't worry. For a moment, nobody spoke. Then Gaius looked at her and inclined his head. You have my thanks. Halsey nodded. Then a small smile appeared. Not because of the thanks. Because now she had what she wanted. A reason to continue. A reason to ask more questions. A reason to keep digging deeper. Then with your thanks. She looked directly at him. I want to know more about your universe, Gaius. Because the deeper she looked into Gaius's world, the more she realized how little she truly knew. Tony immediately smiled. Enjoying the story? Want to support future chapters and help this world grow? Every bit of support keeps me writing, thank you. Chapter 272, Chapter 270, Questions of Inheritance. Chapter 270, Questions of Inheritance. The workshop remained active as always. Holographic displays floated above nearby workstations. Data scrolled across transparent screens. This time, however, the group's attention wasn't focused on technology. It was focused on a table. Naruto, Mindy, Gaius, Tony, and Catherine Halsey sat around one of the workshop's larger work tables. Unlike the others, this table contained integrated holographic projectors capable of displaying recordings directly above its surface. Tony looked toward Halsey. Since you want to know more about Gaius's world, we might as well show you some videos. He leaned back slightly in his chair. You can ask whatever questions you have afterward. Halsey's eyes brightened immediately. The suggestion appealed to her far more than she expected. The previous recording she had watched, the one involving Gaius and Admiral Parangoski, had already answered some questions while creating many more. If there were additional recordings available, then they might provide information that simple explanations could not. Context. Behavior. Culture. Reality. Seeing something often revealed details that words alone could never fully capture. That would be helpful, Halsey said. Mindy nodded immediately. Indeed. You need to watch these videos if you want to understand more. A grin appeared on her face. She had watched many of them countless times. Some because they were informative. Others because they were simply fun to watch. Naruto nodded in agreement. Yeah. He crossed his arms. They're pretty cool. His eyes briefly drifted toward Gaius. Tony raised a hand. The table activated instantly. Soft blue light expanded outward. The holographic projector hummed quietly. Then an image began forming above the center of the table. Everyone's attention shifted toward it. The first frame appeared. A battlefield. Demon corpses littered the ground. Broken stone structures stood half-collapsed around a scorched altar. The ruins bore countless signs of battle. Destroyed walls. Blackened earth. Scattered bodies. And at the center of everything sat a lone warrior clad in blue power armor. Silent. Motionless. Surrounded by death. Naruto immediately recognized it. Oh. He pointed toward the hologram. This is the first video. The one from when Gaius joined us. Mindy nodded immediately. Yep. For Naruto, the recording was familiar. For Halsey, it was entirely new. Her attention locked onto the armored giant sitting amidst the destruction. At first, she didn't assume it was Gaius. The previous recording she had watched showed multiple warriors wearing similar armor. Perhaps this was one of them. Perhaps a subordinate. Perhaps another member of whatever military force Gaius belonged to. Her attention then shifted toward the corpses scattered throughout the ruins. The creatures were unlike anything she had ever seen. Twisted. Distorted. Some possessed horns. Others had claws. Many appeared to have anatomy that made little biological sense. Their bodies resembled the demons found throughout ancient mythology and religious texts. For a moment she considered asking if these were the entities they had discussed earlier. The creatures from the warp. Before she could ask, Mindy spoke. Gaius really changed a lot. She watched the hologram with a nostalgic expression. Back then, he only looked similar to Titus. His armor was blue. She glanced toward the giant seated beside them. But now his armor looks like it's made of gold. Halsey blinked. Her gaze immediately returned to the recording. The blue-armored warrior. Gaius. That was Gaius. Now that she knew, the similarities became obvious. The armor was different. Smaller. Far less ornate. Nothing like the golden Oramite armor he currently wore. Yet the build was the same. The posture was the same. The sheer presence was unmistakable. There was no doubt. It was him. Halsey's eyes narrowed slightly as the recording continued. The blue-armored warrior rose and began moving through the battlefield. He stopped beside one of the fallen warriors. A compartment in the chest armor opened. Carefully, Gaius removed a gland-like organ. Then he moved to another body. And another. Repeating the process. Halsey watched silently. There was no visible grief. No ceremony. No mourning. No emotional display. Only duty. The giant warrior recovered what he had come for and continued onward. Nothing more. Nothing less. Eventually he reached the edge of the ruined shrine. Partially buried beneath rubble sat a vehicle. Immediately, Halsey's attention shifted. The machine looked nothing like anything used by the UNSC. It was massive. Armored. Built entirely for war. Heavy plating covered its structure. Twin exhausts sat toward the rear. Every part of it looked engineered for battle. Without hesitation, Gaius mounted it. The engine roared to life. A moment later the vehicle accelerated. Halsey's eyes widened slightly. It moved far faster than something that size should have been capable of moving. The recording shifted rapidly. Ruins flashed past. Then enemies emerged. Warp-spawned creatures. Demons. They surged from the ruins. One reached him. The power sword flashed. The creature split apart instantly. Another appeared. Then another. And another. Each died just as quickly. Gaius never slowed. Never hesitated. Never stopped moving. Within minutes he reached an extraction zone. A large aircraft waited there. The ramp lowered. A pilot stood inside. The men offered a salute. Gaius returned nothing verbally and simply boarded. Moments later the aircraft lifted into the sky. The ruined world shrank beneath them. The recording continued. The aircraft eventually entered a much larger vessel in orbit. A warship. Massive enough that even through the recording its scale felt immense. Then a voice echoed throughout the ship. Cold. Emotionless. Exterminatus authorization confirmed. The workshop grew quieter. A brief pause followed. Planetary purge in 3, 2, 1. Halsey's eyes narrowed. Planetary purge? Then the viewport filled with light. Massive beams descended from orbit. Lances of energy struck the world below. Entire districts vanished. Mountains collapsed. Cities disappeared beneath expanding oceans of fire. The surface cracked apart. The scale was difficult to comprehend. Even through a recording. The shrine world was dying. No. It was being deliberately destroyed. Nobody interrupted. Nobody spoke. The workshop remained completely silent. The recording showed Gaius standing before the viewport. Watching. Motionless. The destruction reflected across the armored giant's visor. Then his voice finally broke the silence. The Imperium endures. A brief pause followed. Not all who live are meant to be saved. The recording ended. The hologram vanished. Silence lingered. Gaius remained silent. He offered no explanation. No commentary. No defense. Nothing. Naruto leaned back slightly. Mindy did the same. No matter how many times I watch it, Mindy said, it's still awesome. Naruto nodded. Yeah. He scratched the back of his head. Even if it's kinda heavy. Mindy shrugged. I wasn't even in the chat yet when that happened. She pointed toward the now empty projector. But the chat saved it, so I just downloaded it later. Naruto glanced toward her. Still weird how casual you are about it. Mindy simply shrugged again. Tony didn't comment. His attention remained fixed on Halsey. And Halsey hadn't moved. She continued staring at the empty space where the recording had been. Silent. Thinking. The battlefield. The demons. The recovery of the organs. The military discipline. The vehicle. The destruction of an entire world. And Gaius's final statement. The images replayed through her mind one after another. The implications were enormous. Tony finally spoke. You can start asking questions. A moment passed. If you have any. The words pulled Halsey back to reality. She slowly lifted her gaze. There were many questions. Far too many. But one detail stood out more than the others. Those organs. The ones Gaius had recovered from the fallen warriors. Those organs he removed from the fallen soldiers. She paused briefly. What exactly are they used for? Almost immediately, another question followed. And are they always recovered after death? Her eyes narrowed slightly. Focused. Analytical. Gaius answered without hesitation. I took the progenoid glands. The unfamiliar term settled over the table. They are part of the gene seed. Halsey listened carefully. They carry the genetic material from which we are made. A brief pause followed. Through them, new Astartes can be created. Halsey's attention sharpened immediately. The significance was obvious. This wasn't merely battlefield recovery. It was something much more important. Gaius continued. Yes. We Ultramarines recover them whenever possible. It is one of our duties. Halsey remained silent, listening. Some are harvested while a battle brother still lives. Once they have matured, Gaius said in the same calm, matter-of-fact tone. Others are recovered from the dead. He paused briefly. If a brother falls, his gene seed is not lost unless we fail to retrieve it. The explanation clarified the process, but not its importance. Halsey folded her arms. Why is it so important? Gaius answered immediately. Because every progenoid is a future warrior. The simplicity of the answer made it even more significant. It is how the chapter preserves itself. Halsey absorbed that as Gaius continued. The gene seed of the Adeptus Astartes was originally derived from the Primarchs. A new term appeared. Primarch. Halsey became still. The organs suddenly carried far greater meaning. They were not merely biological tissue but an inheritance, a lineage, and a means of preserving an entire military order across generations. Every recovered gland protected the future. Every loss mattered. Every battlefield recovery ensured continuity. Their strength was not merely trained. It was cultivated, preserved, and passed from one generation to the next through a biological legacy unlike anything she had encountered before. She understood its importance immediately. The implications were difficult to ignore. If the underlying principles behind the creation of an Astartes could be studied, they might offer valuable insights for improving humanity's own augmentation programs. Even the possibility was enough to capture her interest. But one word remained. One word that seemed central to everything. Primarch. Halsey looked toward Gaius. Primarch. She repeated the term quietly. Her gaze remained fixed on him. What is that exactly? The workshop fell silent once more. Enjoying the story? Want to support future chapters and help this world grow? Every bit of support keeps me writing, thank you. Chapter 273, Chapter 271, Foundations of an Empire. Chapter 271, Foundations of an Empire. The workshop remained quiet following Halsey's question. Everyone was focused on Gaius. Halsey sat with her arms folded, her eyes fixed on him. The question still hung in the air. Primarch. What was a Primarch? For a few moments, Gaius said nothing. Then he let out a slow breath. I suppose some additional explanation is necessary. His gaze settled on Halsey. You have asked questions that cannot be properly answered without understanding the larger picture. Halsey remained silent. She simply listened. The answer itself interested her. But more importantly, she could already tell it connected to something much larger. Gaius turned his attention toward the others seated around the table. Tony. Naruto. Mindy. And it would be useful for all of you as well. The shift in tone immediately caught everyone's attention. Tony straightened slightly in his chair. Naruto uncrossed his arms. Mindy's playful expression faded into seriousness. Gaius continued. There are many things about my universe I have not explained. His voice remained calm. Not because they were secret. A brief pause followed. But because they were not immediately relevant. Everyone listened. His expression grew more serious. However, I do not know what the future holds. The workshop remained silent. I do not know if the Multiversal Chat will ever issue a mission involving my universe. That possibility immediately changed the atmosphere. Naruto glanced toward Mindy. Mindy glanced back. Neither spoke. Gaius's gaze swept across everyone present. If that happens, then understanding the Imperium, its enemies, and humanity's situation may become important. That simple statement carried weight. This was no longer merely history. It was preparation. If the chat ever sent them into Gaius's universe, then understanding it beforehand could be the difference between success and failure. A brief silence followed. Then Gaius gave a slight nod. So I will explain. Everyone focused entirely on him. Not just what a Primarch is. His voice remained steady. But the foundations of my world. The Imperium. The Emperor. The Primarchs. The Astartes. And the enemies that threaten humanity. Halsey's eyes sharpened immediately. This was exactly what she wanted. Not isolated facts. Context. Structure. Understanding. Even Tony leaned forward slightly. His curiosity clearly sharpened. Across the table, Naruto and Mindy exchanged a glance. Both had heard pieces of this before. Mentions. References. Fragments scattered across conversations. But neither had received the full picture. Gaius looked at all of them. To understand why gene seed is important, you must first understand where it came from. Everyone listened. And to understand that. His voice hardened slightly. You must first understand the Emperor of Mankind. Immediately, Jarvis responded. The AI seemed to anticipate what would be needed. A holographic display appeared above the table. A massive stone statue formed in blue light. The figure towered over the projection. A giant man clad in ornate armor. A sword rested at his side. One hand gripped the hilt. The other extended outward. Even as a statue, it radiated authority. The kind of presence that demanded attention. Halsey immediately studied every detail. Naruto and Mindy focused on the display. Gaius looked toward the statue. For a moment, his expression grew slightly distant. There are many legends regarding the Emperor's origin. The workshop remained quiet. None can be verified. Tony raised an eyebrow. Halsey listened closely. Many claims exist. Gaius folded his arms. Some say he has guided humanity since ancient times. Others believe differently. He shook his head slightly. None of it can be proven. The uncertainty surprised Halsey. For such a central figure, she had expected something more concrete. Then Gaius continued. But what is known is this. His tone strengthened. When humanity entered the age of strife, the Emperor revealed himself. At that time, humanity had fallen into division. Worlds were isolated, knowledge was lost, and civilization itself was collapsing. Even Naruto could grasp the scale being described. This was not a single nation falling apart. It was an entire civilization spread across countless worlds. Gaius continued. The Emperor united Terra. He glanced briefly at Halsey. Terra is what you know as Earth. Halsey gave a small nod. That much was already familiar. Gaius continued. After uniting Terra, he launched what became known as the Great Crusade. The hologram shifted. Images of starships appeared. Then worlds. Military formations. Expanding routes connecting system after system. The purpose was to reunite humanity. To reclaim the lost worlds of mankind. And to forge a single human civilization once more. He looked back at the Emperor's statue. To accomplish that goal, the Emperor created 20 sons. For the first time, Halsey leaned forward slightly. Her full attention locked in. The Primarchs. The word returned. Primarch. The term that had started this entire discussion. There were originally 20 Primarchs. A brief pause followed. But only 18 are known. Halsey's eyes narrowed. Then Gaius delivered the next line. 2 Primarchs were erased from Imperial records. Silence followed. Their legions were erased as well. That immediately caught Halsey's attention. Erased. Not lost. Not destroyed. Erased. The distinction mattered. Her mind immediately began analyzing the implications. Records removed. Histories altered. Entire military formations deleted from official knowledge. Across the table, Tony reached the same conclusion. Neither interrupted. They waited. Gaius noticed their expressions. The legions were the Astartes of each Primarch. Understanding appeared on Halsey's face. So each Primarch had their own force of Astartes. Yes. Gaius nodded once. The gene seed used to create an Astartes originates from a Primarch. He continued. The Primarchs were created by the Emperor. The Astartes were created from the Primarchs. His gaze settled on Halsey. In simple terms, every legion descended from its Primarch. The workshop quieted again. And all Primarchs possess immense power, Gaius added. When they were scattered across the galaxy and landed on different worlds as infants, most of them went on to conquer the planets they were raised on. He paused for a moment, as if recalling something Gilliman had once said. Not all of them, but most. Halsey immediately understood the significance of gene seed recovery. It was not merely biological material. It was lineage. Inheritance. The foundation of an entire military structure. If each legion traced itself back to a Primarch, then every recovered progenoid preserved that lineage. The idea that most Primarchs went on to conquer their home worlds only reinforced their significance. In a galaxy as advanced as the Imperium, conquest required far more than strength alone. It required overwhelming capability in both strategy and power. That realization made the Primarchs feel even more significant. A new question formed immediately. Do Primarchs and their legions have their own differences? Gaius nodded. Yes. And they are very distinct. He paused. Not only in doctrine or armor, but in their innate strengths as well. That caught Tony's attention. What kind of differences? Gaius nodded again. The Primarchs are not just commanders. They're the genetic source of each legion. Tony frowned slightly. So, like a template. In a sense. Gaius inclined his head. But more than that. He continued. Each Primarch's gene seed produces Astartes with shared traits. Not only physical, but behavioral tendencies as well. Halsey's eyes narrowed. That was significant. Very significant. Behavioral inheritance. Not just physical augmentation. Naruto spoke up. Does that mean if a Primarch is bad, his Astartes are bad too? Gaius immediately shook his head. No. Not in that way. He looked at Naruto. The gene seed can influence tendencies, but it does not decide who they become. Astartes may share traits with their Primarch, including discipline, aggression, temperament, and certain abilities. But they are still shaped by training, experience, and circumstance. Naruto considered that. So it's not fixed. No. Gaius nodded once. It is influence, not control. Naruto seemed satisfied. Halsey remained silent. But her mind continued working. Influence was still measurable. Still significant. Especially on a biological level. Gaius continued. I am an Ultramarine. His voice remained calm. An Astartes of our Primarch Robot Gilliman. The name meant nothing to most of them. We are trained as both leaders and soldiers. And are considered among the most stable of the legions. Tony folded his arms. So, how different are the other legions? Very different. The answer came immediately. Tony blinked. How different? He wanted an example. Gaius thought for a moment. Then answered. The Blood Angels. The name drew attention instantly. They are among the most noble legions. A brief pause. But also one of the most flawed. Tony frowned. Flawed how? Gaius chose his words carefully. They carry a genetic flaw in their gene seed. The workshop grew quieter. Under certain conditions, it can trigger a psychotic break tied to inherited genetic memory. His expression remained steady. It is rare without cause, but when triggered, they lose control, become extremely violent, and ultimately die. It is a 100% fatal outcome. Halsey's eyes narrowed. So it's a biological failure state. Yes. Gaius nodded. And it is linked to their Primarch's final moments. Silence followed. Tony's curiosity sharpened. Naruto looked confused. Mindy simply listened. It does not happen often, Gaius continued. But when it does, they lose themselves completely. It's called the Black Rage. The unfamiliar term settled over the table. When it triggers, they perceive everything as the enemy. Tony exhaled slightly. That was far worse than a simple psychological disorder. Then Gaius added. They also have another flaw. The room remained attentive. The red thirst. Before questions came, he clarified. It is a compulsion. A constant urge for blood they must control. Silence followed. Mindy blinked. She leaned forward. Vampires. The sudden interruption cut through the tension. Everyone looked at her. Halsey was still processing when she finally spoke. Armored vampires? The question hung in the air. For a moment, silence filled the workshop. Then Tony quietly looked away, clearly fighting a smile. Naruto looked between them, confused and amused. Gaius simply stared at Mindy in silence. The discussion had somehow shifted from the foundations of an empire to armored vampires. Mindy, still under his gaze, coughed lightly. Sorry, she said, a mischievous smile forming as she tried to brush it off. Gaius looked at Mindy in silence. Before the moment could linger, Tony stepped in. And Gaius, he said, I'm curious. It's quite different from what I heard before. I thought it was called chapters. Why are you using legions? Gaius turned to Tony. Because we have not spoken about the Horus heresy, he said. The betrayal that brought the Imperium into 10,000 years of ignorance, and almost doomed humanity to extinction. The atmosphere in the workshop shifted immediately. None of them had heard of this before. Enjoying the story? Want to support future chapters and help this world grow? Every bit of support keeps me writing, thank you. Chapter 274, Chapter 272, The Greatest Betrayal. Chapter 272, The Greatest Betrayal. Tony frowned slightly. What is the Horus heresy? He looked directly at Gaius as he asked it, as though he expected the answer to be simple and immediate. But the question itself carried something heavier than curiosity. A heresy that had brought humanity into ignorance for 10,000 years was not the kind of thing that sounded possible at first hearing. It sounded exaggerated. Unreal. Almost impossible. The workshop seemed to quiet even further around them. Gaius did not answer right away. He looked across the table for a moment, as if deciding how much needed to be said and in what order. Then he let out a slow breath. The Horus heresy was the greatest civil war in human history. His voice was calm, but there was a weight to it now that had not been there when he had spoken of the Emperor or the Primarchs. The words settled over the table, heavy and exact. He continued. It happened during the Great Crusade, when the Emperor was reunifying humanity and building the Imperium. He paused just long enough for that to land. At that time, the Primarchs commanded the legions. The Imperium was expanding rapidly. Humanity stood on the verge of a golden age. Halsey listened carefully, her expression focused and intent. The phrase golden age stood out to her immediately. In her experience, people used those words far too casually. But Gaius did not sound casual. He sounded like someone describing a civilization that had truly believed the future was within reach. Then he continued. And then Horus betrayed the Emperor. The room went silent. Naruto frowned immediately, clearly trying to place the name in his head as something more than just a title. Just one guy, he asked, the disbelief in his voice obvious. Gaius shook his head. Not one man. One Primarch. He let the words settle before going on. He was the favored son, and the war master of the Imperium. He is the second highest command next to the Emperor. Tony's expression grew more serious at once. The title alone was enough to make the scale of it clearer. This was not just another commander turning traitor. This was one of the central figures of the entire civilization. Gaius kept going. Half of the Imperium followed him. Half remained loyal. The result was a war that engulfed the galaxy. No one spoke for several seconds. Even Tony looked unsettled now, the weight of the scale finally breaking through his usual composure. A conflict involving half of an empire that ruled 1,000,000 worlds was difficult to even imagine. It was not the kind of war humans were built to easily understand. Halsey broke the silence first. How does something like that happen, she asked, her eyes still fixed on Gaius. You described the Primarchs as the Emperor's sons. The leaders of entire legions. What could possibly make them betray everything they built? Gaius was silent for a moment. Then he answered in a single word. Chaos. The workshop grew quiet again. Naruto frowned, looking from Gaius to Halsey and back again. The same chaos you talked about earlier. Yes, Gaius said. He gave a small nod. The ruinous powers targeted the Primarchs. Tony blinked and raised a hand a little, as if needing to slow the conversation down before it spiraled too far ahead of him. Hold on, he said. You mean those warp gods managed to corrupt the Emperor's own sons? Yes. The answer came immediately. Tony stared at him for a moment, clearly trying to fit that into what little he knew of the warp and of Gaius's world. He had already seen enough to know those forces were dangerous. He had even seen a broadcast of Robot Gilliman before, during the ceremony when Gaius had become a praetor. That was all. Just a glimpse. But even in that brief glimpse, the presence had been unmistakable. Strength. Solemnity. Something immense. Something that felt bigger than the frame it occupied. And yet even that had not prepared him for the idea that such beings could be corrupted. That's insane, Tony muttered. The strongest people in your entire civilization. And they still fell. Gaius looked at him. Yes. His expression remained calm, but not cold. But that is precisely why chaos is so dangerous. He folded his arms slightly as he continued. It does not require armies. It does not require fleets. It only requires weakness. Halsey's eyes narrowed. A psychological attack, she said. In part, Gaius replied. Then he named the things chaos preyed on. Doubt. Pride. Ambition. Anger. Despair. He looked across the table at all of them as he spoke. The ruinous powers exploit every flaw they can find. Even in Primarchs. For a moment nobody said anything. Mindy was the first to break the silence. So you're saying your greatest heroes became your greatest enemies? Gaius looked at her. Yes. His answer came without hesitation. Some of the Emperor's finest sons became monsters. That left another silence hanging in the room, heavier than the last. Then Tony spoke again, his expression more serious now than it had been since the conversation began. What happened then? He had moved past casual curiosity. Now he was listening like someone trying to understand a disaster well enough that it could be recognized if it ever came close again. Gaius had already said there was always the possibility of a future mission involving his universe. If that happened, then this knowledge would matter. Gaius remained still for a moment before answering. The Imperium burned. The simple statement drew everyone's attention completely. The war spread across the galaxy, he said. Brother fought brother. Legion fought legion. Worlds were devastated. Entire fleets were annihilated. His voice never rose. That made it worse somehow. There was no dramatic strain in it, no forced emphasis. Just the plain recitation of something that had truly happened. Trillions died. Naruto's eyes widened slightly. Trillions. Gaius nodded once. For a moment, nobody spoke. Halsey's expression tightened. Before the Covenant War, humanity in her own universe had numbered only in the tens of billions. Even at its height, it had never come close to a trillion, nowhere near it. The Imperium was different. She already knew it spanned more than 1 million worlds. A population measured in the trillions was not difficult to imagine. Trillions of deaths, however, was another matter entirely. The scale of the conflict required to produce losses like that was almost impossible to comprehend. Mindy's mischievous attitude vanished. The number was simply too large to picture. She tried anyway and immediately failed. Every disaster she could think of seemed insignificant compared to what Gaius had just described. Tony remained quiet, his arms still folded. Trillions of casualties were difficult to even comprehend. Likely far more. Gaius went on before anyone could interrupt. The Horus heresy was not a war fought over a single planet or a handful of systems. It engulfed much of human civilization. Halsey remained silent. She had studied military history. She understood what civil wars could do to nations. Resources were destroyed. Infrastructure collapsed. Knowledge was lost. Recovery could take generations. But the Imperium was not a single nation. It spanned 1 million worlds. Trying to imagine a civil war on that scale was difficult. The logistical damage alone would have been catastrophic. Entire fleets, industries, and planetary governments could have been wiped out. Tony folded his arms. So how did it end? Gaius looked toward him. With the siege of Terra. Halsey immediately translated aloud, almost automatically. Earth. Gaius gave a small nod. Tony narrowed his eyes a little. And what about the other Primarchs, he asked. Not all of them were corrupted, right? For the first time in the conversation, Gaius paused. That is correct. His tone became more measured now. Not all Primarchs fell. There were those who remained loyal to the Emperor. Halsey's eyes sharpened slightly as she processed that. So the war wasn't simply traitors versus loyalists, she said. It was divided even within each side. Gaius nodded once. Yes. He let the answer stand for a moment before adding. The Imperium was split in half, but even those halves were not unified. Naruto frowned. That sounds like chaos even without chaos. Gaius did not deny it. It was. Tony leaned forward slightly. So who stayed loyal? That was the question the others had been circling around without quite asking. If the Imperium had fractured that badly, then there had to be some forces that held together long enough to matter. Gaius answered with the same quiet certainty. The Ultramarines remained one of the largest loyalist forces. Halsey glanced toward him immediately. Your legion. Yes. They were far from Terra when the betrayal began, but they regrouped and fought their way back across the galaxy. He paused briefly, then added. The White Scars also remained loyal. They broke through the warp storms and fought their way toward Terra at extreme cost. Tony nodded a little, following carefully. And the others? Gaius's expression darkened slightly. The Imperial Fists made Terra itself their fortress. He looked up slightly, as though seeing the events clearly in his mind. They would not abandon it under any circumstance. Naruto blinked, trying to make sense of that image. So they basically turned Earth into a last stand. Yes. Gaius nodded once. That is accurate. He fell silent for a moment, then continued. And then there was Sanguinius. Tony heard the name and immediately looked up. Sanguinius, he repeated. His gaze shifted back to Gaius with renewed curiosity. A Primarch. The question hung in the air. The workshop fell quiet. Halsey watched Gaius closely. Tony's attention remained fixed on him. Even Mindy looked interested. After a brief pause, Gaius looked at them all with the same steady seriousness he had carried throughout the discussion. Sanguinius is the Primarch of the Blood Angels. Mindy blinked. The Primarch of the Blood Angels. Her reaction came quickly, still recalling their earlier discussion about the armored vampires, as she had jokingly called them. Enjoying the story? Want to support future chapters and help this world grow? Every bit of support keeps me writing, thank you. Chapter 275, Chapter 273, The Angel at the Gate. Chapter 273, The Angel at the Gate. Mindy blinked. The Primarch of the Blood Angels. The surprise in her voice was immediate. Only a short time ago she had been jokingly referring to them as armored vampires. Gaius nodded. Yes. Tony leaned forward slightly. What was he like? For a moment, Gaius said nothing. Then he shook his head slightly. I never met him. No living Astartes of my era has. The Primarchs belong to a far older age. His gaze settled briefly on the table. Everything I know comes from Imperial records, Gaius continued. The teachings of my chapter. And the words of my gene-father Gilliman. Despite that, the respect in his voice was unmistakable. However, every account speaks highly of him. Tony listened carefully. Even among the Primarchs, Sanguinius was respected. That immediately stood out. The Primarchs already sounded extraordinary by every standard they had heard so far. If one of them had earned the respect of the others, that meant something. The records describe him as noble. Compassionate. Honorable. Gaius paused briefly. Many considered him the finest of the Emperor's sons. Tony raised an eyebrow. Better than Horus? That was a significant claim. From everything he had heard so far, Horus had been the War Master, the one entrusted to lead the Emperor's armies. Being called the finest of the Emperor's sons seemed to place Sanguinius even above him. Gaius considered the question for a moment. Perhaps not in military command. He folded his arms. Horus was the War Master for a reason. But Sanguinius was loved in a way few others were. The distinction was subtle, but everyone understood it. One man could command loyalty. Another could inspire it. Then Gaius added something else. There is one thing that is not disputed. Everyone waited. He had wings. Silence. Naruto blinked. What? He stared. Actual wings. Yes. Actual wings. Mindy stared at him. You have got to be joking. I am not. For a moment nobody knew how to respond. Then Tony let out a short laugh. Well, you're not exactly called the Angels of the Emperor for nothing. A few smiles appeared around the table. The tension eased briefly. Even Mindy seemed amused by the image. A giant warrior. Leading an army called the Blood Angels. While possessing literal wings. The image sounded almost absurd. Yet somehow, after everything they had heard about the Imperium, it also sounded completely believable. Only Halsey remained focused. Her attention had already shifted elsewhere. You mentioned earlier that the Black Rage of the Blood Angels is related to the final moments of their Primarch. Gaius replied without hesitation. Yes. Immediately, the atmosphere changed again. The brief humor faded. Halsey's eyes narrowed slightly. What happened to him? The workshop grew quiet. Gaius answered carefully. I do not know the full truth. He paused. Much of what happened aboard Horus's flagship is known only through fragmented records and surviving accounts. No living Astartes was there to witness it. Tony's expression became more serious. Historical records damaged by war. Incomplete accounts. Conflicting testimony. History often became unclear around its most important moments. But there are events most records agree on. Everyone focused on him. Sanguinius confronted Horus aboard the Vengeful Spirit. A brief silence followed. Alone. Tony frowned. Alone. Yes. At that point, Horus was no longer merely a primarch. His voice remained calm. He had become something far worse. Naruto leaned forward slightly. So he went to stop him anyway. Yes. That is what the records state. For a moment, nobody spoke. Then Halsey broke the silence. Because there was no alternative. Everyone looked toward her. Halsey remained composed. If Terra was already under siege and Horus was at its center, then confrontation was inevitable. Her eyes shifted toward Gaius. Am I correct? Yes. Halsey continued. Then Sanguinius did not expect to survive. Tony glanced toward her. You're reading a lot into that. Halsey didn't react. If he understood the scale of the war and still went, then he accepted the probability of failure. Her gaze returned to Gaius. Is that accurate? Gaius remained silent for a moment. I do not know what he believed. His answer was careful. No one can know that. A brief pause followed. But the records describe him as resolute. His gaze drifted slightly. He boarded the Vengeful Spirit knowing who awaited him. Another pause. That much is certain. Nobody challenged that. The logic was difficult to escape. Then Halsey asked another question. Was that the end of him? Gaius shook his head slightly. There is another event often spoken of before that. Tony looked up. What event? Gaius answered immediately. The Eternity Gate. The name alone changed the mood. Even without context, it sounded significant. Gaius continued. It was one of the final defensive positions of the Imperial Palace during the Siege of Terra. The workshop remained silent. The traitor forces had broken deep into the defenses. His voice remained steady. The fighting had become desperate. The walls were collapsing. Entire battalions were being wiped out in minutes. Naruto frowned. Mindy's expression became serious again. There was no longer a front line. Gaius looked at the table as he spoke. Only survival and delay. Nobody interrupted. The picture forming in their minds was becoming increasingly grim. Earth itself under siege. Defenders falling back. Positions collapsing. Entire armies dying just to buy time. According to most accounts, Gaius continued, a demon primarch known as Onran led part of the assault. Naruto frowned immediately. Demon primarch? Gaius responded. A primarch who had fully fallen to chaos. He paused. Not just corrupted. Another pause followed. But reforged by it. Halsey's expression tightened slightly. And Sanguinius fought him. Yes. Before the Eternity Gate. Tony slowly exhaled. Let me guess. He rubbed his forehead. Alone again. A brief glance passed around the table. Not always alone. That answer earned a small nod of understanding from Tony. But where the fighting was most critical, primarchs often led personally. That sounded more reasonable. At least by the standards of Gaius's universe. Then Gaius continued. All accounts agree on the outcome. Everyone listened. Sanguinius defeated Onran. Silence. Naruto blinked. He beat a chaos primarch? Yes. Gaius finished calmly. Despite exhaustion. Despite the siege. Despite everything. His voice remained calm. And despite Onran no longer being fully human in any meaningful sense. Nobody spoke. The achievement sounded absurd. Even by primarch standards. Halsey's mind immediately processed the implications. Then he was among the strongest of them. Gaius did not answer immediately. Many would say so. A brief silence followed. Then he added quietly. But strength was never the reason he was remembered. That immediately drew Tony's attention. What was? Gaius looked at him. His voice lowered slightly. Because even after that battle, the room remained silent. Even after everything he had endured. Another pause. Despite being battered and exhausted. Nobody spoke. He still continued forward. Naruto frowned. Forward where? Gaius paused. To Horus. Silence filled the workshop. Everyone understood the meaning immediately. A warrior who had fought throughout the siege of Terra. A commander who had helped hold one of the final defensive positions of humanity's capital. A primarch who had just defeated a fallen brother transformed by chaos. And after all of that, He kept moving. Toward Horus. Toward the center of the war. Toward the enemy everyone feared. He did not retreat. He did not stop. Mindy finally spoke. Why? The question came quietly. Gaius remained silent for several seconds. Then he answered. Because someone had to. The simplicity of the answer somehow made it heavier. No grand speech. No legendary declaration. Just necessity. He knew Horus had fallen. Gaius's voice remained steady. He knew what awaited him. A brief pause followed. Yet he went regardless. Halsey studied him carefully. The answer fit everything she had heard so far. Then she spoke. And he lost. Yes. Gaius nodded. He was killed. Silence filled the workshop. Nobody spoke. For a moment, the room seemed frozen. Then Gaius continued. The details vary depending on the account. Some records are incomplete. Others conflict with one another. The familiar limitations of history returned. But all agree on one thing. Everyone listened. Sanguinius died fighting Horus. The statement settled heavily across the room. And when he fell, Terra lost one of its greatest defenders. Nobody disagreed. Even with only a fraction of the story, they understood that much. Gaius's gaze moved across the group. Even 10,000 years later, he remains one of the most revered figures in the Imperium. As the words left his mouth, something stirred within him. A faint pulse. Brief. Subtle. Yet unmistakable. The fragment of the Emperor that resided within Gaius reacted. Not violently. Not visibly. But it reacted. The moment Sanguinius' sacrifice was spoken aloud, something ancient seemed to stir for the briefest instant before settling once more. Gaius remained outwardly unchanged. The others noticed nothing. But the pulse had been there. Gone as quickly as it appeared. Naruto looked down briefly. That sucks. The simple statement carried more sincerity than usual. Tony gave a small nod. Yeah. For once, neither of them had a joke. There simply wasn't one to make. The room remained quiet for several moments. Then Tony looked back toward Gaius. So after Sanguinius died. His voice was calm. What happened next? Everyone focused on Gaius again. The story clearly wasn't over. Not yet. Gaius's expression became solemn. The Emperor boarded Horus' flagship. Nobody spoke. The significance of that statement alone was enough. The Emperor himself. The figure who had created the Primarchs. The ruler of the Imperium. The father of the men who had started the war. A brief silence followed. Then Gaius spoke once more. And then father faced son. The workshop fell completely silent. Enjoying the story? Want to support future chapters and help this world grow? Every bit of support keeps me writing, thank you. Chapter 276, Chapter 274, The Golden Throne. Chapter 274, The Golden Throne. The workshop remained completely silent after Gaius's final words. And then father faced son. Nobody spoke. The name alone carried enough weight. The Emperor. Horus. The ruler of the Imperium standing before the son who was trying to destroy everything he had built. For several seconds, only the quiet hum of machinery filled the room. Then Tony was the first to break the silence. What happened after that? Everyone's attention remained on Gaius. The conversation had gradually transformed from a history lesson into something else entirely. What had started as questions about gene seed and Primarchs had become the story of an entire civilization's greatest tragedy. Gaius thought for a moment before answering. Horus was killed. The answer came simply. No dramatic build-up. No flourish. Just fact. Then he continued. Destroyed completely. His expression remained calm. The Emperor ensured there was nothing left of him. A brief pause followed. Not even the ruinous powers could bring him back. That drew a small reaction from Naruto and Mindy. Not outwardly dramatic. Just relief. Some tension they hadn't realized they were carrying finally eased. Over the course of the discussion, both of them had become more invested in the story than they had expected. Horus had become more than a name. He had become the villain responsible for everything Gaius had described. The betrayal. The war. The deaths. The destruction of humanity's golden age. At least he had been stopped. At least there had been an ending. But then Gaius continued. The Emperor was also mortally wounded. The relief disappeared immediately. Tony's expression tightened slightly. Naruto frowned. Mindy blinked. Gaius continued. His injuries were so severe that even with his immense power, he would not have survived. Nobody interrupted. The statement alone was startling. Everything they had heard about the Emperor painted the picture of a being beyond ordinary human understanding. And yet even he had limits. For that reason, Gaius said, he was placed upon the golden throne. Tony immediately sat up slightly. Something clicked. A piece of information finally connected with something he had seen before. That's why the Emperor was sitting on that throne. His eyes narrowed slightly. That's why he's called the Corpse Emperor. He was mortally injured and has been sitting on the golden throne for 10,000 years, Tony thought. Yes. Gaius understood exactly what Tony meant. There was no offense in the question. Only recognition. Yes. The answer was immediate. The Emperor has remained upon the golden throne for 10,000 years. Silence followed. Halsey felt her thoughts slow for a moment. Not because she doubted Gaius, but because the scale remained difficult to fully process. The Emperor had existed before the Imperium. Gaius had already explained that. The Emperor had walked Earth before humanity reached the stars. Before interstellar civilization. Before the Imperium. Before everything. And now she was hearing that the same individual had remained upon the golden throne for 10,000 years afterward. The timeline was absurd. Not logically impossible, not anymore. Too much evidence already existed for that. But it remained shocking. Halsey kept her expression neutral. Years of discipline prevented otherwise. Internally, however, she remained deeply unsettled by the scale of it. Naruto finally spoke. Why is the Emperor on the golden throne, Gaius? The question was simple. Direct. The same question Halsey had been building toward. She immediately turned her attention back toward Gaius. Gaius took a moment before answering. The Emperor was placed upon the golden throne after the Horus heresy. His voice remained steady. He was mortally wounded during the final confrontation. Nobody spoke. There was no known way to heal him. The statement landed heavily. So the throne became the only means of keeping him alive. Naruto frowned slightly. So it's like. He searched for the right words. Life support. Gaius considered the comparison. In a very simplified sense, yes. Then he shook his head slightly. But it is also more than that. Everyone continued listening. The golden throne is a mechanism designed to sustain his life. A brief pause followed. And to power and maintain the Astronomicon. Immediately, Halsey's attention sharpened. The Astronomicon. That term had appeared several times already. Every previous explanation had treated it as something critically important. You mentioned before that the Astronomicon is a beacon that guides humanity through the warp. Her tone remained controlled. Focused. What exactly is the Astronomicon? Gaius paused. Not because he lacked an answer. Rather because the answer itself was difficult to reduce into simpler terms. Finally, he spoke. The Astronomicon is a psychic beacon. Halsey listened carefully. It is not a physical light. He folded his arms. It is projected into the warp itself. That caused her to frown slightly. Projected, how? The unfamiliar terminology settled into her mind. Psychic. It was not a scientific term she would normally accept. Yet her definition of normal had already shifted dramatically. Naruto existed. The warp existed. She had spoken to Diana, who had stated being the daughter of Zeus. At this point, disbelief had largely given way to categorization. If something existed, then it existed. The challenge was understanding how it fit into a larger framework. Gaius answered. Through the Emperor. Halsey's gaze narrowed slightly. So your Emperor has a supernatural power? She thought for a moment. Psychic. The word still felt unfamiliar. But the concept itself no longer did. Gaius nodded. Yes. His answer was simple. The Emperor is a psyker. Halsey absorbed the term immediately. Psyker. A designation. A category the Imperium used for individuals with certain abilities. It explained very little by itself. But it was a starting point. For now, there simply wasn't enough information to draw meaningful conclusions. She made a mental note of the term and listened for what came next. Outwardly she showed none of that. Gaius continued. He channels his psychic power into the warp. Everyone listened. And from that, the Astronomicon is projected. His gaze moved across the room. Allowing humanity to travel the warp. A brief pause followed. It is still dangerous. Then he added. But not blind. That statement clarified a great deal. The Astronomicon wasn't merely important. It was necessary. Without it, humanity would be navigating a nightmare dimension without guidance. Halsey thought for a moment. Then followed the next logical step. So the Emperor, while mortally injured, is still on the Golden Throne. Gaius nodded. She hesitated briefly. Then asked the question that naturally followed. Is he being healed by it? Gaius shook his head immediately. No. The answer was direct. The Golden Throne does not heal him. Silence followed. It only keeps him alive. Something settled heavily in the room. Especially for Halsey. Not because the answer was surprising. But because it had removed any possibility of recovery. Not treatment. Not restoration. Not healing. Only maintenance. Keeping him alive. Nothing more. Tony quietly watched the direction the conversation was taking. He already knew where it would end. He slowly shook his head. Halsey remained silent. Her thoughts continued moving. Mortally wounded. No recovery process. No healing. No known cure. And simultaneously, maintaining the Astronomicon. Powering humanity's interstellar navigation. Sustaining a civilization. This wasn't medical. Not really. It was engineering. A machine pushed beyond safe limits. A reactor running beyond its intended lifespan because shutting it down would be worse than the consequences of continued operation. A damaged vessel held in flight indefinitely because crashing would destroy everything below. The comparison felt increasingly accurate. And increasingly uncomfortable. The conclusion was impossible to avoid. The Emperor was not being preserved as an individual. He was being maintained as infrastructure. A necessary component of civilization itself. The thought sat heavily in her mind. Finally she spoke again. Gaius. He looked toward her. What is powering the Golden Throne? She paused briefly. Or is it his psychic ability as well? For a moment, Gaius was silent. Then he answered. The Golden Throne is being powered by the souls and life of 1,000 psychers. Silence. And with the Emperor in tandem powers it. His voice remained calm. The energy goes to the Emperor as the focal point. Halsey stared for a moment. Then replied. Oh. That was all she said. Just one word. Naruto blinked. Mindy stared. Then both reacted almost simultaneously. 1,000 psychers. Their voices overlapped. They looked toward Gaius. Like the Emperor. Tony let out a long sigh. There it was. The part he had been expecting. The part that always seemed to arrive eventually whenever discussions about the Imperium became detailed enough. Gaius nodded. Yes. Then he clarified. But weaker than the Emperor. A pause. Very much. Naruto stared. Mindy stared. Neither seemed entirely sure how to process that information. Meanwhile, Halsey's earlier response finally caught up with her. Her simple, oh, had not actually been a reaction. It had merely been the sound she made while thinking. Because her mind had already moved several steps ahead. 1,000 psychers. Souls. Lives. Fuel. Power source. Her thoughts immediately shifted toward scale. Efficiency. Consumption. Requirements. The same thought process that had guided countless engineering decisions throughout her life. How long? That was the missing variable. How long did 1,000 sacrificed individuals sustain the system? Months. Years. The answer mattered. Because the answer determined the true cost. She looked back toward Gaius. Gaius. Everyone turned toward her. How long is that 1,000 psycher sacrifice for? The question hung in the room. Nobody spoke. Even Naruto and Mindy looked toward Gaius. Waiting. Gaius remained silent for a moment. Then he answered. A day. Silence. Complete silence. The answer settled over the room like a physical weight. 1,000 psychers. Every day. Enjoying the story? Want to support future chapters and help this world grow? Every bit of support keeps me writing, thank you. Chapter 277, Chapter 275, The Codex Astartes. Chapter 275, The Codex Astartes. The workshop remained quiet after Gaius's answer. A day. The words lingered in the air long after he spoke them. Nobody immediately responded. The machinery around them continued its low hum, filling the silence that had suddenly settled over the room. Halsey was the first to speak. Slowly. Carefully. 8,000 psychers a day. Gaius nodded. Yes. Halsey's eyes remained fixed on him. For 10,000 years. Again, Gaius nodded. Yes. The room became quiet once more. Naruto and Mindy exchanged looks. Neither of them spoke. 1,000 people. Every day. For 10,000 years. Even without calculating it, they understood the scale was enormous. The number was simply too large to comfortably fit inside the human mind. Halsey, however, had already done the calculation. 1,000 per day. 365,000 per year. Over 10,000 years. More than 3 billion lives. And that assumed the number had remained constant. The actual total could easily be higher. The figure itself did not shock her. The Imperium governed over 1 million worlds. Against a civilization of that scale, 3 billion might not even be statistically significant. That wasn't what gave her pause. What mattered was something else entirely. The sacrifice was deliberate. Organized. Continuous. It wasn't casualties from war. It wasn't a natural disaster. It wasn't an unavoidable consequence of conflict. It was a sacrifice built directly into the operation of the Imperium itself. Every day. Without interruption. For 10,000 years. Her expression hardened slightly. Not because she was outraged. Because she understood. The Astronomicon was not merely a technological system. It had a recurring cost. A cost paid in human lives. And according to Gaius, humanity had judged that cost acceptable. Or perhaps necessary. Across the table, Naruto's expression had become noticeably more serious. He wasn't smiling anymore. Mindy had lost much of her earlier excitement as well. The number was difficult to picture. But the principle behind it was easier to grasp. An empire so dependent on a single beacon that it had fed that beacon for 10 millennia. Nobody spoke for several moments. Gaius remained silent. To him, it was simply reality. A fact of life. The Imperium had operated this way for longer than most civilizations in history had existed. The alternative, from the Imperial perspective, was worse. Without the Astronomicon, countless ships would become lost in the warp. Entire worlds would be isolated. Supply lines would collapse. Trade would fail. Communication would fail. Entire sectors of humanity could disappear into darkness. The sacrifice was terrible. But so was the cost of stopping it. Eventually, Tony shifted slightly in his seat. The movement alone broke the stillness. He looked toward Gaius. What happened after that? He asked. His voice was calm. Since Horus was killed, what about the other traitor legions? The question pulled everyone's attention away from the Golden Throne. Away from the Astronomicon. Away from the sacrifices. Back toward history. Gaius turned toward him. The Great Scouring. He allowed the name to settle for a moment. Then he continued. That was the period when the Loyalists were no longer merely defending what remained of humanity. His voice remained steady. They began hunting the traitors. Naruto straightened slightly. Mindy looked interested again. Halsey remained focused. Gaius continued. After the Horus heresy, the traitor forces were still scattered across many worlds. They had not been destroyed completely. The war had ended. But the enemy remained. So the surviving Loyalist legions, along with the Imperium's forces, launched a massive counteroffensive. Halsey's eyes narrowed slightly. A purge. Gaius nodded. In simple terms, yes. There was no hesitation in the answer. It was a long campaign intended to break the remaining traitor fleets, reclaim lost systems, and push the enemy back wherever possible. The explanation sounded straightforward. The reality was probably anything but. The Imperium had emerged victorious. But victory did not erase the damage already done. The traitors still existed. Someone had to deal with them. Gaius continued. After the Great Scouring, and with the Emperor unable to directly govern the Imperium, my gene-father, the Primarch Robot Guilliman, assumed much of that responsibility. A subtle hint of pride entered his voice when he spoke Guilliman's name. Tony noticed it immediately. So did Halsey. Neither commented. He reorganized much of the Imperium. He established institutions. He reformed its administration. He worked to ensure humanity could endure even without the Emperor's direct leadership. Tony slowly nodded. So he became the man holding everything together. In many ways, yes, Gaius replied. The answer came without hesitation. Then he continued. And he created what is perhaps the most influential military text in Imperial history. Naruto tilted his head. A military book. Gaius nodded. The Codex Astartes. The name clearly carried significance. Even the way he said it felt different. Respectful. Measured. Important. It was written to preserve the lessons learned during the Horus heresy. His gaze moved across the room. To ensure that the mistakes which nearly destroyed humanity would never be repeated. That immediately caught Halsey's attention. A military doctrine created by one of the architects of a galaxy-spanning civilization was not something she could easily dismiss. Gaius continued. The Codex Astartes covers strategy, logistics, organization, command structure, battlefield doctrine, and countless other subjects. Tony raised an eyebrow. The way you describe it, I'd actually want to read it. Naruto laughed. A military book? Tony shrugged. He just called it the greatest military text in Imperial history. That tends to get your attention. Naruto couldn't really argue with that. Even if military doctrine sounded unbelievably boring to him. Halsey remained silent. But internally, she found herself agreeing with Tony. An empire that had survived 10,000 years after a civil war that nearly destroyed it would possess an immense amount of military knowledge. Knowledge accumulated across countless campaigns. Countless wars. Countless generations. For a brief moment, she found herself wanting to read it as well. Gaius continued. It was also during this period that Lord Guilliman studied the Horus heresy and identified one of the major causes of the disaster. Halsey's attention sharpened immediately. Oh. She leaned forward slightly. What was it? Gaius answered without hesitation. The legions. The room became quiet. Tony frowned. The legions. Gaius nodded. Before the end of the heresy, the Space Marines were organized as legions. He paused briefly. Each legion could number in the tens of thousands. Another pause. Some exceeded 100,000 Astartes. That immediately drew attention. Even Halsey looked surprised. 100,000 warriors. Not all of them as powerful as Gaius, but the number alone was difficult to comprehend. An army of superhuman soldiers. All under a single command. The amount of military power represented by that statement was staggering. Gaius continued. When a Primarch remained loyal, that power defended humanity. His voice remained calm. But when a Primarch turned traitor. He paused. The result was catastrophic. Understanding appeared on Halsey's face almost immediately. One man controlled too much military power. Yes. Gaius nodded. Lord Guilliman concluded that no single commander should ever again possess an entire legion. Naruto blinked. He dissolved them. In a manner of speaking. Gaius folded his arms. The legions were divided into smaller, independent chapters. He continued. Most chapters were limited to roughly 1,000 Astartes. Tony immediately understood the logic. If one chapter falls, you lose 1,000. He nodded slowly. Not 100,000. Correct. Gaius nodded. It ensured that never again could half of the Space Marines of humanity follow a handful of traitorous leaders into rebellion. Halsey's eyes narrowed slightly. Did it? The room became quiet. Tony glanced toward her. Halsey continued. The legions may be smaller now. But Guilliman still exists. She folded her arms. And if a Primarch can still unite multiple chapters, then the concentration of power still remains. Naruto blinked. Oh. Tony immediately understood. She's got a point. He looked toward Gaius. If Guilliman turned traitor tomorrow, wouldn't a lot of chapters follow him? For a moment, Gaius remained silent. Then he shook his head. Not in the way Horus was followed. Everyone listened. The legions no longer exist. Each chapter possesses its own command structure. Its own fleets. Its own fortress monastery. Its own chapter master. He paused. They are allies. Not subordinates. Halsey listened carefully. So Guilliman does not directly command them. No. Gaius answered. He may request. He may advise. He may lead. But chapter masters retain authority over their own chapters. Tony nodded slowly. So if he somehow fell, some chapters might follow. Gaius admitted. But many would not. He paused. No single Primarch possesses direct command authority over hundreds of thousands of Astartes anymore. Not to Guilliman. That answer seemed to satisfy Halsey. The system was not perfect. No system ever was. But it was significantly harder to corrupt than the old legion structure. Gaius continued. The Codex Astartes was designed with that in mind. Immediately, Tony's attention sharpened. The Codex again. He leaned forward slightly. You keep mentioning it. A grin appeared. Do you actually have a copy? The question immediately drew attention. I'd like to read it. Halsey said nothing. But her eyes shifted toward Gaius immediately. She was interested for much the same reason. A military text influential enough to shape an empire for 10,000 years was not something a scientist simply ignored. Across the room, Naruto had apparently reached the limit of his interest in military theory. He had begun staring at the ceiling, as if something up there was significantly more entertaining. Mindy glanced between everyone. Still listening. Not particularly invested, but listening. Gaius looked at Tony. Then at Halsey. Finally, he answered. I do not have a copy. Tony immediately looked disappointed. Seriously? Gaius nodded. Even if I did, I doubt either of you would read it in its entirety. Tony raised an eyebrow. How large is it? For the first time during the discussion, Gaius looked faintly amused. The Codex Astartes is not a single book in the way you imagine. The amusement remained subtle. Barely visible. But it was there. It is an enormous collection of volumes. A comprehensive body of military doctrine. Annotated by centuries of commentary. Constantly revised through successive interpretations and battlefield experience. Containing tactical analyses from countless campaigns. Defining organizational structures for Adeptus Astartes formations. Compiled alongside extensive after-action records. He paused. Accumulated over millennia. Tony's expression slowly changed. The grin disappeared. Halsey remained silent. Gaius continued. Many Astartes spend decades learning its teachings. A brief pause followed. Some devote significant portions of their lives to mastering its contents. Silence. Tony stared. Halsey stared. Naruto stopped looking at the ceiling long enough to glance back toward Gaius. Even Mindy blinked. Tony immediately pointed at him. Okay. He shook his head. That's not a book anymore. Another pause. That is a library. A faint smile appeared on Gaius's face. A reasonable description. The room relaxed slightly. Even Halsey had to admit that her earlier assumption had completely vanished. She had imagined a military text. A large one, perhaps. A significant one. Not an entire collection of knowledge accumulated over millennia. Not something people spent centuries studying. That wasn't a book. Tony was right. That was a library. And somehow, after everything she had learned about the Imperium, that felt entirely appropriate. The conversation gradually settled. The discussion had begun with the Golden Throne. The Emperor. The Astronomicon. The sacrifices required to sustain it. Now it had shifted toward something else. The rebuilding of the Imperium. Guilliman's reforms. The division of the legions. The Codex Astartes. A civilization trying to ensure that its greatest disaster would never happen again. Tony still looked interested. Halsey no less so. Naruto had clearly decided military theory was not nearly as exciting as Primarchs fighting demon monsters. Mindy remained somewhere in the middle. Enjoying the story? Want to support future chapters and help this world grow? Every bit of support keeps me writing, thank you. Chapter 278, Chapter 276, Negotiations and Returns. Chapter 276, Negotiations and Returns. The workshop had only just begun to settle after the long discussion when the sharp tone of a communicator broke through the quiet. At first, Halsey had been about to continue asking questions about the Imperium, the Great Scouring, and the Codex Astartes. There were still countless things she wanted to know. The future of the Imperium. Guilliman's reforms. How the legions had been broken apart and how that change had held together for 10,000 years. But the sound stopped that thought in its tracks. Halsey glanced down at her wrist communicator. The caller identification appeared almost immediately. Commander Osman. Halsey stared at the name for a moment. Osman was likely calling to check on progress. The lost gun had been the opening exchange, but the real question now was what Gaius and his group wanted in return. The sound drew everyone's attention. Gaius looked toward her. Tony did as well. Naruto and Mindy paused their own side conversation and glanced over. Halsey tapped the communicator once and held it for a moment before answering. It is Commander Osman. Tony nodded. That was fast. Given the significance of the lost gun and the kind of possibilities it opened, nobody was really surprised. Osman would want updates. The exchange was too important to leave idle for long. Halsey looked toward Gaius. I'll step out for a moment and speak with Commander Osman about the slipspace technology. Gaius gave a nod. You have my thanks. Halsey nodded back. A faint smile touched her face. Don't thank me yet. Then she turned and walked out of the workshop. The door closed behind her. For a moment, the room was quiet. The remaining group sat in the workshop with the soft hum of machinery around them. The conversation they had just finished had been heavy enough already. Horus. The Emperor. The Astronomicon. The Golden Throne. The Great Scouring. Gilliman. The Codex Astartes. For once, nobody seemed eager to immediately fill the silence. Then Mindy glanced around the room. Should I call Tanya and the others? Naruto looked between Tony and Gaius, clearly leaving the decision to them. He had listened more than he probably would have admitted, but the scale of the history still left him looking more interested than invested. Tony shrugged. I don't have any objections. His gaze shifted to Gaius. After all, it was his history they had been discussing. Gaius thought for a moment before shaking his head. There is no need to disturb them. Mindy tilted her head slightly. Gaius continued. Simply send them a recording of what was discussed. Or relay the information to them later. That should be enough for them to understand my world and its history. Naruto nodded. That sounds easier. Then he stretched a little and added with a glance toward the ceiling, besides, that's a lot of history to sit through. Mindy immediately pointed at him. Wait. You were actually paying attention. Naruto looked away. I was listening. A brief pause followed. Mostly. That earned a laugh from Tony, and even Gaius seemed faintly amused. The mood in the room loosened a little after Halsey's departure. The weight of what they had been discussing was still there, but for the moment there was no urgency to push ahead. Outside the workshop, Halsey had already accepted Osman's call. A holographic image of Commander Osman appeared before her. The projection shimmered to life in the corridor, centered neatly before Halsey's line of sight. Dr. Halsey, Osman began, I'm calling to ask about the progress. Have you learned what technology Gaius wants in exchange for the lost gun? Halsey nodded once. Yes. I've asked him directly. Osman's expression sharpened with interest. And? Halsey answered plainly. Slipspace technology. For a brief moment, Osman said nothing. The silence was easy to read. The answer was not what she had expected. The lost gun itself was already a remarkable weapon. Even the power pack alone could change military logistics in ways the UNSC would immediately feel. Exchanging slipspace technology for it sounded, at first glance, uneven. Halsey saw the hesitation immediately. You're thinking too narrowly. Osman looked at her. What do you mean? Halsey folded her arms. Do you honestly believe the lost gun is the only technology they possess? That made Osman pause. Halsey continued before she could answer. Everything we've learned so far suggests otherwise. The lost gun is merely one piece of their technological base. They possess interstellar travel. They have transhuman soldiers. They have technologies and sciences we haven't even begun to understand. Osman remained quiet, listening carefully. Halsey pressed on. And more importantly, this isn't simply a trade. This is the beginning of a relationship. A long-term one, if we handle it correctly. Her tone was even, but firm. If they were only interested in taking what they could and leaving, they wouldn't be spending days answering questions, sharing information, and helping us understand their civilization. That part was difficult to argue against. Halsey knew it. Osman knew it too. Halsey continued. We gain more from trust than from a single exchange. Cooperation opens access to future exchanges. Future knowledge. Future technologies. Osman slowly nodded, the hesitation leaving her expression little by little. She could see the logic. The value was not just in what was being traded right now, but in everything that might come after. Then Halsey added one last remark. Commander. Osman looked up. Are you really Admiral Parangaski's protege? The question caught her off guard. Halsey did not let that slow her down. Because Admiral Parangaski would already be looking 10 steps ahead. The words hung in the air for a moment. Osman stayed quiet for several seconds. Then she nodded. I understand your point. Halsey gave a small nod in return. Good. A few more moments passed in conversation before the call finally ended. Halsey turned back and walked into the workshop again. When she re-entered, the others looked up. She greeted them with a calm expression, then spoke at once. The technology of the slipspace for exchange is completed. Tony's eyes shifted toward her immediately. Halsey continued. The related information will be delivered to you via physical blueprint, physical information on paper, and a Shafujikawa translate engine will be given to you. Tony blinked, then let out a low sound of appreciation. Oh, even given a Shafujikawa translate engine. That's quite generous. Gaius looked at Halsey and gave a respectful nod. Thank you, Dr. Halsey. He had clearly heard enough of what she and Osman had discussed outside to understand the exchange, but he had not rejected it. He had not taken offense. He had welcomed it. Halsey nodded once and accepted that response without hesitation. Then she asked the next question naturally. Shall we continue? Gaius nodded. He did not refuse. Enjoying the story? Red Heart. You can browse free character images even without becoming a member. If you'd like to support the story, every bit of support helps me write and release chapters faster. Thank you for reading. Chapter 279, Chapter 277, The Return of the Imperium. Chapter 277, The Return of the Imperium. Naruto was the first to ask. He had been listening for most of the morning, asking questions when he could, but mostly letting the others carry the heavier parts of the conversation. Now he finally leaned forward a little and spoke. So what happened after the legions were turned into chapters? The question immediately pulled everyone's attention back to Gaius. It was a natural question. A simple one, really. But there was a lot hidden inside it. What happened to an empire once its greatest military formations had been split apart? What happened after a catastrophe so large that it reshaped the way humanity fought forever? Gaius thought for a moment before answering. The Imperium rebuilt. He paused briefly. The Horus heresy had devastated humanity. His tone stayed calm, but the weight was clear. Countless worlds had been destroyed. Entire fleets were gone. Large amounts of knowledge were lost. Tony nodded slowly as he listened. Even with what they had learned so far, the picture was becoming clear. Gaius continued. After the Great Scouring and the Second Founding, the Imperium entered a period of recovery. The chapters spread across the Imperium. He looked at the others as he spoke. Some remained close to their parent chapters. Others were assigned to distant regions of space. Additional chapters were also founded. Naruto tilted his head. Why? To protect more worlds, Gaius answered without hesitation. A single legion could not be everywhere. His gaze moved across the room. Smaller chapters could respond to threats across a much wider area. Naruto nodded slowly. That made sense to him. If one force was too large to move quickly enough or cover enough ground, then smaller units could be spread out where they were needed. It was the kind of idea even he could understand without having to think too hard about it. But Gaius's expression shifted. The seriousness returned. However, not long after, he said, the Primarchs began to disappear. The room quieted immediately. Tony's brow furrowed. Disappear? Yes. He continued. After the Horus heresy and the Great Scouring, most of the loyalist Primarchs gradually vanished. Some disappeared in battle. Some departed and never returned. Others simply vanished under circumstances that remain unclear even 10,000 years later. Naruto blinked. All of them. Most, Gaius said. By the end of M32, nearly all of the loyalist Primarchs were gone. That immediately caught everyone's attention. The Primarchs had already been established as figures of immense importance, sons of the Emperor, and among the few who had remained loyal after the Horus heresy. And yet now Gaius was saying that, over time, nearly all of them had simply vanished. Mindy frowned. What happened to them? I do not know. He didn't soften it. Some were lost in battle. Some vanished during campaigns. Others simply never returned. What I do know is that, over time, the loyalist Primarchs gradually disappeared, leaving only my gene-father Robot Gilliman. Tony nodded once. Oh. A small understanding seemed to settle over his expression. That explains it. He glanced toward Gaius. He's the only Primarch I've actually seen. He was referring to the Praetor ceremony. Gaius gave a small nod. Yes. Then his expression darkened slightly, remembering Gilliman's words, and the moment he had seen him without his armor, exposed to the wounds Fulgrim had inflicted. Referred to chapter 183. But even my gene-father, Gilliman, was eventually struck down. Naruto frowned immediately. What happened? Gaius answered in a single word. Fulgrim. That name alone was enough to tighten the room again. Gaius continued. The traitor Primarch Fulgrim. Nobody interrupted. Centuries after the Horus heresy, Fulgrim and Gilliman met in battle. He paused. My Primarch was wounded by a poison blade. The room stayed silent. A wound so severe that even a Primarch could not recover from it. Mindy blinked. Then how did he survive? He was placed in stasis, Gaius said. A field that halts time around the subject. Halsey's eyes sharpened. The idea drew her attention in a different way than it did for the others. She was familiar with cryosleep systems, with suspended states and medical preservation, but this sounded different. More absolute. Less like rest, and more like time itself had been halted around the subject. Tony frowned. Wait. We saw Gilliman recently, he said. He looked fine. The others immediately understood what he meant. If Guilliman had been in stasis, then how had he appeared active? How had he been walking and speaking with them during the praetor ceremony? Gaius nodded. Yes. Because he was eventually revived. That drew the room's attention in full. Naruto blinked. Revived. Gaius nodded again. For nearly 10,000 years, Lord Guilliman remained in stasis. He continued. Then, in a later era of the Imperium, he was awakened and returned to command. Tony folded his arms. How? Gaius answered simply. Through Imperial technology, led primarily by Archmagos Belisarius Call. Then he added another piece. And with additional aid from the Eldari, an alien race. That caused a few of them to pause. The Eldari had now been mentioned in a way that clearly mattered. Not merely as another alien race, but as a force involved in the return of one of the most important figures in the Imperium. That surprised Tony. From everything he knows so far about the Imperium seemed intensely xenophobic. The idea that an alien race had helped revive one of its greatest leaders was not something he had expected to hear. Gaius continued. The process stabilized his condition. It slowed the effects of the damage that would otherwise have been fatal. Silence settled again. 10,000 years still pressed heavily on the room. Gaius spoke again. When he awoke, Lord Guilliman found an Imperium changed beyond recognition. The Emperor still remained upon the Golden Throne. His brothers were gone. And the Imperium had endured 10,000 years of constant war, decay, fragmentation, and bureaucratic stagnation. Nobody immediately responded. Guilliman had not simply woken up to the world he had left behind. He had woken up to something altered beyond recognition. A civilization still standing, but changed by time, war, and loss into something entirely different from what it had been. Gaius paused, letting them take it in. Halsey then spoke, her tone steady and precise. Who is Archmagos Belisarius Call? Archmagos Belisarius Call is one of the most advanced members of the Adeptus Mechanicus, Gaius replied. He glanced briefly toward the others, making sure they were following. An Archmagos is among the ruling lords of the priesthood of Mars, the Mechanicus. The organization responsible for most imperial science and technology. That immediately caught Halsey's attention. This was the part she had been waiting for. The part responsible for the technology of the Imperium. The part that maintained, preserved, built, and shaped the tools that allowed the Empire to survive. She leaned in slightly, clearly more interested now than before. Tony and the others already knew a little about the Mechanicus. They had heard enough to know about the machine worship, the robes, the augmentation, and the strange relationship they had with technology. It was all part of the broader picture of Gaius's world. Tony glanced toward Halsey and smiled. He was already looking forward to seeing her reaction when they dug deeper into it. Enjoying the story? Want to support future chapters and help this world grow? Every bit of support keeps me writing, thank you. Chapter 280, Chapter 278, The Priesthood of Mars. Chapter 278, The Priesthood of Mars. The workshop remained quiet for a moment after Gaius finished speaking. Tony was still looking toward Halsey with an amused expression. Halsey, meanwhile, seemed completely focused on a single phrase. The Adeptus Mechanicus. The organization responsible for most imperial science and technology. After everything she had learned about the Imperium so far, that description alone made them one of the most important institutions she had heard of. Her attention immediately sharpened. The Mechanicus. She looked directly at Gaius. What is the Mechanicus? Gaius paused briefly before answering. The Adeptus Mechanicus is the technological arm of the Imperium. His voice remained calm and measured. They are responsible for maintaining, producing, and studying most advanced imperial technology. He continued. Ships. Weapons. Vehicles. Factories. Infrastructure. If it is technological, the Mechanicus is usually involved. Halsey nodded slowly. That sounded straightforward enough. So they're scientists and engineers. In part, Gaius replied. But they are also a religious organization. That immediately caught her attention. A religious organization? Yes. Gaius nodded. The Mechanicus worships the machine god. The room became quiet again. Tony simply watched. Naruto leaned back slightly. Mindy blinked. Halsey stared at Gaius for a moment. Their beliefs are centered around knowledge, machines, and technology. There was another brief silence. Then Halsey spoke. They worship machines. The question came out before she could stop herself. Not because she hadn't understood. Because she wanted to make sure she had understood correctly. Hearing that the scientists and engineers of the Imperium worshipped a machine god was not what she had expected. In simple terms, Gaius replied. Yes. He continued. They believe flesh is weak and imperfect. They often replace parts of their bodies with mechanical augmentations. Tony, Naruto, and Mindy remained quiet. Unlike Halsey, they already knew this. When Gaius broadcasted, they used identification on a tech priest, and they knows what a tech priest looked like. They remembered the red robes, the cybernetics, the strange machine-centered beliefs. They knew enough not to be completely surprised. So they simply listened. Halsey, however, was clearly fascinated. And more than a little confused. She frowned slightly. They willingly replace healthy parts of their bodies. Yes. Gaius answered without hesitation. To many within the Mechanicus, replacing flesh with machinery is considered an improvement. Most tech priests gradually replace more and more of their flesh as time passes. Halsey fell silent. Her mind immediately began comparing what she knew with what Gaius was describing. Cybernetic replacements existed within her own universe. Prosthetic limbs. Neural interfaces. Artificial organs. None of those concepts were unfamiliar. But they were normally used for practical reasons. To restore lost function. To compensate for injuries. To improve survivability in extreme circumstances. What Gaius was describing was fundamentally different. This was not medicine. This was philosophy. A belief that the human body itself was flawed. A belief that machinery was superior. A belief that replacing flesh was desirable even when nothing was wrong. The more she thought about it, the stranger it sounded. And yet, after everything she had learned about the Imperium so far, it somehow felt completely believable. A civilization that sacrificed 1,000 psychers every day to sustain a galactic beacon. A civilization ruled by institutions 10,000 years old. A civilization locked in endless war. Why wouldn't its engineers become priests? Why wouldn't its scientists become worshippers? Nothing about the Imperium followed the assumptions she was used to. Eventually she asked another question. You called them a religious organization. She folded her arms. But everything you've described sounds like engineers and scientists. Her eyes remained fixed on Gaius. What makes them religious? Gaius remained silent for a moment. Then he answered. Because to the Mechanicus, knowledge is sacred. Machines are sacred. Technology is sacred. Halsey's eyebrow rose slightly. Gaius continued. Most citizens of the Imperium use machines. The Mechanicus venerates them. Many believe every machine possesses a machine spirit. That immediately caught Halsey's attention. A machine spirit? Yes. The exact nature of machine spirits is a matter of debate even within the Mechanicus. He paused briefly. But many tech priests believe every machine possesses a spiritual aspect. Halsey stared at him. For a few seconds she simply looked as though she was trying to decide whether she had misunderstood something. Then she spoke. You're telling me the people responsible for maintaining your civilization's technology believe machines have souls? In simplified terms, Gaius replied. Yes. The workshop fell quiet again. Tony rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Naruto looked between the two of them. Mindy seemed equally interested. Unlike Halsey, however, they already had some context. They remembered previous broadcasts involving Titans, drop pods, and other Imperial machines. Machine spirits had been mentioned in the identification before. Just not in any great detail. But enough to establish that the concept of machine spirit genuinely existed. It was strange. But after hearing about warp entities, demon invasions, psychers, primarchs, and a godlike emperor sitting on a throne for 10,000 years, machine spirits somehow no longer ranked among the strangest things they had heard. Halsey, however, had a harder time accepting it. Not because she thought Gaius was lying. But because it clashed so heavily with everything she understood about science and engineering. Before she could speak again, Gaius added another detail. And the creation of entirely new technology is often viewed with suspicion. In many cases, it can be considered techno-heresy. Halsey paused. What? For the first time in quite a while, genuine disbelief appeared on her face. A civilization 40,000 years in the future considers technological innovation heresy? Gaius nodded. In many circumstances. Yes. The disbelief remained. Halsey stared at him. That sounded absurd. Innovation was the foundation of progress. Every major advancement in human history had come from new discoveries. New theories. New technologies. New ideas. Without innovation, civilization stagnated. Without innovation, humanity would never move forward. The concept seemed completely irrational. Then she remembered something. The Dark Age of Technology. It had been mentioned in Osmond's report after their earlier discussion with Gaius. An age when humanity had flourished. The greatest technological era in human history. And according to everything she had learned since then, it had ended in catastrophe. Artificial intelligences. Massive wars. The collapse of interstellar civilization. Warp storms. As if sensing the direction of her thoughts, Gaius continued. The Mechanicus believes all perfect knowledge was already created by their deity, the Omnicia. To them, the pinnacle of human technology existed during the dark age of technology. Because of this, they focus more on recovering lost knowledge than creating new knowledge. He paused. They search for fragments of standard template construct databases. STCs. Halsey nodded slowly. That explained a great deal. More than she expected. If the greatest technologies in history had already existed. If vast amounts of that knowledge had been lost. Then from the Mechanicus perspective, progress was not about invention. It was about recovery. Archaeology rather than innovation. Discovery rather than creation. She still disagreed with the philosophy. But at least she could understand how it had formed. Tony, meanwhile, focused on something else. A term Gaius had just mentioned. What's an STC? Gaius turned toward him. A standard template construct was a technological database used during humanity's golden age. It contained blueprints. Manufacturing instructions. Technical knowledge. Tony nodded. So basically a giant database. In simple terms. Yes. Gaius inclined his head slightly. An intact STC would be one of the greatest discoveries imaginable for the Imperium. Even fragments can be worth entire worlds. That immediately drew attention. Entire worlds. Mindy repeated. She sounded genuinely surprised. Gaius nodded. Yes. Because a single STC fragment might contain knowledge lost for thousands of years. The room became quiet once more. Nobody immediately dismissed the statement. After everything they had learned, they could understand why. Humanity during its golden age, in the year 30,000. An interstellar civilization on a scale beyond imagination, possessing technologies that even the Imperium could no longer fully reproduce. If even a fragment of that knowledge survived, its value could be enormous. Tony leaned back slightly. Viewed from that perspective, it made perfect sense. A lost blueprint might contain manufacturing techniques, medical advances, energy systems, weapons, or industrial processes. Any one of them could transform entire worlds. Halsey understood the logic as well. If someone discovered a complete technological archive from humanity's most advanced era, the implications would be staggering. She understood why the Mechanicus searched for such relics. Why expeditions were launched to recover them. Why knowledge itself had become a treasure. Naruto scratched the back of his head. So they're basically searching for old technology. In many cases, Gaius answered. Yes. Much of the Mechanicus efforts are devoted to recovering lost knowledge. Naruto nodded. That part he could understand. Treasure hunting. Except the treasure happened to be technology. Tony chuckled. When you put it that way, it almost sounds normal. Almost, Mindy immediately replied. Except for the part where they're cyborg priests who worship machines. Tony pointed at her. Fair point. A few smiles appeared around the room. Even Halsey's expression softened slightly. The conversation had grown increasingly serious over the past several hours, and the brief moment of humor eased some of the tension. Not all of it. The subject matter was far too significant for that. But enough. Halsey sat quietly for a moment, taking in everything she had learned. The Imperium made little sense on its own terms, yet it had endured for 10,000 years. That fact was difficult to ignore. Across the room, Tony noticed the thoughtful look on her face. He smiled slightly. He had been waiting for this reaction ever since Gaius mentioned the Mechanicus. And he wasn't disappointed. Halsey had spent her entire life surrounded by science, engineering, and technological advancement. The idea of machine-worshipping engineers was probably one of the most alien concepts she had encountered all day. Enjoying the story? Want to support future chapters and help this world grow? Every bit of support keeps me writing, thank you. Chapter 281, Chapter 279, The Age of Endless War. Chapter 279, The Age of Endless War. Tony leaned back slightly in his chair. His mind wandered through the timeline Gaius had been describing. The Emperor confined to the Golden Throne. The Primarchs disappearing one by one. Guilliman struck down and placed into stasis. Then 10,000 years passing. 10,000 years. An amount of time so vast that entire civilizations could rise and fall within it. Surely more had happened during that period. Eventually he looked toward Gaius. What about those 10,000 years after Guilliman was put into stasis? The question immediately drew everyone's attention back toward the Ultramarine. Gaius met Tony's gaze. Many things happened. His answer was simple. Countless wars. Rebellions. Xenos invasions. He paused briefly. But one of the most significant threats came from the traitor legions. His expression became slightly more serious. And they remain active to this day. That immediately caught their attention. Tony straightened slightly. Naruto stopped absent-mindedly spinning a screwdriver he had picked up from the workbench. Mindy looked up as well. If they were ever sent to Gaius's universe, understanding the enemies of the Imperium was just as important as understanding its allies. Gaius continued. After Horus died, the traitor legions fractured. For a time they fought amongst themselves. That part sounds familiar, Tony muttered. Civil wars after a leader's death were hardly unique to the Imperium. Gaius nodded. But eventually a new leader emerged. Abaddon. The former first captain of the Sons of Horus. Tony frowned slightly. The successor to Horus? In practice. Gaius nodded. But he rejected becoming another Horus. That immediately drew their interest. He destroyed the identity of the Sons of Horus and forged a new legion. The Black Legion. Naruto crossed his arms. And then he began launching what became known as the Black Crusades. 13 in total. Mindy blinked. 13 invasions. 13 major campaigns, Gaius corrected. Most Imperial citizens believe the first 12 failed. That earned several confused looks. But Lord Guilliman and many Imperial commanders do not see them that way. Tony leaned forward. Why? Because each crusade achieved something. Gaius answered immediately. Ancient artifacts recovered. Imperial defenses weakened. Strategic objectives completed. Enemies positioned for future campaigns. The room slowly grew quieter. This sounded less like a series of failed invasions and more like something else entirely. Something planned. Something deliberate. Gaius's expression hardened. The 13th Black Crusade was not the beginning of Abaddon's plan. It was the culmination of 10,000 years of preparation. Silence followed. Even Halsey felt herself paying closer attention. A military commander planning across decades was impressive. Across centuries was extraordinary. Across 10,000 years was almost impossible to comprehend. This was not a warlord throwing armies at a wall until it broke. This was a strategist building toward something for millennia. Gaius continued. And when the 13th Black Crusade came. He paused. Cadia fell. For the first time since beginning the explanation, a noticeable weight entered his voice. And the galaxy has never been the same since. The room remained silent. Even Halsey looked more interested. The history itself was not her primary focus. Technology remained her greatest interest. But understanding how civilizations survived catastrophic events was valuable knowledge. Especially when that civilization happened to be one of the most powerful she had ever encountered. Mindy frowned. What do you mean, never the same? Gaius shook his head. I will explain later. It happens much later in the timeline. If I explain it now, it will only create confusion. The others nodded. That was fair. The discussion was already spanning 10,000 years of history. Jumping too far ahead would only make everything harder to follow. Gaius continued. There was another major event before that. The Age of Apostasy. His expression hardened slightly. One of the greatest internal crises in Imperial history. Second only to the Horus heresy. Tony raised an eyebrow. Another civil war. In effect. Gaius nodded. A man named Goj Vandir rose to power. He became both the political and religious ruler of much of the Imperium. At first he promised order. Instead, he ruled through fear, fanaticism, and purges. Entire worlds suffered. Billions died. The room fell quiet again. Naruto frowned. And nobody stopped him. Many tried. Gaius answered. Most failed. He controlled vast military forces and much of the imperial government. By the time opposition could organize, the damage had already been done. Nobody found that difficult to believe. History was full of powerful individuals who had done terrible things before anyone could stop them. The scale was simply larger. Far larger. Then Gaius continued. Among his followers was an elite military order known as the Brides of the Emperor. Highly trained warriors. Completely loyal to Vandir. Mindy tilted her head. So what happened? Gaius paused briefly. Eventually, they learned the truth. Vandir had been using faith and authority for his own ambitions. When they realized what he was, they turned against him. That decision ended his rule. Tony slowly nodded. So they helped stop the civil war. Yes. Gaius replied. Afterward, the organization was reorganized. The brides of the emperor became the Adepta Sororitas, the Sisters of Battle. That immediately got their attention. Gaius continued. They are not Astartes. They are ordinary humans. But they are among the most respected military forces in the Imperium. Fanatically devoted. Highly disciplined. And equipped with some of the finest war gear and powered armor available to non-Astartes forces. Tony smirked. So power-armored warrior nuns. For a moment, nobody spoke. Then Gaius nodded. In simplified terms. Yes. Naruto immediately laughed. Mindy laughed as well. Even Halsey looked mildly amused. Tony looked entirely pleased with himself. I'm glad we're all in agreement. That's literally what they are. They would object to that description, Gaius replied. That means I'm correct. The room laughed again. Even Gaius seemed faintly amused. The humor faded after a few moments. Because Gaius continued speaking. After that, the Imperium endured. War against Xenos. War against chaos. War against rebellions. For 10,000 years. The laughter disappeared. The way he said it made something clear. This was not a list of separate conflicts. It was a state of existence. A condition. The Imperium had not known peace. Not truly. For 10,000 years, it had simply continued fighting. One war ending only for another to begin. Generation after generation. Century after century. Millennium after millennium. Then Gaius's expression became serious again. And then came the 13th Black Crusade. Cadia fell. Tony frowned slightly. He had heard countless worlds mentioned throughout the discussion. Destroyed worlds. Lost worlds. Conquered worlds. So why did this one matter so much? What made Cadia so important? Gaius looked toward him. Because Cadia stood before the Eye of Terror. The largest gateway through which the forces of chaos could enter Imperial space. That immediately caught everyone's attention. For 10,000 years, Cadia was one of the greatest fortress worlds in the Imperium. It stood as a barrier between the Imperium and countless horrors beyond. Naruto blinked. So it was basically holding the line. Yes. Gaius nodded. For millennia. Generation after generation of soldiers were born, trained, and died defending it. His voice grew quieter. Then Abaddon came. Nobody interrupted. The 13th Black Crusade was unlike the previous 12. It was the culmination of everything that came before. Cadia was attacked. The defenses were overwhelmed. The pylons that protected the region were destroyed. Tony frowned. Pylons. Ancient structures. Gaius replied. They helped restrain the influence of the warp. Tony slowly nodded. He still had questions. Many questions. But the important part was obvious. Something that had protected the galaxy had been destroyed. Then Gaius paused. When Cadia fell, the consequences were catastrophic. The Great Rift was born. The room became completely silent. A massive warp storm split the galaxy in two. Entire sectors vanished. Countless worlds were isolated. Communication collapsed across vast regions. Travel became far more dangerous. Even Halsey sat a little straighter. Now she was thinking less like a scientist and more like a strategist. A civilization spanning an entire galaxy depended on communication, transportation, coordination, supply lines, and administration. Remove those foundations, and entire sectors could collapse. The scale of such a disaster was difficult to overstate. Gaius continued. The Imperium was effectively divided. One half remained connected to Terra. The other was cut off. Imperium Sanctus. Imperium Nihilus. No one spoke. Tony slowly exhaled. So when you said the galaxy was never the same? Gaius nodded. Yes. Because after Cadia fell, the galaxy itself changed. Tony shook his head. Damn. That was all he could really say. A million-world empire effectively split in half. The scale was absurd. Then Gaius continued. As you already know, Lord Guilliman was revived during this period. The others nodded. That part had already been discussed. After his revival, Lord Guilliman fought his way back to Terra. The galaxy was in chaos. Warp storms were everywhere. Entire regions had been cut off. But he eventually reached Terra. And there he became Lord Commander of the Imperium and Imperial Regent. The Emperor remained upon the Golden Throne. So the burden of governing the Imperium fell largely upon him. Tony nodded slowly. So he basically inherited an empire. Yes. Gaius replied. Then he launched the Indomitus Crusade. The largest imperial crusade since the Great Crusade. Naruto frowned. What was the goal? To stabilize the Imperium. Gaius answered. To reconnect isolated worlds. To reinforce imperial defenses. To push back chaos. And to prevent the Imperium from fragmenting completely. The room fell quiet once more. The scale was staggering. An entire galaxy in crisis. And one Primarch attempting to hold it together. Then Gaius continued. It was also during this period that the Primaris Space Marines were revealed. Tony, Naruto, and Mindy exchanged brief glances. They already knew where this was going. Halsey immediately focused on the familiar term. Primaris. Gaius nodded. A new generation of Space Marines. Created through the work of Archmagos Belisarius Call. His research was conducted in secret over thousands of years. They were designed to be physically superior to traditional Astartes. Halsey's eyes narrowed slightly. So even after all the restrictions you described, the Imperium was still capable of creating something new. In this case, yes. Gaius answered. Lord Guilliman authorized their deployment after his return. He paused. I am one of them. That immediately drew Halsey's attention. She had known Gaius was an Astartes. Now she knew something else. He belonged to an entirely new generation. A Primaris Marine. Gaius nodded. Yes. Created during the era of the Indomitus Crusade. Then he added another detail. I have also served for over 3 centuries. Halsey stopped. 3 centuries? Yes. She studied him quietly. 300 years. Not ceremonial service. Not retirement. Not administration. Actual military service. More than 3 centuries of campaigns and wars. It explained something she had noticed from the beginning. Gaius spoke about these events differently than he spoke about the Horus Heresy. The Great Rift. The Indomitus Crusade. The return of Guilliman. Those were not distant historical events to him. He had lived through them. Gaius continued. The Indomitus Crusade remains one of the largest military campaigns in Imperial history. It reconnected isolated worlds. Reinforced Imperial defenses. And prevented further collapse after the Great Rift. Nobody immediately spoke. The workshop remained quiet. A realization had finally settled over the room. Gaius was not merely describing history. He was describing his own era. His own wars. His own lifetime. Enjoying the story? Want to support future chapters and help this world grow? Every bit of support keeps me writing, thank you. Chapter 282, Chapter 280, A New Day. Chapter 280, A New Day. Gaius looked around the workshop. The discussion had lasted for hours. During that time he had explained most of the major events that defined his universe. For the first time all day, nobody immediately had another question waiting. The workshop remained quiet. Gaius took that as a sign. He rose from his seat. The day is almost over. His deep voice broke the silence. We can continue tomorrow. The statement immediately drew Halsey's attention. She had been mentally organizing everything she had learned throughout the day. Even for someone with her memory and analytical ability, it was a tremendous amount of information. The history alone spanned 10,000 years. The technology raised even more questions. The Mechanicus. The Imperium. The Primaris Marines. Belisarius Call. The amount of knowledge available through Gaius seemed almost endless. Then Gaius added another statement. The lost gun is not the only technology one intend to trade. One of Halsey's eyebrows rose slightly. Another technology. The slipspace negotiations had not even truly begun. And already there were additional technologies being mentioned. Considering what she had learned today, that was a significant statement. Gaius had access to knowledge that could potentially reshape entire industries. Possibly entire civilizations. Still, she remained composed. That will do. She gave a small nod. Before the conversation could end completely, another voice spoke. And Gaius won't be the only one trading. Everyone looked toward Tony. A faint smirk rested on his face. I have a few technologies of my own that might be worth discussing. Halsey looked at him for a moment. Then nodded. That was hardly surprising. Tony Stark possessing valuable technology was about as predictable as gravity. Arc reactors alone made him a significant technological power. Very well. She glanced between Tony and Gaius. Then we can discuss those tomorrow as well. Gaius nodded once. Agreed. With that, the meeting finally came to an end. The group began to disperse. Halsey departed separately. Nobody needed to ask where she was going. After everything she had learned, she almost certainly intended to report to Osman and the UNSC. The others remained behind for a few moments before eventually leaving together. Tony, Gaius, Naruto, Mindy. The four stepped out into the city. The sun had already begun its descent toward the horizon. Warm evening light stretched across the streets of Cascade. People moved through the city as they always did. Workers headed home. Families walked together. Stores prepared for the evening rush. The four moved at a relaxed pace. Citizens noticed them almost immediately. Some waved. Others simply watched curiously. A few stepped aside to give them room. Despite everything they had discussed throughout the day, the atmosphere felt surprisingly normal. Naruto was the first to break the silence. Seriously, though. He shook his head. Your world is crazy. Gaius glanced toward him. Naruto gestured with both hands. You have giant super soldiers. Demons. And somehow that's all normal for you. Mindy immediately nodded. Exactly. She pointed at Gaius. And don't forget the giant armored vampire angels. She paused briefly. The blood angels. Naruto snapped his fingers. Right. The armored vampires. They are not vampires, Gaius said. They drink blood, Mindy replied instantly. That does not help your argument. Tony burst out laughing. Naruto grinned. For once, even Gaius had played along with one of Mindy's jokes. That only made Tony laugh harder. Naruto shook his head. Honestly, every time you explain something, it somehow gets worse. He started counting on his fingers. The machine priests. The chaos gods. The 1,000 psychers every day. The giant winged pre-march. Then he pointed directly at Gaius. How are you even alive in that place? Gaius considered the question seriously. For a moment he actually appeared to think about it. Then he answered. Faith. A brief pause. Duty. Another pause. And overwhelming firepower. Silence. For exactly 1 second. Then Tony completely lost it. Laughter erupted from him immediately. Mindy followed. Naruto grinned from ear to ear. Even Gaius seemed faintly amused by their reactions. The conversation continued as they walked. By the time they reached the residence, the sun was already approaching the horizon. The front door opened. Inside, Tanya, Diana, and Saeko were already seated around the table. Each was occupied with her own activities. The moment they heard the door open, they looked up. Naruto barely waited for everyone to enter. Guys. His voice immediately drew attention. Gaius talked about his world today. Mindy nodded enthusiastically. Yes. And in deep detail this time. Tanya raised an eyebrow. Oh. Diana immediately looked interested. Did he finally explain the empire he's from? More than that, Naruto said. He explained almost everything. The Emperor. The Primarchs. The Horus Heresy. The Chaos Gods. The Space Marine Vampire. Saeko looked toward Gaius with visible curiosity. Space Marines. Armor. Vampire. Everything she had heard about his universe seemed stranger than the last. Tanya looked between Naruto and Mindy. I take it the explanation was eventful. Naruto pointed dramatically at Gaius. You have no idea. He spent the entire day explaining why his universe is insane. Mindy nodded. Tony immediately added. Well, not entirely the whole day. Mindy ignored him completely. And somehow every answer led to 3 more questions. Meanwhile, Gaius quietly stepped away from the conversation. He moved toward his usual seat and sat down. He neither agreed nor disagreed with Naruto's assessment. He simply listened. Diana leaned forward. Then tell us. What did we miss? The group exchanged glances. That was not a simple question. They had just spent several hours covering 10,000 years of history. Tony was the first to answer. There's no need to explain everything right now. He pointed upward. Jarvis recorded the entire discussion. The video will be sent to your communicators. You can watch it yourselves. Or just read the transcript if that's faster. Diana immediately nodded. That was considerably more practical. Tanya understood as well. So did Saeko. Listening to Naruto summarize 10,000 years of imperial history sounded significantly less efficient than watching the recording. Tony's expression became slightly more serious. You should all learn more about Gaius's universe. The room quieted. It's dangerous. Very dangerous. He folded his arms. After all, the Multiversal Chat might decide to send us there one day. And if that happens, we'd better know what we're walking into. Nobody argued. Because nobody could. Missions had already appeared involving multiple worlds. There was no guarantee Gaius's universe would not eventually become one of them. The possibility was real. Tanya nodded first. That makes sense. Diana nodded as well. I'll watch it tonight. Saeko gave a small nod. So will I. That settled the matter. Rather than spending the evening repeating several hours of discussion, they would simply review the recording themselves. Judging from Naruto's reactions alone, Tanya, Diana, and Saeko suspected they were about to learn some very unusual things about Gaius's universe. The remainder of the evening passed peacefully. The group gathered around the table. Conversations drifted naturally from one topic to another. Stories from different worlds were exchanged. Experiences were shared. Occasionally someone argued over something trivial. Nothing serious. Just friends talking. For once, there were no battles, emergencies, or crises demanding immediate attention. Only a quiet evening. Eventually the night grew late. One by one, everyone retired to their rooms. The residents gradually fell silent. Morning arrived quickly. By now they had spent several days in this world. Long enough to become familiar with the city. Long enough for routines to begin forming. The residents slowly came to life once more. Breakfast preparations. Morning conversations. People moving through the house. Naruto and Mindy were already preparing to leave. Unlike the previous few days, they would not be accompanying Gaius to the workshop. Over the past several days, they had become surprisingly enthusiastic about exploring Cascade. See you guys later. Naruto called out as he headed toward the door. Mindy nodded. We still haven't explored the Eastern District. Unlike previous days, however, the others would not be joining them. Saeko had plans of her own. Diana intended to remain behind. Tanya had absolutely no interest in wandering around the city for entertainment. As for Tony and Gaius, they had work to do. The technological exchange had only just begun. After a quick breakfast, the two departed together. The city was already awake. Workers moved toward their jobs. Merchants opened their shops. Vehicles traveled through the streets. The sounds of daily life surrounded them. As they walked, civilians occasionally glanced in their direction. Some recognized them. Others were merely curious. Neither paid much attention. Tony's thoughts were already drifting toward the coming negotiations. Gaius appeared equally focused. There was much to discuss. Much to exchange. And much to learn. Together they continued through the streets of Cascade. Eventually, the familiar structure of the workshop came into view. Without slowing, they approached the entrance. A new day had begun. Enjoying the story? Want to support future chapters and help this world grow? Every bit of support keeps me writing, thank you. Chapter 283, Chapter 281, The First Exchange, Real. Chapter 281, The First Exchange, Real. When Gaius and Tony entered the workshop that morning, they found it empty. The large workspace was quiet. Dr. Halsey had not arrived yet. Neither of them minded. Both had their own objectives for the morning. Tony walked toward one of the workstations while Gaius moved deeper into the workshop. Neither spoke immediately. They already knew what they intended to accomplish and saw no reason to interfere with one another's work. Tony activated a holographic display and began reviewing a collection of files. Part of the previous evening had been spent considering future technological exchanges. The UNSC already possessed many advanced technologies. Offering something they already had little interest in would accomplish nothing. If he wanted the exchange to be worthwhile, he needed to bring something genuinely valuable to the table. Two possibilities stood out. The first was artificial intelligence. From everything he had learned, UNSC smart AIs were impressive. Very impressive. But they also suffered from limitations. Rampancy. Finite operational lifespans. Eventually even their most advanced AIs deteriorated. Tony leaned back slightly as files scrolled before him. His own understanding of artificial intelligence had advanced tremendously over the years. Especially after everything he had experienced through the multiversal chat. Jarvis alone represented concepts far beyond what many civilizations considered normal. He believed he could offer meaningful improvements. The second possibility was shield technology. More specifically, compact shield technology. The shield systems used by the UNSC were effective, but they typically required dedicated hardware and substantial power generation. Tony's technology operated differently. Knowledge inherited from his future self had given him access to several advanced shielding systems. His nanotechnology could deploy shields despite its compact size. The nanites themselves did not create the shields. Instead, they replicated and integrated technologies capable of generating them. The result was a defensive system vastly more compact than many contemporary designs. Certainly worth discussing. Across the workshop, Gaius had his own plans. He stepped onto the holographic design platform. Almost immediately, the familiar warning interface began appearing around him. Warning notices. Safety protocols. Authorization confirmations. Before the system could finish, Gaius spoke. Jarvis. Do not add the warning messages this time. Understood, Master Gaius. The AI's butler-like voice echoed through the workshop. The warnings vanished instantly. Standing on the platform, Gaius considered the task before him. Ceramite was not a single material. Many people outside the Imperium assumed otherwise. The reality was considerably more complicated. There were numerous grades. Numerous compositions. Numerous manufacturing standards. The ceramite used in a guardsman's flak armor differed significantly from the ceramite incorporated into power armor. And those variants differed again from the superior materials used in Terminator armor. If Halsey intended to properly study Imperial materials, a single sample would not be enough. She would need examples from across the spectrum. Jarvis. Yes, Master Gaius. Display titanium, steel, tungsten, iron, industrial polymers, and adamantium composites. Immediately, the air filled with rotating holographic structures. Molecular models appeared. Magnified thousands of times. Complex arrangements slowly turned in space before him. Gaius began working. Adjust composition. One structure shifted. Increase density. Another changed. Layer composite matrix. Additional modifications followed. The process continued methodically. Titanium interacted with specialized compounds. Adamantium composites were introduced into advanced formulations. Material ratios shifted repeatedly. Entire molecular structures reorganized under his direction. Tony occasionally glanced over from his workstation. Every time he looked, the holograms seemed different. New layers. New arrangements. New compositions. Some formulations were relatively simple. Others were considerably more advanced. Minutes became half an hour. Then nearly an hour. Finally, Gaius stopped. Several completed blueprints floated before him. Standard armor-grade ceramite. Power armor-grade ceramite. And the advanced variants utilized in Terminator armor. Complete. The blueprints automatically transferred into the workshop database. Without hesitation, Gaius stepped off the platform. Data alone would not be enough. If Halsey intended to evaluate Imperial materials properly, she would require physical samples. And Gaius intended to provide them. He approached the fabrication systems. Almost immediately, he encountered a problem. The workshop lacked sufficient raw materials for the project, particularly the higher quality grades he required. Fortunately, that was not a serious obstacle. Without hesitation, he walked toward the material chamber. Drawing upon his parcel system, he began taking out resources he had brought from his own universe. Adamantium. Titanium. Several specialized compounds commonly utilized in Imperial manufacturing. The advanced materials were more than sufficient. Unfortunately, they did not include everything. After several moments of review, Gaius identified the issue. He lacked several basic materials required for the lower-grade compositions. Steel. Iron. Tungsten. Materials so common he had not even considered bringing them. For a moment he paused. Then he turned. Tony. Across the workshop, Tony looked up from his display. Yeah. I require steel, iron, and tungsten. Tony stared at him. For a full second, he simply looked at the golden ultramarine. Then he laughed. You, who is from the Imperium, didn't bring any steel. Gaius remained silent. Tony shook his head. That's honestly impressive. Another pause. Then Tony accessed the workshop inventory system. Several storage containers emerged from one of the automated compartments. Tony had already transferred a large amount of material from his parcel storage into the workshop inventory. Preparation had become a habit. He gestured toward the containers. Help yourself. Gaius inclined his head. My thanks. He collected the materials and carried them to the fabrication chamber. One by one, resources were loaded into the material chamber. Titanium. Adamantium. Steel. Iron. Tungsten. Additional compounds. Everything required for the various formulations. Once the materials were secured, Gaius began uploading fabrication instructions. The machine immediately started processing. Lights flickered across the system. Manufacturing sequences began. Soon, physical samples would exist. From standard armor-grade ceramite all the way to the superior variants utilized in Terminator armor. By the time Halsey arrived, she would have far more than theoretical explanations. She would have actual Imperial materials available for testing. The fabrication process required several hours. During that time neither men remained idle. Tony continued organizing information regarding artificial intelligence and compact shield technologies. Gaius returned to a terminal. The lost gun documentation still required additional organization. Jarvis already possessed complete blueprints and manufacturing data. However, the lost gun was not a single weapon design. There were numerous patterns. Numerous power configurations. Different production methods. Different maintenance procedures. Different battlefield variants. Some were optimized for reliability. Others emphasized power. Some were intended for harsh environments. Others prioritized manufacturing efficiency. Gaius spent hours compiling everything into a comprehensive package. Every variation. Every technical note. Every relevant detail. Time passed steadily. Eventually the fabrication systems completed their work. Numerous samples emerged. Each was relatively small. Simple square plates. Designed specifically for testing and analysis. Some were dark gray. Others possessed slightly different colors and finishes. The differences were subtle, yet meaningful. Each reflected different compositions and quality levels. Flak armor grade ceramite. Power armor grade ceramite. Terminator grade ceramite. All neatly organized. Gaius reviewed them briefly before returning to his work. Hours later, he finally finished the lost gun package. By then it was nearly midday. That was when the workshop doors opened. Everyone looked up. Dr. Halsey entered. Alongside her walked an ONI officer. Tony offered a casual smile. "Oh. Good morning." "Good morning." Halsey returned the greeting. Her attention shifted toward Gaius. "Good morning as well, Gaius." Gaius nodded once. "Dr. Halsey." Then, for the first time since entering, Halsey allowed herself a faint smile. "I brought something you wanted." Gaius nodded. Even before she continued, he had already sensed the activity outside. A transport vehicle. Heavy security. Dozens of armed personnel. And a machine large enough that there was only one reasonable possibility. The ONI officer stepped forward. In his hands was a secured case. He handed it to Halsey. She opened it immediately. Several documents rested inside. Removing them, she handed them directly to Gaius. "This contains the complete information package regarding slipspace technology." Then she gestured toward the entrance. "And outside is the Shafujikawa Translight engine." Gaius accepted the documents. "Thank you." The exchange was simple. Direct. Professional. At that point Tony rose from his workstation. "Well." He folded his arms. "Since that exchange is finished, we have a few technologies we would like to discuss as well." Halsey's attention shifted toward him. Gaius nodded. "We have already prepared them." Then he looked toward Halsey. "The complete lost gun documentation has already been transferred." Almost immediately, Halsey's communicator emitted a notification. A large data package had arrived. Sent through Jarvis using Tony's communication network. She glanced briefly at the notification. The file size alone was substantial. She chose not to examine it yet. Instead, she nodded. "Thank you." Then her attention shifted toward the entrance. "Shall we examine the Shafujikawa Translight engine?" Gaius nodded. As the group began walking, he quietly stored the slipspace documents within his parcel storage. The motion was subtle. Almost unnoticeable. Yet the documents disappeared instantly. Together they exited the workshop. Halsey. Tony. Gaius. Several ONI personnel. And dozens of armed guards securing the surrounding area. Outside, the transport vehicle remained exactly where it had been parked. Security personnel maintained their positions. Weapons remained ready. The machine mounted upon the transport immediately drew attention. The Shafujikawa Translight engine. The foundation of humanity's slipspace technology. One of the most important technological achievements ever produced by the UNSC. Even Tony found himself studying it with interest. Gaius approached without hesitation. The guards watched carefully. The ONI personnel watched carefully. Halsey watched carefully. Without ceremony, Gaius placed a hand against the engine's metallic exterior. A familiar interface appeared before him. The parcel system activated. For a brief moment, shimmering light spread across the engine's surface. Then the transformation began. The massive machine dissolved into countless particles of light. Millions of glowing fragments drifted upward. The effect lasted only seconds. Then the particles vanished. And the engine was gone. Silence followed. The transport platform stood empty. The machine no longer existed there. The guards remained professional. Years of discipline prevented any visible reaction. Still, many could not stop themselves from staring at the empty space. Tony simply watched. By now he had seen the parcel system perform similar feats countless times. Even so, the sight never completely lost its impact. Halsey remained focused on the spot where the engine had disappeared. Deep in thought. Even after witnessing the parcel system repeatedly, the process remained difficult to ignore. A machine representing decades of research. One of humanity's most valuable technological achievements. Removed from reality in an instant. Stored somewhere beyond conventional understanding. The implications remained as fascinating as they were unsettling. Enjoying the story? Want to support future chapters and help this world grow? Every bit of support keeps me writing, thank you.